Back, boys. We're back. Had a bit of a rough time of it last time. Made a few failures. It's not going to stop us. Solo. Apocalypse. We're going to start in Rosewood this time. Not for any particular reason. That's just what we're doing. Oh dear, what should I do for my traits? I already know this. This is a solved thing for me. Unless they make some serious changes, I know exactly what we're doing here. Firefighter. Dexterous. Catseye. Wakeful. Organized. Athletic, strong. That does it for the positives. We're at a deficit of 32 points, so we have to count that out. Clumsy, cowardly, short-sighted Slowreader, weak stomach Slowhealer, Conspicuous, prone to illness, Restless sleeper, thin-skinned. Alright, hearty appetite, and then back with, how could I forget Fastlearner? Yellow. There you are. Now that leaves us with a +1, and that always makes me wonder what to use that last point for. Speed Demon is only going to make the problems that I have with towing even worse, so that's not happening. We could... A lot of people might be tempted to take, you know, Sunday Driver for that extra +1 and then get a -2, or Fast Metabolism, or High Thirst. Metabolism and High Thirst are serious problems for long-term QOL. Now, I wonder... One trait that I might be able to live without is Catseye's. Been liking inventive, huh? That's a problem that can be solved over time, though. Good morning, VTSS. I've decided that I'm going to persevere. That's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling perseverant. If that's a cope, then so be it. See, if I take off Catseye. Catseye was the thing that was nerfed late in B42. They changed it from a +2 to a +3. Kind of messed up my build. But if I take that off, I've got a +4. I would kill for Gymnast. Because +1 to Nimble is just... It's impossible to overstate how difficult it is to level Nimble. Okay, tedious. Let's call it tedious. You just got to spend lots and lots and lots of unnecessary time in the combat stance. If you just spend normal amounts of time in combat stance, it's going to take forever. But I'm at I would need +1 in order to do that. I can't compromise on any of the other positives. Yeah, honestly, this is why Catseye's being -3 is just so painful. It leaves me with that +1 point that I just don't know what to do with. The phobics are just, you know, again, the phobics, agoraphobic, claustrophobic, or chemophobic, aka fear of blood. Those are just all way too devastating to your action economy. I just can't wrap my head around it. And short of breath completely, no, that just wipes out your combat. Now, about Reluctant Fighter. I always like to think about things in the extreme long term. And if you go long enough, it doesn't matter if your combat XP gains are a little lower. Now, that puts us back up to a +6 if I were to take that. But what would I do with that +6? More weapon skills wouldn't exactly... I mean, that'd be pointless against Reluctant Fighter. crafting skills are just a negative. I don't do crafting skills. Nutritionist is... Until they make it so the nutritionist can analyze somebody and actually see what their current macros are, I maintain that it's still not worth points. Any points at all, ever. Hey, Grimbaki. Yep. I am sorry. I am sorry to Dixie that I failed her. But we will persevere. We will absolutely persevere. See, Reluctant Fighter, in favor of Nimble... I'm sorry, well, I call it Nimble, it's Gymnast, but I mean, it's also the only trait that gives you a +1 Nimble outside of professions. That's nerfing all of my combat XP gains in order to just get a little bit more gain in a physical stat. It's just not... It doesn't feel worth it. It doesn't feel worth it. Ooh. Tinkerer. Tinkerer. Where is that? That is... right here. That's -4. That's -4. As good as maintenance is, I just can't see myself coping with any of these negatives right here. Or, for I mean, literally anything in front of my screen right now. Like, any of these positives that I could add don't feel worth any of the negatives, necessarily. I've already been overthinking this a little too much. Now, about Speed Demon, I have, for the longest time, not wanted to take it. Even though I now have a point left over. For Danny the Drifter and for Dixie Lyrica, my two previous characters. Probably well over 1,000 hours combined between those two characters. I never wanted to take Speed Demon despite having that leftover point, because Speed Demon is going to mess up your towing capabilities and your predictability and acceleration. But if towing is going to be completely nerfed into the ground to such an extent that I don't even want to do it anymore, then being able to accelerate faster might actually be something prurient to my interests. Speed Demon makes cars louder. Hey, you know what? I already expect them to be unbelievably loud at the moment. It's not good with towing now. I mean, you know. Well, yeah. So Speed Demon, that used to be the meta, right? You used to take Speed Demon because it used to actually just make your engine more powerful. As counterintuitive as that sounds. That's not how it works anymore. It's weird now. It feels like Speed Demon just makes you accelerate faster. That's what it feels like, really, at the end of the day. And acceleration is right now, for me, acceleration being predictable is far more important to me than just being able to go a little faster. You see, if I could live with one of the phobics, agoraphobic, claustrophobic, if I could live with one of those, then the thing that I would take next would be, well, I mean, Gymnast. Yeah, Gymnast is just, you know, that's guaranteed. I just don't think I can live with one of the phobics. Yeah, you see, but that's the thing. That's the thing, Action, is that I hate the new towing so much that I don't even engage with it. So Speed Demon might just mean that I'm able to get back and forth between towns faster when I'm just, you know, driving a vehicle with a trailer instead of a tow vehicle. But you see, another thing is, a lot of people wouldn't hesitate to take a trait to experiment with it. But I don't experiment when it comes to characters that I go long on. No, I don't take... The whole point is, I don't take risks. So I really hate to waste everybody's time here. But I don't think I'm doing anything different. I'm just going to mouse over the professions really quick. Or the, yeah, just the professions. I'm just going to mouse over them really quick. I don't expect to change anything. Fire Officer is basically guaranteed, but... I used to do construction worker a lot. I used to love construction worker. Annie was a construction worker. Good morning, Kitten. Good to see you. Yeah, anything that gives you a long game debuff for a starting point. Yeah, honestly, That's one of the reasons I'm always an advocate of, if you're gonna spend points on something, prioritize your physicals and your QOL first. Because crafting skills, as long as you don't die, crafting skills get built up over time. It's just a question of, you know... It's a question of, Wait a minute, okay. Fitness instructor is more expensive, never mind. Well, I have heard people talking about fitness instructor. And if you take fitness instructor and then downgrade from athletic to fit, does that leave you at... Are you still at 10 fitness there? I think that means you're still at 10 fitness. But then you're losing the +1 axe. And getting a 1 more in running. And getting nutritionist, which I actually, if I could take that off, I would, because now we're at a -1. About that, Grumbaki. About that. 783 hours we spent on Annie Mae. That was my last construction worker. She started at 9 fitness. We were 1/3 of the way to level 10 fitness after 783 hours. Now, that's also bearing in mind, of course, we didn't do dedicated exercises, because dedicated exercises wipe out your stamina and give you muscle strain later in the day, and it's just, dedicated exercises is nasty. Now, ooh, okay, so, hang on. The same cost. It would be the same cost if I had Lumberjack instead of, whatchamacallit. It would be the same point cost if I went Lumberjack instead of Fire Officer. But I would lose out on the fitness. I would be 9 instead of 10. Oh, 9, okay, so 9 fitness. It's a small percentage increase to swing speed from 9 to 10 on your weapons. Yeah, Axpert is that was a long conversation I was having with Ranzera on whether a Axpert, level 10 Axpert with an axe, can outperform a sword user at level 10 sword. And I think they can. It just becomes a question of logistics after that, where a sword user can have 2 spare swords on their belt at the same effectiveness. A lumberjack can only have an axe on their back. Veteran is... that would put me at a -9. Oh, I don't think I could... No, I could never do veteran with my current build. Police officer is a little bit less painful. Yeah, I could never do it. Yeah, like I said, guys, I really hate to waste your time with this, because I've done a lot of thinking, and I came to the same conclusion. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Alright. Today, our character shall be... I had an idea in mind, and it's already left me. You know what? I'm just gonna look at random names. Okay. Yeah. Adakeen. Yep, Adakeen. There is only one correct selection when it comes to voice.
Hey!
We all know this already.
Hey!
Yeah, that's not even a question. Never was. Fun story about hair in this game. as to whether it ends up being curly or straight. If you start with your hair pulled back, it doesn't seem to actually define that, and it ends up being random. See, when we started Danny, we started her with pulled back hair, but then when we took it out of the whatchamacallit, the hair tie, found out that Danny actually had wavy hair. That was an interesting character discovery moment. All right, Ada Keen. And of course, we have a very specific set of clothing in mind here. Jeans, type 2, and then shoes that match the jeans. Sneakers, particularly, that match the jeans. We also want the crop to match the jeans. And formal to match the jeans. This is, trust me when I say that if you want to do this later on and get some custom dyes to make your colors or clothes whatever color you want, it is a lot harder than it might sound to mix up the correct colors of dyes. Now, a tank top is too warm for the summer, even though this seems like a free clothing item. I don't recommend it. I do not recommend it. Okay, I think we're good to go, folks. Yep, we are good to go. And we are starting in Rosewood this time, if anybody did not catch the when I first fired it up. So this is 42.20 Ada Keen. All right, but folks, here we go. We're up to 18 minutes. $19 minutes for the pinned comment in the description so that people can skip the character creation crisis. Okay, so first thing we do is turn the music back up just a little bit because the main menu music is what's broken, not the rest of it. Now we get a bag from the curtains. Any threats immediately visible? I do not recognize where I'm at yet. Wait a minute. I think that shopping center means... Let's just hit M. Let's hit M. Snake Street. You know, I think we're near the bottom of town. We're going to find out. Duffel bag, hell yeah. I don't need to wear this sheet sling after all. Now we got a pen, so of course, mark our starter house. Alright, not very many chunky foods, but foods are available. I'm going to take the meat and just straight up cook it right away. So that if we need to, we can just straight up eat it, as opposed to putting it in something. The frying pan will be our first self-defense weapon. Saucepan on deck in case we need to replace it. There's a lacrosse stick. I'm not the biggest fan of long blunt, but I will use it without hesitation. I'll hold on to the rolling pin just in case for self-defense as well. Stealing my own TV, moving it into the kitchen so that I can put on the cooking show here. Should still be before noon. Boom. Well, basing in the fire station, now just because I'm starting in Rosewood, don't get the wrong idea. I still like Riverside the best. I probably am still going to go there at some point, but early game map tour behooves me to do things early game. Level 1 cooking. Alright, so we got some steak, we got some fruits, and we got ice cream sandwiches and some veggies, as well as a canned food item. So we've got food for quite a bit. For self-defense, we got the lacrosse stick, and then we'll have some cookware on standby if we need to. Otherwise, there's not much else in the starter house here. So on we go. We did not find any sort of water container, so I'm actually going to improvise here. Perfume bottle. It is one of the smallest water bottles, but just so we have something. That's a little more action than I can take throughout that parking lot there. Plastic cup in the trash. Who would imagine that yesterday's plastic cup would be today's? Poncho the dog, look at that. Beautiful. Ah, club hammer. It's almost broken, but I'll take it. Okay, so never mind on the perfume bottle. In fact, I'll use these plastic, or these tin cans from the trash. That is the best I've got right now. I think that guy might have seen me. Yeah, we got one incoming. Alright. First kill, let's go. Alright. I'm gonna play like that. Doesn't even have a watch for me. That's about a liter of water across the 3 cans. That should be enough for now. Grabbing a rope. And that's as many folks on the right side here. We're peeping cars until we find something drivable. Doesn't have to be perfect, just gotta have a key and some gas. Or either or. Ooh, that is a tailoring shop right there, if I'm not mistaken. On the other side of the massage store there. Seems possible. Didn't even know that was there. Spiffos right here. Any Spiffo vans in the lot? It does not look like it. Let's get a second view of the lot from over here. Sup, Kraken? We have just created our newest character with the exact same build as the last one, because that's all I know how to do here. Otherwise, you haven't missed much. Started outside of Duffel, and I'm always here for that. Not the best kind of weapon here. To be real, stomping would actually probably do more damage. I eagerly await the day that we can actually spawn with panties, but since we can't, we gotta steal some. Gotta be the panty thief. Give me the rest of Spiffo's parking lot here. That would be a house alarm that I didn't set off. Welcome to Project Zomboid. That means we're going mobile. No point in being sneaky now. Okay, the entire Spiffo's parking lot, not a single van. Okay. Alright. We have no real capacity for sustained combat, so we continue moving no matter what. Until that alarm stops. Second duffel bag, easy peasy. A little bit of a risk. You'd think I would have learned my lesson about risks. Ooh. Never had a Franklin all-terrain this early in the game before. Wonder if I could steal that. And one thing I hate about, well, a lot of the new map redesign territory has hedgerows next to fences. So if I were to try to climb this fence, I'm right inside of a hedgerow on the other side. I guess that is technically realistic. The best kind of realistic. I know, right? No, Boris makes a good point. I almost always start in Riverside. I'm a strong advocate of Riverside as being the correct place to start. And yet, I've spent a little too much time there recently. This is a change of pace for my sanity. So we got a couple slows. I'm waiting for the fast to come around here. We'll deal with him. I'm assuming he... There you go. Come on, Mr. Fast. I'm sure nobody's coming up on our 6. We got a good distance from the previous group. Starting from level 0 on any sort of weapon is not the best thing to do. But axes are not the easiest thing to come by here. That's a cute formal shirt. Satchel is a separate slot from your backpack. Now, it also blocks the canteen slot, so once we get a canteen, we're not going to be wearing the satchel anymore, but until then, just a little bit of extra storage early game. I need to check for muscle strain. The muscle strain is scales based on strength, fitness, and weapon skill. So for us, most of the time, we only have to worry about it if we're like level 0 with a weapon and we have to go nuts. So it won't be relevant in combat very long. One of the many reasons that I choose to start out as a fighter. Alright, let's let Slowby get over here. Deal with him by himself. Yeah, watch, Mr. Cheatham. So by killing those guys, I have ensured that if those guys activate, then I won't be overly mobbed. Honestly, this house with its iron fence surrounding it completely, not the worst place to sleep at night, and if I must. Alright, so no key. Shot at a key in the house. Excuse me, ma'am. May I borrow your car? Regrettably, she does not have the key to the car. It's a very nice looking garage in there. See if any whatchamacallits, TVs nearby were playing Life and Living at noon, then we won't be able to get it, but since they weren't, we can actually start it from the beginning. So, public service announcement on the way these TV shows work right now. It's been this way for most of B42. If you go past the time that the program is supposed to start, which is noon, but there's no TVs playing it yet, then it won't actually start playing until you change the channel there. But early game, of course, power's still on, TVs set to random channels all over the place. So you can get ahead of that by just shutting off TVs in houses that you're operating in, or in the area that you're operating in, right? So, there we go. Been a little while since I've actually been able to watch carpentry on the first day. Now, in support of that, I'm not going to call it a glitch. It seems to be functioning almost as intended. What I do is I change the channel before turning the TV off. And if there's any other TVs in the house, we'll do the same. Okay, I do not know if this will actually be where I stay, but for now I'll put the fresh stuff in my backpack in here. Mostly what I'm looking through this place for is to see if I can find the keys to that van, because it looks pretty, and I've never tried one of those early games, so I'd like to see what they play like. Command, good to see you. New character's name is Ada. Ada King. I've had the name Ada floating in my head for a little while now, and I don't even know why. But that was never in question. Her last name was openly decided here on stream in real time. Couple more garbage bags. Not really interested in most of the rest of that for now. I don't know why I'm sneaking. We're okay for the immediate moment. That guy was going all the way around the whole house. I'll leave him for now. Couple of mechanics books. So large hooks do count as a short blunt weapon, believe it or not. Beautiful. We got ourselves a pipe wrench, ratchet wrench, crowbar for the back, so we can stop using our old lacrosse stick here. It was about to break anyway. Looks like we will be on long blunt for a minute, seeing as the game has handed us a number of long blunt weapons. Rubber hose. Hatchet, yes please, okay. Scratch that. We are off to the races on what we should be on. Whetstone, beautiful. If anybody is new to B42, whetstones to sharpen any bladed weapons, including axes. Alright, popping the garage doors. But we wanted to check the rest of the house to see if we happen to get lucky and find the keys to that car out there. And if not, we'll just be moving on. We'll be looking for another vehicle, any vehicle. Leave no stone unturned if you're looking for a key. I have seen them in bathroom containers before. Lighter. The alarm clock does not have an alarm set. Good. There's only one bedroom left up here. Well, at least I got the correct wristwatch. I don't think we're going to be having the key here. Okay, that's fine. Is there a basement? There is not. All right. If we aren't able to secure anywhere else that is safe to sleep in, then I could do a lot worse than this place. This place is pretty decent. So we'll be sticking with the hatchet for the immediate moment. I'll do my best to take care of her. Wait a minute, I'm not using the hatchet. That's fine. This thing is actually about to break in my hand, the club hammer. I'm going to go ahead and just use it till it breaks then. Public service announcement on the new maps. West Point, Rosewood, Riverside. They all, I believe they now have chances for vehicles to spawn in garages. You would think that that has always been a thing. No, no, it has not. There it is. Dual wielding watches. Let's go. Garage almost as big as the house? That's wild. Alright, no, car in there. Any tools? Okay, so I'm starting to see stuff that I'm going to want eventually. Stuff like dub rods. What I'm going to do is just kind of put that into a bag and leave the bag for pickup later. Found some knee pads, leg protection. I don't really need respirators that are just about to go bad. Elbow pads. Holy shit. It's one garage. We've already got good limb protection. I am here for it. Screwdriver. A standard auto magazine. A jack. That might be difficult to come by at some point. Jacks are the least convenient of the vehicle tools. Pumps are not essential. You can survive with a little bit low tire pressure. As long as it's not like so low that the tires are literally falling off, which is a little bit more rare. Alright, so we don't need things like spare cookware. That can go in this handbag to pick up later. Scrap metal. Badges. Honestly, these mechanic books. We don't have the capacity to be reading books right now. That is not an early game activity for the way I play. Okay, so we've got ourselves a bag for pickup here. Look at all that. Okay. Boy, howdy. I was not expecting an influx of books yet. Okay, we're going to do a garbage bag separate from the one sheet sling here. And combine the two. If nothing else, these new houses have got so much loot in them now. Like, it's kind of wild how much loot is in these houses now. Just by sheer increase of number of containers. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and mark these books as unwanted, since I now have them in a container that is coming with me. still don't quite have my bearings here. I want to say that we are in the top of town here. Yeah, we're at the top of town. So going down Sunset Meadows, in this direction would be the prison, and in this direction would be the fire and police department area. And that is prairie to my interests. That's where we're going to be going. We're going to see how far we can get in that direction, and then proceed from there. See what stops us. So I'm going to separate some stuff in my bags here. We're doing first aid. Just basically anything that would be in my field kit can go into the satchel for now. Whetstone, hammers, screwdriver wrench. And one rope, just one rope. Pens. Frying pan as a backup weapon. I'm doing a separate garbage bag here for low priority stuff, but not books, to keep them separate. Okay. Oh, that's a Mercia laying down there. I would be remiss not to key check that. Man devilish. Bandages do not do anything against bites. So we got a Mercia Lang and a Corvette. And I see keys to the Mercia Lang. We do not have keys to the Corvette. And that's okay. We can come back for that later when we can hotwire. For now, we've got keys to the Mercia Lang. Let's see if we have gas. I want to say no. That would be a negative. 66 engine quality. Don't ever let the prettiness fool you. So we need to go steal gas. We already have a rubber hose, so we just need a container of any sort. And we don't actually have a container right now. If I did, I'd be using it for water. Hey, look, an empty paint bucket. We got a container. Okay, this thing does not have any gas in it. So we are on a search for gas now. You generally don't want to put too much stuff in your satchel. More than just a little bit, and it's just a waste of space because the satchel is actually really bad at encumbrance reduction. It's better off in a different bag. We already have prescription sunglasses. I'm going to take that as a neutral thing. I'm not going to take that as a good thing. I'm anti-superstitious here. But yeah, prescription sunglasses of any sort can be pretty hard to find. So, we're not going to be able to split these guys up easily. Give me a push test. Alright, one of them went down. That would be a moment to fall back. One of them didn't go down. I can do left, right, but I don't like it. Hey, literally me. Yes, okay, so for anybody watching, welcome. If you don't know what happened to my last character, I do have a link for it in the description. Because I had a feeling that that is going to be asked a lot, if anybody didn't catch the end of last very short stream. TLDR, we made a mistake. And it wasn't just one mistake, it was a lot of mistakes. For a little while after I lost my first major long play character on live streaming series, I kind of said that I was going to do a post-mortem on them. I don't think I'm going to do that. That's just difficult for me. A little difficult. But in a nutshell, we made about 4 or 5 mistakes consecutively. The biggest one was just getting out of the truck at all. That was the biggest mistake we made, is getting out of that truck and fighting. We had no reason to. There was no impetus whatsoever to try to do a full clear. Now, the only reason that I thought I could do it at the time was because I was so happy to be doing pipe bombings again that I started allowing myself to be subsumed into the late game mentality. We were not even close to late game mentality there. We did not have the nimble to be getting out and moving in the combat stance on fucking mud in the middle of a rainstorm. That was the first and biggest problem. Second was we did not have guns that could kill them fast enough. Our guns were absolute shit. But no, I felt like I gotta get out of the truck and start fighting on foot. No, I never should have done that. I should have blown them up, as many as I could with the pipe bomb, and then just moved on. That's what I should have done. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But that's okay. We make stupid mistakes, sometimes many in a row. Wow. That's a lot in that one courtyard. But I gotta see if we got gas here. We do not have gas here. What number of Zeds to engage? Honestly, it's just whatever it feels right. I don't have solid numbers behind that, Mikursky. I don't know it off the top of my head, but there is a break point at which you can go faster than a zombie can lunge if you're in the nimble stance, if you're in the combat stance. Because it takes so long to level nimble, I don't even usually think about that. There is a bucket in there. I suppose I'll grab it. It's not necessarily a priority, but I'll take... Oh, look at that, another one. Okay. If I get too many more, I'm going to have to start leaving them. PSA on buckets. They are also cooking utensils. There's black dye in the trash. I need to leave this black dye somewhere outside so that I know it's there. It's like a very low priority item, but yeah, if I leave it somewhere visible, then it's less likely I'll forget about it. Okay, it's 1800 hours, and if we walk past a TV that's playing Life and Living, we'll be missing the show. So, out of an abundance of diligence, I'll check the nearest house, see if I can easily access a TV. I think we'll fishing today, I think. That is not easy access. See, any one of these houses, if Life and Living is currently playing, then we've already missed it. But seeing as I got in here without it playing, we might get lucky. If we are able to start watching it, then we'll read this Standard Auto magazine while we do so. Look at that. Okay. So nothing in that neighborhood is playing Life and Living. So we can watch, I think this is going to be fishing. I'm like 90% sure day one is fishing. Even though I haven't been able to successfully watch Life and Living on day one for quite a while. So, literally me, about that. This is before yesterday. So I was a lot more confident in writing something like this. But I started getting a script put together for a, what is it? The 4 things to know about Project Zomboid. You know, one of those things that just somebody can just, who's never touched the game, can pick it up and learn some philosophy behind it. Know thyself, know thy word, know thy tools, know thy enemy. And of course, when I say know thyself, I'm talking about yourself, your actual self in real life. That's, of course, I got to open up with that, you know, Zomboid is about as challenging at driving as driving on a highway. So if you don't feel like you could drive on a highway, then probably don't play. Or if you're going to play in that state, don't leave your base. Don't leave your base. Know your word. That's just knowing your character. Know thy tools, and of course we're talking about weapons, tools, and tools that get more weapons. And then of course know thy enemy. And we're not just talking about zombies. We're talking about walls. We're talking about trees. We're talking about bushes. And we're talking about terrain. And I'm going to give you guys some real irony. Again, I wrote this before the other day. Before yesterday when I lost my character due to... I mean, the nail in the coffin was we were in a combat stance on mud. Right? So it looks like I'm moving really slow right now. But yesterday, when we were trying to fight, we were only nimble level 1 or 2. I can't even remember if we made it to 2. I think we were 2. Yeah, we were level... Dixie was level 2 nimble. She wasn't encumbered, but she was wearing military boots, level 2 nimble in the combat stance on mud. That was why we could not move fast enough to try to get around that dude. We turned around, we tried to run, it didn't work. We just could not go fast enough because we took a huge movement speed penalty from being on the mud. And that movement speed penalty was one of the many factors that led to me just not getting out ahead of somebody that ended up biting me. Biting me on the head of all things. It's particularly painful to get bitten on the head when I had a helmet on, which means that bite went past a 60% protection threshold. That really sucks. But yeah, that script that I just showed there, that I'll definitely get a video built on that someday. Because mostly because when it comes to like standalone Project Zomboid content, you know, videos, I am far more hesitant than your usual YouTuber to actually put effort into a video, because it's only going to be, for the most part, it's only going to be relevant to whatever build is currently the thing, and it's just going to serve to distract people in the future when the game inevitably changes. But the few things that I posted in this script so far, all of this is timeless wisdom. This is the kind of shit that would still be, I don't know about tools that make weapons, that particular aspect. Maybe that was not added until more recently. But the rest of it is really timeless wisdom. The kind of stuff that's just going to help you, not even with this game. I mean, a lot of what I posted there is just stuff that probably would have helped me in Jedi Academy, for example. Learning my ranges and other stuff. Copy of Welder Monthly. Alright, so our current goal is working our way towards the fire department and checking every vehicle we see for gas. That is kind of just the general overarching goal at the moment. Anything we get with gas means we've got a car. Just look at that. Look at that guy hiding behind the fucking truck. Lunge? No. This one's got gas. We don't have a gas can, but we have a bucket. Now, buckets are an open container. Gasoline does evaporate. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. This is a survivor truck. I was not expecting that. I'd never found one of these in my previous character. They are relatively rare. So these duffel bags are full of random stuff. I'm just putting the bandolier on because I can, not because I particularly need it. An aerosol bomb. Aerosol bombs create fire. And fire is not as big of a threat currently because it doesn't spread very well, but in the long term, I'm sure the devs will figure that out and make fire a threat again someday. So, in its ideal form, we don't want to play with fire unless we very much know what we're doing. Now, there is a sawed-off JS2000 in one of these bags. There's two, actually. JS2000 sawed-off is basically it's pump action and it's short range. So it's not, and it, you know, I don't know. Whether I would ever use it in my current state, probably not. I'm just putting away some of my tools here. Our main duffel bag is full, but we've got a little bit of room in the satchel. I've got the jerry can full of gas that we found in here is now in my hand. And we're, like I said, we're only taking one of those JS2000s. Smoke bomb as well. So basically, if we research these, we've already got the ability to make rudimentary explosives. And now there is more gas in this step van. What does the trunk look like? It's a perfect trunk, but I don't see keys to this step van. So unless I find them on one of these Zeds, I don't see us going anywhere with it anytime soon. I will take reading glasses from that one. Yeah, okay, no keys. And that's okay. This van has already given us much. Someone on the forum said that jars now last for about 2 years. Hell yeah. Okay. I had not heard that. That is very important. I will actually take this dye bottle here and make it my water bottle. I'll just pour the dye into a different container. So where we're going to take this gas can that we just found, if anybody wasn't here earlier, we found a Murcielago with keys. And so I will put the gas in the Murcielago, and then we will have a car, day one sports car. Pretty good thing. Now, if I had to choose any one of the houses in this development, the one with the pond in the backyard is probably the best long-term choice. But I'm not really thinking long-term when I think of this development, because it is not very strategically well-placed for anything that I can think of. So I'm going to drop some of my bags real quick before we go and deal with those ones that have clocked me. Now you may notice that we are sweating at the moment. Be very wary about sweating, because when you start sweating, that means you've been hot for a while. If you've been hot for a while, that means you have been getting tired faster. So don't Pikachu face when you're when you get tired earlier in the day than you thought you would. Game doesn't explain that very well, so I try to explain that whenever I get a chance. So I ended up having to put a few things in my satchel that I didn't kind of really want to, so I'm going to take some of that out. Some jarred food here. Looks like Karen decided to stop slapping the gate there. Good for her. Otherwise, my field kit's coming along greatly here. I do not need the crowbar. That was just a spare weapon. Okay. Now, about the shotgun. We picked up a couple boxes of shells, which is nice. This lady's name was Ava Love. Our character's name is Ada. Ava versus Ada. Good job. 10 out of 10 game of the year. Let's see here. I want an upgraded water bottle. So I'm taking this, paint bucket. We're going to transfer the dye out of the dye bottle and into the paint bucket here. So that way the dye, which is a 2-liter bottle, basically just a equal, what's it called? It's equal to a water, or like a soda bottle. So we can stop relying on in cans. So I started talking about the shotgun. It's mostly just going to be a noisemaker for me for now. So I will take some rounds and put them in my bandolier here, but I don't expect to actually be shooting zombies with it very much. Not right now, at least. later on, after we've read the aiming book, ideally. Can't remember if anybody else was in this backyard or the front yard. Okay, we can worry about... Ooh! I wasn't even trying, but yeah, +1 to sneaking because of all the sneaky sneak we've started out with here. Oh, can I share the map seed? Regrettably, I did not copy it at character creation. I've only ever been asked once about the map seed, so you'll have to forgive me. It didn't really register to me this time. We, looked at the map seed within the first minute or so of the game, so if you want to go back in time to the very beginning of the stream, you'll see it pretty quick. Yeah, literally me is talking about the early game strategy there. I'm gonna be real with you, preventing zombies from spawning, I don't know how I feel about that, because they've reduced the population tremendously on Apocalypse. So making it even lower by exploring places earlier is, it feels a little silly. It feels a little silly. But, I don't have any strong feelings about it one way or the other, really. Honestly, I think a lot of our insulation is coming from the baseball cap and the shirt. If I take those two things off, yeah, we will stop sweating, probably. Alright, boys, we got ourselves a sports car here. A little bit of useless crap. Engine quality is only 66, so don't get too excited. But, I'll take it. Now, we don't have a lot of time before it's... I mean, on day one for a Restless Sleeper, you don't actually get fatigued until, really late, past midnight. That doesn't mean I want to mess my sleep schedule up permanently. We're gonna just, whatchamacallits, we're just gonna, sleep after we've scouted out the, fire department. I want to see what it looks like over there. See what kind of, gauge the threat level. Alright, so we've just got food and water. And the shotgun, preemptively, in case we need it. I'll load it up. Why not? I mean, honestly, I feel like I gotta screenshot this. This is one of the most successful day ones I've ever had in terms of just gathering things that are very helpful. Short-term and long-term. You leave West Point, March Ridge, Muldraw, so you have higher density. Yeah, no, that does make a lot of sense. Okay, so something to be aware of. If anybody has been in B42 but hasn't seen the latest version, you may notice there's a bunch of crops here. The map glow up has added a lot of that. Those are rather surrounded, so I don't really want to risk myself for those right now. But as long as the zombie doesn't trample on them, they'll be there for a little while. Okay, there's the driving school. Okay, I did do a pass-through. I did a pass-through of Rosewood on my previous character. We didn't turtle our way through it. That's one of the reasons I started here. Particular to see the new map, get a little bit more time on foot, see what it looks like, see what it feels like. I still like Riverside the best, but this is not a bad spot. We got the driving school, but then after that, beyond the driving school in this direction, is the prison, Rosewood Prison. prison's got some decent gear in it, most of which is stuff I wouldn't really want to worry about right now. A couple of guns, but I mean, I don't have aiming books yet, so I'm not really worried about guns. Here is the police department. Shit. I didn't realize that I had not successfully passed the sign. There we go. Alright, oh, knowing my luck, we're going to get to look at that thing for a long time, but we're not going to be able to use it because there's going to be no keys. Now, a moment of roleplay here. My character is probably very, very distraught to see that her place of employment and all of her coworkers are non-functional. Yeah. We always start Firefighter here, so that this is where we'd be working. Now, I would really like to get the zombies that are on us right now, lure them away somewhere else, ditch them on the other side of the police department, perhaps. I'm not going to start honking the horn just yet. Not just yet. Ooh, charmed flowers over here. Lots of step vans in this town. I've already counted more than I can remember in Riverside. Riverside, we had like 4. And I've already seen, I think I've already seen 4. Easily. We got a Rosewood prison van here. I think those have just a low chance of anywhere in Rosewood. Couple of guns in the back, most likely. I'm not going to allocate more than 2 or 3 seconds to this. It's locked. Okay, off we go. There's a video on my channel called Ragdoll Physics Can't Get Me Killed, right? Where I had a very nasty collision on this road. Bumped into a zombie, got it stuck under my wheel, and then ran into some bushes while people were closing in around us. Not good. I had to just basically abandon my vehicle. And I got really heated about it. Okay, so by going down the main road of the town, we lured all of the zombies that were on us at the PD in this direction, as opposed to the other direction. So that in and of itself was already a success. We've got the bookstore right here. Probably a similar value level as the Rosewood or the Riverside bookstore. I do hope that there will be some book boxes in the back. Cardboard boxes in bookstores are a very valuable target now. If you see them, check them. Long blade chances and aiming and reloading and whatnot. Okay, so it was up here, actually, that I originally thought that we were. Oh, no, wait a minute, we are. No, I was right. I was right. We were in the gated community when we started. I was right. I was right, okay. Off by a little bit, but not wrong. Okay. Not a bad map, or not a bad town tour for the first night. I'm going to take all this loot inside for now, and we will try to do a little bit of triage on it. I think that's the house across the street. Damn it. that kind of reset my brain a little bit. The house behind us should at least be clear. So I'm just going to observe their movements for a moment. What I want to try to see is if anybody in large quantities is going to try to go around from behind the fence in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there. I don't really care about the people in that backyard there. But I remember there being a very significant number on the other side of that fence. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Just gonna move the kitchen to the move the kitchen to the TV. Other way around. Watching TV while cooking, always relevant to my interests. Okay, I'm going to start unloading just a few things like cookware, since we are going to stay here at least a night. We'll see. We'll see about how long we'll stay here, because map tour, of course. But whether I come back here or whether I move to a different spot, that is an open question. I don't have an answer for yet. Still thinking about it. Let me start up a garbage bag of tools and materials. Not welding materials or tools. So that's scrap and dub sheets and whatnot. Small form food really should just go with me. Stuff that I can just eat straight up. As long as it's not too heavy of a collection of it. Otherwise, the canned food can go in its own container here. See, just because I don't necessarily plan on staying here for the long term, does not mean that sorting out what I've found is not a very worthy expenditure of time. It is, generally. Any magazines I've already read can be left behind. Once you've read a magazine, it gets the check mark next to it, as do all other copies of that magazine. Okay, I think that's good sorting for tonight. Essentials in my main bag. Non-essentials, long-term stuff in this garbage bag. And this garbage bag gets put... We'll just leave it in the garage for now. Okay, so we got a duffel bag and a couple spare duffels. That'll tide us over until we get ourselves a, whatchamacallit, sorry, lost my brain for a second there. Proper military backpack. Now, why do I feel safe sleeping here? Because this is a second floor, and we've got the windows, curtained up so that nobody will incentivize to see us while we're sleeping and wander up to the door. So we are relatively certain there's no reason for anybody to wander up to the base or the building while we are sleeping. Because it's 4:50, 6 a.m. is the cook show. I'm going to stay awake till after we've seen the cook show, and then we are going to sleep a second time and deploy. And what do we deploy for? That would be the map tour. Probably. I want to say that we have everything we need for a full map tour here. That's what I want to say, at least. We could probably, if we ripped up all the curtains and clothing in this house, that's probably like 6 stacks of, rags. Now, we never did find a wood saw out of all the stuff we did find, so I'm actually going to take the hacksaw that we did find out of the backpack and leave it in my toolkit for now. I usually prefer to carry around a wood saw. Wood saws are more common than hacksaws, and therefore having a wood saw on me at all times so I can saw logs whenever the need arises without using up something more valuable. So until about 6 a.m. I was sitting there yapping about that, and then there's a wood saw right here. So we got a wood saw into the satchel it goes. I'm going to go ahead and mark everything in the satchel as favorited. Except for the things that I want to replace soon. Any of those pens I would love to replace with a multicolor pen. Not exactly a priority, but just in case. There's some planks in here. If we happen to find nails, we will barricade the windows of the kitchen, and just that. There's no need to go nuts. There's too many windows on this house. So I don't really care about any windows other than the kitchen right now. Because otherwise everything in the kitchen is doorways. Don't go too nuts with disassembling furniture when you're really low-level carpentry, because you're not going to get anything from it. Even at high-level carpentry, I'm fighting to get a nail or two every once in a while. Okay. Lots of useless stuff, like, objectively useless. I don't know if I've ever had a rainstorm of this density this early on. It's only day 2 here. It's only day 2. Okay, 5:40. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the TV and start reading a little bit. Starting with, oh, it's playing last night's show. Hacksaw can go back into the bag. And reading glasses on. As a short-sighted person, reading glasses and sitting will improve our reading speed just a little bit. Okay, now, about the TV. It's still playing midnight, so if it doesn't stop before 6. Okay, I think it didn't stop. Midnight is just block commercials. So if it stops and we don't get any cooking, then what we have to do is actually change the channel and then change it back. Okay, good. Never mind, we're good. We have the cook show. So we've read the 2 other magazines we found so far. Those can stay here. Alright, it's done with Life and Living, changing the channel, turning it off. Gonna top up our water, and then we're gonna try to sleep one more time, and then we are out of here. Forgetting how many bedrooms there are in this place. Multiple. Now, the reason we sleep twice is because we are restless sleepers. Restless sleeper with wakeful, that particular combo, means that if you have 2 bedtimes, then you can generally stay awake along with the daylight, as long as you don't get interrupted by a nightmare. If you get interrupted by a nightmare, that fucks everything up. Nightmares are actually the bane of my existence in the long term. But we can... Jesus! Okay, we accounted for this. I didn't hear any windows breaking or anybody flipping, but we didn't need to hear that, now did we? These guys must have been attracted by the alarm. That's okay. Establish this as our safe approach to get back in. I closed the gates. That's not going to last long. I actually don't want them breaking the gate, and there's enough of them to break it, so I'm not going to... No, I'll just open it up. Remember, doors are to stop 1 or 2 of them, not a group. And we can't rebuild that, so... I'm going to fence fuck some of these guys. Probably 1 and then fall back. I need to be advised that the exact same problem that I was describing that killed my last character, being on the mud, trying to be nimble, in the rain, just as relevant now as it was then. Lunge. And lunge. Thank you. Sometimes the lunge is just longer downtime. And make the sharpness on this thing last as long as I can. We need to sharpen, speaking of, so I'm going to try to hammer some of these guys. Love it when I do that. Be very careful playing around with fences, they can get you killed. This lady might have, actually, she probably does have leather pants, but I think I see holes. She's a, she got a crash helmet, so she's like a biker or something. But, leather pants with 2 holes in it, so not very useful right now. I do like her boots, though. And her panties, but I don't have anything that matches that right now. So my sneakers, I'll put them away later. Okay. How many more do we got here? A couple coming out of the bottom here. Forgive me, chat, I've not been able to keep up for the moment. This is a lot of things to keep track of here. I hate it when they don't stand on each other properly. I'm going to try to split these guys up. Really didn't want to use that much sharpness of my axe this early on, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm gonna try to sharpen while we're in here. At least fast forward a little bit. Okay. We're getting a minor unhappiness penalty for eating just straight up steak. I think we're going to be fine. There's some nails in here. Normally I wouldn't just grab a single nail, but if I don't have space for it, but no, we'll take it. I already grabbed pretty much everything else out of here. What? Oh, tire iron is going in my satchel as part of my vehicular kit. Everything else is more of a long-term concern. Alright, so I do see somebody trying to get in the back door there, but she's now walking away. So, cool. I'm more concerned about these folks over here by where the Corvette is. That guy's got a Hawaiian shirt. I'm going to try to kill him with blunt so that if I can get the shirt, I'm able to take it. Alright then. Sorry, I can't really fast forward while I'm keeping an eye on a fence scratcher here. I know, right? Well, it's cold steak, so the temperature is definitely affecting it. Oh, of course this lady's going to come along and ruin it. Damn it. Okay. Well. Okay, we're good. I don't see any holes in it, but I'm not seeing his front here. Nope, it's got holes in it. No, it doesn't. Okay. Alright then. Hawaiian shirt as a go. I don't know if I ever actually isolated a Hawaiian shirt on Dixie, because by the time I started looking for it, there just didn't seem to be any. I know I passed up a few opportunities. I took her key ring, so I was hoping for a key to a race car, perhaps, but no. I say race car, sport car. They conflate in my head because they all use sports car parts, so. For situations where I don't need to kill them too quickly, I'll switch to short blunt so that I don't have to, whatchamacallit, use up the durability of my hatchet quite as quickly. Hey. Oh, shit. Interesting distribution from that house alarm. But at least these guys are all slow, so we can pull them apart. She got scissors in it. Now, if you periodically hear the sounds, feel like it's cutting out, that's actually the panic. Don't want to use up this hammer all the way, but I guess we'll do what we have to. I would sooner pull out my wrench than break this thing. Generally, for the moment, the safer thing to do is to pull them out onto the asphalt or gravel, where I'm not taking movement speed penalties that they don't have. That's part of what cost us Dixie. One of the many factors. If it was a little colder. Yeah, what a partner. It's a nice match, but I don't have the insulation capacity for that right now. We'd be getting hot. We'd start getting hot very quickly if I started wearing this. That's why I took my own hat off. We'll leave it there for pickup later. Linked in the description if you want to find out why I had to restart. I have lots and lots and lots of problems combined all at once. But it happens. Happens to any of us. 400 and something odd days since a character death. Still happens. We got some bread on the table in there. It's probably already stale. We'll give it a little look-see. Still fresh. Alright then. PB&J's it is. Oh, PB&J's and steak. How about that? Yeah. Steak and peanut butter and jelly. I'm mostly just doing this because sandwiches are easy to transport food. I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna walk while I do this. Whenever it comes to putting meat on the sandwiches, the portions can be really small. What I'm going to do is put 2 of these sandwiches in the freezer because, whatchamacallit, the bread has been sitting out for a couple days, so it's already not going to be very fresh. And 2 of these sandwiches will last me a whole day, so if I take 2 with me today, and then save the other 2. I'm going to need to check the backyard of the main house here, too, as well. After seeing the distribution that we just had, they could be in the backyard. Alright, 2 sandwiches into the freezer. PB&J, or P&B go into the... Alright. That's food for the rest of today, then. Lightweight food. I am going to leave my pillow in the vehicle. It's also afternoon now. I'm going to watch carpentry again. It'll be a little bit more difficult to start watching TV once we're out in the field, so... The bread knife is not a very good crafting knife. I don't think there's very many crafting things you can do with it. No. If I had like a paring knife or something, then that would be in my kit by now. Alright, so we're almost level 2 carpentry. You should have... Yeah, we can do barricades. but we only have one nail, so I'll do one of the windows, I guess. Oh, change the channel before turning it off. There we go. I suppose if I had to pick a window, it would be this one that's already broken. I'll do that first. See, that way, if they break into any of the other windows, I at least hear the noise and I get warning. Barricades otherwise just slow them down. Alright, it took a little bit longer than I wanted to get this place secure again after the house alarm. But that's fine. We are about that map tour. I'm going to put my duffel bags and frying pan into the glove here. Yeah, see, look at that. Fucking... Hank! 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 Hank, you're running in the mud! Hank! Ooh. KTO is starting a new adventure, it seems. That is going to be an interesting one. The lack of high pop is relevant to my interests. I personally am not a fan of high pop. But what else is new? A couple of things that I'm currently carrying in the satchel can go into the car. Vehicle tools that I'm not going to be using immediately, like jack and tire iron, onto the driver's seat. Pretty much everything else stays with me. Medical supplies, wood saw, screwdriver wrench, that kind of stuff. I mean, if nothing else, the wrench is a backup weapon. Now, when it comes to the map tour, what I think I'm going to do, since we're in Rosewood, that changes my calculus rather tremendously. I would like to have weapons with me on a map tour, so I feel like before we do the map tour, I should really secure the Rosewood Fire Department. But that is a monumental undertaking. I'm going to think about that while we use the sound of the vehicle to lure anybody out of these buildings that we need to wipe out because they're too close to us. Gray is gray. I've got anybody joining if you're not familiar. Previous character took... I failed her. I failed Dixie. Linked in the description with a timestamp if you want to see what happened. It was a dark and stormy night, and that was part of the problem, a huge part of it. Getting a little smelly out here, but at least we've gotten the buildings emptied of their idlers. Two Zeds, generator, car, left car, kill them, realize your hands are empty. Oh god, yeah, that is, no weapon to hand. That's a painful one. As much as I'd love to make advantage of that, not when somebody's on their way in. So most of the reason I'm killing these guys, not because I really want to, but they're too close. Fast one. We'll deal with her first. Leather coat. Digital watch. Just leaving them on the floor for now. There is a shed in the backyard of the house, the problem house there that attracted everybody with the alarm. Probably going to check that this evening before we deploy. Depending on circumstances. My immediate term plans are going to kind of depend on how difficult it ends up being. Damn it, did you have to go right in the road? Skill issue. I should have dumped him a little harder. I want no obstructions. I'm going to be going back and forth on this road. So crawl your ass out of that road for me, would you? You are now allowed to stop crawling. Then you have my permission to die. See, this is where if I had a knife, wouldn't matter that I'm long blade or a short blade level 0. Wouldn't matter. It's cruel, but it's also entirely predictable. One of the things that I was talking about before is that my previous character death the other day was just largely multiple problems stacked on top of each other. One of them was you can summarize it to arrogance if you want. You definitely that would not be inaccurate, but more specifically, it's that when I started doing pipe bombings, I started allowing myself to go into late game mentality. We were nowhere near close to late game mentality. It's just that, I got pipe bombs, so I started going back into, oh yeah, it's like I'm on Danny. I'll get out and just clean everybody up with guns, no problem. No, that was never going to happen. That was never going to, even if I did not get bitten last night, I would have had to fall back. And I should have recognized that. But, live and you learn. Or you die and you learn in this case. This is how you died. So when it comes to vehicles as weapons, I prefer to use the sides wherever humanly possible. Because the hood, you want to save that for your accidental hits. And the trunk, you want to save that so you can put stuff in it. Yeah, that really just leaves you with the front sides. With a lot of other vehicles, the sides actually damage the trunk as well. That's ambulances and other things. But vehicles like this, it's only a direct back collision that will fuck you up. I want this guy's backpack, so I'm going to split him up. And kill him quick here. Oops. I don't know if this fence next to me counts as low or high, so I'm just not trusting it for now. I think it's a low fence, but it looks a little high. It's one of the newer fences. Let me just try it real quick. Yep, okay. If that had been a high fence, then she would have just been animation locked. That would not have been good. Not the best time for a test. How are we doing today? We're doing all right. I mean, honestly, as far as starts go, this is better than my last. Just in terms of all the resources we've accumulated thus far. It's July 10th, 1600 hours. We're doing pretty good. We've got access to a pretty well-defended neighborhood right here in our own starter town. We're just trying to get the area around it secure so that nobody wanders in. Let her stand on him. really encroaching on my street here. I like his hat. The nice shade of black right there. Let's try to split these two up. There we go. Still too warm for baseball caps, but look at that match. Look at that matchup. Pretty good find for early game. You guys may have noticed that yesterday I was sweating a lot, getting hot, sweating. But today, despite the rain, never once have I been hot, nor has the moodle popped up. Hasn't got any colder. It's still 80 degrees Fahrenheit. But that's the difference that a very simple hat can make. That and the shirt. We took the formal shirt off. This hammer is probably really close to breaking. At this point, I'm just leaving watches on the floor. We'll pick them up later. We've been in the stink zone for a minute now. I would love to find a bandana if I could find one that would hold off on the bad stench. Now, I think we've gotten sufficient distance between our safe sleeping zone and the latest groups of Zeds. So what I'm going to do is try to lure everybody in radius right now down this road with a toot or two. Now, if I was not planning on leaving town, up this road and to the right is Gigamart and then the gas station, so those resources would be much more strategically important to me right now. I would have put a lot more thought into toots of the horn if I was going to stay here, because I would need to secure those immediately, or rather, you know, as a higher priority than just kind of doing what we're doing now, which is shaping up to get out of here. As you can see, we're being surrounded. But a lot of what we're doing right now is actually just pulling them from the top right, or the top left side of the screen, where my ugly face is. That's what I want to be doing more than anything. That's why we're kind of staying to the left side here. Because every zombie that leaves that area and comes up here is one less zombie that can wander up while we're trying to sleep and do other things in that area. Otherwise, we ditch them. You know, it's still only the second day. These Spiffo burgers are probably still good. Problem is, I'm not fighting for them. If I could get into Pizza World and get a whole ass pizza, that would take care of early game weight gain. A pizza is like, I don't know, 4,000 calories. Oh, they moved Gigamart. I forgot. Gigamart's on the other side of the road now. Okay, so there's also a tool store stapled onto it. I don't even know if I noticed this when we came here on my previous character. But that is an important thing to be aware of if you're doing the Rosewood thing. I don't know if Rosewood ever had a dedicated tools and materials sort of joint like this. I'm gonna drive past these step vans real slow just to see if I can see any keys laying on the floor. So far nothing has caught my eye. But a step van with a key, that would be something worth actually getting out and fighting for. Shit. That was a trunk hit. This thing did not have much trunk space to start with. Oh, Mr. Hungs. Mr. Hungs, Mr. Hungs, Mr. Hungs. Wide and open, nobody is nearby. I'm going to check to see if there's a key. Ignition or a glove. The lock is broken, never mind. Ah. Yeah, Spiffos is, if you're just looking for calories. go in there, add some ketchup to the burgers, gorge yourself. But that would be a fight because I pulled a bunch of zombies in that direction, so. I suppose, well, look at that. Mail van right there. Now, the mail van, you would think it's just a step van. No. A mail van is a bull... Oh, well, it's like a bull driver with a big trunk. And the reason I say that is because for some godforsaken reason that I have no capacity to explain whatsoever. The mail step van is the only step van in the game that you can't access the trunk from the cab. Unless they fix that in the latest version. I haven't looked at one yet, so maybe they fixed that in the latest version. I don't know. But that's the way it has been for all of B42. Chalk that up to another bug report that I've submitted. And I'm pretty sure I was even less snarky in my bug report that I submitted for the step van. The mail step van being the only one that you can't get the trunk from the cab. The funniest part is it's the most likely vehicle that you would be able to get to the trunk from the cab. Because they're literally built that way. UPS trucks, FedEx trucks. They want the driver to be able to get to the trunk easily. You see those every day. You get your Amazon deliveries. But anyway, I forgot that they moved the gas station out of town. As in, like, KY60 is right here. The gas station is on the other side of it now. That is a rather significant change to Rosewood from a correlational standpoint. Because this right here, this is where I expect the gas station to be, is this joint. Okay. Didn't know we were going to have this. This is an Electromax van. Electromax vans have electrical loot in it. My previous character, in one Electromax van, she found the generator magazine and the pipe bomb magazine. Fucking lightning strike with her. Instead, this one we've got home security monthly, twine. Oh! Okay, so we got lucky for a very different reason here, boys. Remote controller. Long range. Okay, so we're getting real deep in the weeds here. But you want to do pipe bombs. You want to do remote pipe bombs. You want to kill thousands of zombies with a single click. Unless you find one of these, you've got to grind electrical all the way to level 6 before you can make these. Now, we take this. We really don't have a level requirement for electrical anymore. As soon as we find the pipe bomb magazine, we can learn how to make pipe bombs. There's no level requirement. Now, crafted triggers might have a level requirement. I actually don't know, but crafted triggers would be the next level requirement. I think that might be level 2. I don't know. But this is a very significant find. This is going to stay with me wherever we go, because I will not risk leaving that behind. In fact, that's going to go ahead and get favorited. Everything else is just, standard stuff you can find in a Electromax van. Now, I don't know if Electromax vans count for this, but you can now find sledgehammers and other heavy-duty tools in the passenger seats of vehicles. So, if I have access to a vehicle like this and it's locked, I'm gonna check it anyway. We're gonna do what we have to do to check it. But nothing of that sort. And of course, if it's locked, I have never once seen a locked vehicle have the key inside of it. It'd be kind of funny if that was actually possible, because some people do lock their keys in their car. I did that once. Very embarrassing. It's alright. Replace my alcohol wipes with a full pack instead of a half pack. We're going to have a bite to eat, and then we're going to see if we can catch the 1800 hours show. We've been a little farther afield than our base, or where we've been staying, and because of that, we might have driven past a TV. We might have driven past a TV that's playing something to mark on my map really quick. This trailer down here is a survivor house. It's going to be one of the most pathetic survivor houses we'll ever see, but it's getting marked. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we're going to look for a TV real quick. See if we can catch the 1800 Life and Living. And if we can't, then we can't. It's fine. They're all things that aren't that hard to level, and you can always find the tapes. It's mostly just a case of, if I can do it, I will. Now, to get back to where we're staying, I'm not going to use the main road, because then I'll just be leading all the people that I tried to lure away. I'm just going to be leading them back progressively. So we're going to take an alternate route. An alternate route going this way would drive us past a lot of TVs. I'm going to go all the way around the outside of town here. Let me check the map real quick. Yeah, all the way around outside. We'll go all the way down here to Toad Hop. That's probably going to, take KY60 to Toad Hop, and then I should get this marked right here. This is our It doesn't have walls yet, so it does not get more than a B, but it is a B because it is a base. We'll put a circle around it when it gets barricaded properly. No, KTO, I will, I'm going to take this as a sign of short-term luck. Long-term, who knows? Who knows what kind of unlucky shit's going to hit us. Got to take the dubs with the L's, and I feel like an L is building up now. We've been pretty lucky on this character. That tells me that an L is coming. Here's an example of the new curse of roads. You'll notice that some of these trees are blocking the road completely. Be very, very, very aware of certain country roads because of that. Yeah, you will be going a little fast through them, and there will be a zombie that you can't see if you're not holding down the fucking right mouse click button. So we got a trailer park up here. Probably pretty light on loot. I don't even see a propane grill. Pathetic. Pathetic, man. The Riverside trailer park had propane grills. A couple of them. You know, charcoal actually probably does make certain... Look at that! Look at that! I caught it this time. Alright, look at this fucker right here. Look at this fucker right here. Watch what happens if I back up a little bit. Look at that. Where'd she go? My character can see her. Why the fuck can't I? It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. I know. I got a right click. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's stupid. My character can see it. I should be able to as well. God, man. The pedantically, technically realistic people are really dragging this game down. The XXL trees are a real problem. I was not quite expecting this much in this corner up here. We're kind of running into the same problem. If I go home in this direction, we might have a little bit of company following me. Yeah, okay. So I got to get out, kill these three at the very least. So I'm going to park. Well, let's see if my automobile foo. My car foo. Let's test my car foo here. Nope. Failed. See, this is one of the many reasons that fast driver can fuck you up. I've been playing this game for almost 4,000 hours and I still don't know the base acceleration of some of the most common vehicles. Yeah, no. Speaking of base acceleration, we don't want to make the same mistake. Nimble on the mud. Don't do that. Axe level 2. Just gonna stun lock this one. Waiting for the fast one to get to me. See, I was just hoping to fight 3, but a little more than that. This is why we got to be careful about what roads we use to get back to base. Come on. Fuck. Alright, left, right. Left and right. Left and right. And left. And whatever. I'm surprised this hammer is still around. I expected this hammer to be broken by now. We had one more, I thought. Yes, no, maybe so. Well, that guy, up all the way up there. Okay. Yeah, that's a nice all-terrain truck, if only we had the keys to it. Regrettably, that was actually the house we ended up setting up in, and no key, but that's fine. Okay. There's a little bit of feeling in my hand here. Speed differences, they can be unpredictable. Let's go, lady. Stand on her for me, buddy. Oh, it doesn't... Okay, that's... It sometimes works, but it's not... It feels like it's less reliable than it used to be. Zombies used to stand on each other somewhat reliably, but that... Okay. Glad I found out in a more controlled environment than somewhere else. Okay, so... I mean, it's okay to stop and start fighting right there, because right there, we already know that we're within range... Or we're not within range of any TVs that's playing Life and Living. So, as long as we didn't miss it by, I don't know, 1600 there, or, sorry, what we got back here at 19, something like that. As long as we didn't miss by then we can turn on the TV right now, and we'll have it. Let's give it a shot. Success. We have missed no Life and Living TV shows yet. I think we found one magazine. 2. Good Cooking and Home Security Monthly. Jumbo Tree Indoor Fix. Works on roads too. Beautiful. Oh, that is beautiful. Almost as beautiful as Agriculture Level 1. That will actually boost the yield if we harvest any of those crops that come on pre-existing farm plots. Now this hat we picked up, I mostly picked it up because it's a pretty color. It's a little warm to be wearing it regularly, so we're putting it away for now. I think this duffel bag is a better match for my dark kit, so I'm going to take that one that we found. Look at that. Look at that. I like matching. Matching is just a very simple way to please me. Okay, well, you know, I say that, but then there's a big hiking backpack that we found on the other side, so yeah, that's obviously. Matching is important, but functionality is even more important. I am not the peacock. I will not sacrifice functionality for appearance. That's all right. We don't need to. We're pretty damn functional, honestly. And we look pretty good while doing it. Alright. Staying pretty lightweight on our kit here. And otherwise, we're pretty well sorted. I've just been... oops. Gotta be careful with that. Stray click is all it takes to open a friggin' garage door. We didn't find any... We did not find any... nails while we were out today. As an evening task before we're ready for bed here, I'm going to go across the street and try to hit that shed over there. Yeah, there's a shed over there. It's in the backyard of the house that had the alarm trigger. Kind of messed us up a little bit. My previous character, Dixie, had a water shut off in the first couple of days. Who knows? Maybe Ada here will have a power shut off early or something. I'm going to pull out another garbage bag for materials that we collect. And just start loading it up with materials that are going to be useful sometime in the not-too-distant future, but not immediately. We have a spare ball peen on the ground right here, going in my backpack to be replacing the one that we're currently using for when it breaks. Currently, I don't have any sort of shovel, so the gardening trowel will go with us. Okay, now, honestly, it feels extremely early to even be thinking remotely about explosives. But we already found a couple of bombs, and we already found a long-range detonator. So remote triggers are a level 2 recipe. Okay, so honestly, we get to level 2. But then we just got to find the recipe. Okay, never mind. Never mind. The recipes can sometimes be extremely annoying, so we can't take anything for granted there. But let's just say that we somehow had the recipe. That would be our last. That'd be our last threshold. Just get to level 2. See, the 2 bombs that we did find already in that survivor van. And I mean, who knows? We didn't get a chance to fully clear that survivor van. There might be some more stuff on the passenger seat of the glove. These 2 bombs, I can research the craft recipes for them. I'm going to save that. It's going to take a minute. I'm going to save that for an evening task after we get back here. We've got another hour or so. I'm going to spend that going across the street, see if I can get anything useful out of the shed. There may still be some active Zeds in the backyard here. I don't know. Don't know yet. We'll find out. I think there might be a basement in here, too. Hang on. No. There is nowhere downstairs could be right now. Okay. Somebody hitting the... Yeah, okay. Now, this house had a house alarm on it, but it already went off once. I don't actually know for sure if that means that it won't go off again. I don't think it does. Or is it like just a chance per window and door? Is that how it works? Because I have no idea. I just know that sometimes it goes off, and that's all I really know. Just popping the doors. Needle and thread, sure. Spelling pattern. So I guess we got a garage and a small knife. Small knife is into the satchel here. Garage and a shed here. Not a very substantial garage. There's some flashlights that we found so far, but none of them have good batteries. But at this point, I'm just going to grab a flashlight, any flashlight, so that I have one. Even though I don't usually like the big ones. Before we get locked in looting anything else, I want to check and see if there's any uprights outside here. Any more foot mobiles. I don't really care about somebody breaking a window on the other side of the street there. Or the other side of the fence, rather. That guy's going around. No generator on the floor, so it's just the contents of the shelves. I would prefer to deal with this guy before he becomes a problem. Spiffo plushies with 4 days left. I don't like FOMO, so I'm not participating in that, but yes, public service announcement, if you don't mind FOMO, then yes, 4 days left on some limited time Spiffo merch. You know, honestly, I think we don't have any more stragglers that could threaten it, so we can close up for now. There's the fatigue. So we managed to kill the last one that I noticed before the fatigue kicked in. That's I'm always here for that. Let's see if we can get into the door over here. Nope, but we got a window. Alright, make this not a waste of time. Odd stuff. I wouldn't necessarily call it a waste of time, but not what I was here for. At least I've got a few things to stick into the decoration bag to pick up later. Yeah, okay, garbage. Absolute garbage. Wasting my time. But at least we cleared a potential resource of stuff. There's a shed on the other side of this fence, but now that we're fatigued, I'm not as combat effective as I could be, so I'm not challenging that for now. We can do that as an overnight task. I will sleep, and then overnight we can take a peek at a few things. this garbage bag full of books. I'm actually going to put the books in the trunk. Actually, I will leave them in the garbage bag and just name the garbage bag B, and then put the, okay, because I have a feeling that we're not going to be stuck with this car forever. So having the books loaded up into something to make it easier to transfer is probably better. Useful stuff goes in the garbage bag. Fun stuff goes in a separate bag here. Thread can go in there, and then we've got reading material for tonight. Otherwise, we are good. Not bad for the first 2 days. I've had better first 2 days, but honestly, that's not bad in the slightest. Of course, this is the closest bedroom to a door, or sorry, the stairs, but I didn't put a pillow on it. Oops, don't pick it up. Sleep. There you go. All right. Very rainy. Honestly, the fall rains have come very early on this character's journey. Like, very, very early. I hit 5, hoping to get a flashlight, but no, there's no flashlight. I'm going to take one of the spare pillows off of the other beds and put them on the... just one on every bed. Why not? Mostly this one, because this one's closest. Now, what I'm going to do is... I would prefer to just have all the loot in this entire house in one spot, so that before we head out, like, you know, the second time, permanently head out, I can decide what to take with me. So if I establish a garbage bag of, like, just, reading material, and then everything else in a separate, and then dump it. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. Any electrical stuff, separate as well. High-end cameras, either decorative or electrical. But seeing as we don't have the book yet, we don't disassemble anything yet. So already an entire garbage bag filled up with not very useful stuff. We're just going to head downstairs and dump all that out. Lights, we can turn those on. So very low priority stuff on the right then. One of the many reasons I always pick up garbage bags whenever I see them, because they're just so useful. Sorting, picking things up, very lightweight, a lot of storage space. I will endlessly glaze the humble garbage bag. It's all just one house, by the way. Literally all just one house and multiple garbage bags full of stuff. You would never see that in whatchamacallit, pre-glow up locations. Okay, that is everything on the second floor at least. Now the TV is just a spare TV, but it is a TV nonetheless. Having a spare TV in the vehicle with you where you go means that when it's time to watch TV, you can literally just take it out of the vehicle and deploy it somewhere where there's power. It's only 10 encumbrance, and it's one of those things that, you know, if you start running out of room, then you can just leave it behind with a clean conscience. But until that point, on the floor here for now. Now, this is just a figment of the current version, but certain furniture items, if you put them on the ground, they just disappear. So I need to remember that that's there, so I put that there. Okay. Honestly, a garden fork is not a bad improvised weapon, but it's categorized as a spear. It is technically the fastest attack speed spear in the game. So if you're trying to level spears, and you want to just sit there and poke zombies, and you've got high-level blacksmithing, by these powers combined, you can power level it at your leisure. So much loot in one house. I would never do this for every house in this area. It's only because I'm literally sleeping here that I'm doing this much. This is already more than Now, if somebody were to ask, would you actually ever use every piece of this stuff? No, not even close. But I won't have stuff just laying underneath my feet in a place where I'm sleeping when I could organize it and get it ready to go somewhere. Okay, that should be just about everything that is not already something. We are now officially unburdened by what has been. So these 3 garbage bags on the floor here are everything that we kind of just, you know, picked up but don't really need. That's 70 encumbrance of stuff. 70 encumbrance of stuff. Of just stuff that just, you know, we don't immediately need and is not going to have a short-term purpose. Separated from the 12 encumbrance of reading material versus the a metric lot of encumbrance of electrical stuff. What I'm going to do is just bundle that in with the reading material for now. Electrical, first aid, reading material. That can all go together. Because it's useless. It's useless until I'm ready to use it. But then once it is, I will thank myself for that bag later. Normally I would go to sleep for my second sleep at 5 a.m. For the early game here, we're doing 6 a.m. because we want to catch the cook show. So it's after the cook show is done is whenever that is. That's when we go to sleep. For the moment, I'm going to pass the time by researching this aerosol bomb. And then this smoke bomb. So once again, just I'm not high enough electrical to make remote triggers yet, but I can now make those bombs if I feel like it. Those can go in with tools, materials here. Now, will these magazines that I've already read ever be useful again? In a couple of months, there will be a cooldown that passes, and I'll be able to read them again for entertainment purposes. So if I wake up with a nightmare and I want to curl up with a good book, that is when that becomes relevant. But that's, yeah, long-term concerns. I'm going to check around through this electrical disassembly stuff that I picked up, just to see if I have a battery and something that I can extract. I don't have a flashlight with a battery in it yet. See, these TV remotes, I feel like they have a chance to give you a battery, and yet you cannot pull the battery out of them separately. That's rather silly. So I'm not going to bother with that right now. We'll find a battery at some point. That's not even a question. Okay, getting the TV on now for Life and Living. Oh shit, that's the overnight show. Whatever, okay. That means it's going to go on for a minute. I'm going to take... The only book that I've found so far that's immediately relevant is Mechanics 1. I'll read it just to pass the time, because we've got to get through this show, and then we can turn on the next. Reading glasses on, butt in the seat, nose to the book, and fast forward. Alright, now, that was the midnight show, is what just played. Switch to a different channel, switch back to Life and Living, and now the 6 a.m. show shows. So we got cooking show in a minute here. We are level 2 1/3 cooking now. Alright, now I take the sandwiches out of the freezer. Now, when it comes to the immediate future and our foodstuffs, what I like to do is operate as if, you know, the power cutoff could be any minute. That's kind of just what I like to do, even if it could be as long as a month away. Like, I have seen the power go well into the first week of August before. But it's never a good idea to rely on that. That's how things don't work out for you. So, of course, if we find a generator, even though we cannot yet use them, if we find a generator, we are taking it back here and leaving it in front of this place for the short term. And you know what? I was hesitant to deploy these, but we're going to go ahead and deploy the buckets that I've found, because there's all this free sky water falling from the sky. Might as well start capturing that. In the meantime, we are still pressuring the pedals here. So today's goal is the fire department, as best as we can, because then we can get a good collection of weapons and be combat effective for anything that comes our way for exploring the map. I don't need to close that back up. The chances of anybody wandering in while I'm away in single player, that not really going to happen as much. I'm not saying it's not possible, it just doesn't happen very often. There would have to be an incentive for them to do that. Alright, so that white van right there, that white van was the survivor van where we found the bombs. I still want to check its seats, so I'm gonna do it again and then loop back around. Oh, this guy's got a... Let's use some car foo. I don't know if we managed to kill him. I think we got... No. He's a crawler now. At least we can separate him more easily. Our car foo was a failure. We were supposed to not hit it with the front, but, oh well. Oh, VHS store in Rosewood. This is new. That is important. I need to mark that. He says as zombies close in around him. Now it auto pauses now. I did not even know that Rosewood had one. With the influx of new skill VHS tapes, that is those are more important than they've ever been. Alright, I'm going to do the same thing I did the other day. Pull people in this direction, because I want to go back there, kill that crawler with the backpack, and then get a, check the cab of that step van. So what I'm going to do here is, I'm just kind of pulling people across the street on that side. I'm going to go around the bouquets here. Get back out on KY60. Go all the way around like I did last night. Quick peek at the vehicles in this lot. Nothing's jumping out at me. There's a van all the way there in the bottom corner that I'm not familiar with. We'll check at a later date. Hello, Jin. Lewis, if you want to see what happened with Dixie, top link in the description with a timestamp. It is a unfortunate circumstance, but yes, we are starting anew today. This is Ada. I would give a salute with her, but she is currently driving. So one of the things that now that towing has been changed, long distance vehicle towing has been nerfed into the ground. I don't know if the devs are going to ease back on that decision at all. So until they decide to ease back on that decision, for me, trailers are more valuable than ever. Just regular old trailers, more valuable than they've ever been. So, in our map tour, seeing as we're starting here in Rosewood, one of the first places we'll be going is Irvington, actually. Because Irvington, we go down there and we take a look at the animal, or the factory farm. The factory farm down there. The factory farm down there has a parking lot with a very high trailer spawn rate. Animal trailer and regular trailer. And if they spawn in a lot like that, then they won't be damaged like the ones that you find in the vehicle wrecks. The only one of the zombies on us right now that I want to kill is this guy, because he could follow me home easily. Same with this guy over here. I think I'm going to need that. Anyway. So, if my calculations are correct, the shenanigans we just pulled should have lured a good chunk of anybody who would be around the step van up here. As you can see, they're still moving in that general direction. I am going to park here, get out, and check the van on foot. Minimize my profile a little bit. I have not yet tried PZ Map for anything yet. I know the rest of the map so well that I'm just kind of enjoying exploring. I also heard that there were some recent problems with the map. As in, like, it was officially hosted by the devs at one point, but then suddenly it wasn't. And I'm not sure what's going on with that. Okay, so there never was anything on the seats here. And we don't have keys, so we cannot use this van. But it was worth a check. Astronomical that we would have another van, but worth a look if it's clear. CD play, a battery, yes, I will take that battery and put it in my flashlight. Otherwise, not much. That one Zed who was a crawler with a backpack may be around the corner here. I don't see him. He's probably gotten pretty far then. Okay, that's fine. It was just a regular hiking backpack. It was not a large one. that one upright? No. Okay. So I'm going to take another look at the fire/police department and see if I can just see what we're looking at there. Just see what we're looking at. God bless it, we've taken some trunk damage and hood damage here. That's just the early game rush. I'm always a little less concerned about my vehicles early game. We're right behind the courthouse right now. Courthouse to the right. Police department, bottom center. And on the other side of the police department is the fire department. Ooh, that is the second time this thing has almost damaged me. We're good. So what I need to do now is if I want to take the fire department, it's going to be hard not to take the police department too. They're just too close to each other. So establishing a safe angle of approach to take the PD and then the fire department. That is what we're working on now. So that means we got to clear all the way up to this intersection with extreme prejudice. It would have been much easier to kill her while she was on the floor. Whatever. Now, of course, the fire department is still more important for axes, but I mean, we could find hatchets in here. Don't discount your local garages and/or tool stores. I'm actually willing to bet that we would come out of this place with more tools and materials than we would frickin' Electromax back in Riverside now, because they've nerfed that into the ground. Taking a pair of tongs, because metal tongs, can actually be really frustrating sometimes. Crucible. Most of this stuff, not right now. Seed package just because they're so small. Some of this stuff I'm picking up as low priority, but seeing as we haven't left our starter town yet, and we're still establishing bags for pickup later, I can make room for that kind of stuff. Just got to make sure to drop it off before we leave for the map tour. Map tour would be 10 times easier without all this rain. As much as Skywater is useful sometimes, right now, it's just making it harder to operate off-road and hear things around me. Okay, I do have to step away briefly IRL, but I've also got so much I've got to do here. So normally when I step away IRL, I will let our character read a book or something, but I've got a lot of work to do here. Okay, I'm establishing a bag of stuff. I probably should have done this before we... Yeah, just establishing a bag of stuff that doesn't need to be with me immediately. We'll put that in the back, or put that in the trunk, and then leave it behind at the base. Since this bag is now classified as leaving at base, I can top it up with some semi-useful stuff here. There's not that much, but yeah. So this road now is our safe angle of approach to the fire department and police department. We can be reasonably assured that we can work our way down this road and not be flanked directly from behind. I'm going to go ahead and just cut the engine here because, yeah, we're going to be fighting for a minute. Make sure nobody's going to be coming out of these houses. Veggie oil. This place has a TV in it. Now that it's secure, we can come back here right as noon is rolling around, watch carpentry. Way too many windows to want to establish a safe place to sleep in either of these. Yeah, way too many windows. That's okay. If we found a box of nails, the math on that might change a little bit, but until we find a box of nails, there's no barricading anything. As decorative as those low tables are, they block movement in front of the couch, so no. We've got about an hour until it is time for carpentry. We can kill a few Zeds out here. And make a little bit of progress toward that lovely, lovely fire department. Clear the neighbors first, I guess. There's somebody. Aha. Didn't hear that she wasn't dead for a second there. Okay, that should be good for this neighborhood once we clear the bedroom of this house. Okay. Alright, so now edging our way to the bottom of the police department. We'll kill a few Zeds, come back to watch carpentry. from behind does not guarantee a kill. This will be a cop. This will be a guy with a holster and a 9mm. Does have a magazine. So that's just going to go right on my belt. And his walkie-talkie. Now, I'm not going to actually use it anytime soon. Just like with the shotgun, it is something to pull out and maybe ragdoll people. But honestly, that didn't work out for us very well on Dixie, but I was also trying to kill them, not ragdoll them, so a little bit of both going on there. Stood my ground way too much. We're just going to fall back now. Just going to fall back now. 10 minutes till cook show, or carpentry. We'll get level 2 from this for sure. And while we watch carpentry, a little bit of mechanics of book. Switch to a different channel, and of course we get the same frickin' commercial. It does not matter what level you are. If you have leather coats, you'll get the same amount of leather strips from cutting them up. There's no sink in this kitchen. All right then. That's a bit of an oversight. Guess the people who live here got to go to the bathroom sink to get their water. Carpentry 2. All right, beautiful. Switch the channel again. Turn it back off. And is there anything that I don't need immediately? I'm not over-encumbered right now, but I'm not too far from being over-encumbered. So I've got to be cognizant of that. Okay, we're clear to proceed. He says as he doesn't proceed, proceeds to not proceed. No, I just, I don't like having blood on my vehicles. Even if it's not a vehicle that's going to stay with us for too awful long, I'm still, yeah. Having blood on it is a way of knowing that I've bumped into something in the wrong way. Anything of moderate priority that I don't need to be carrying around with me, or low. Moderate or low. We'll just empty out now. Clean backpacks when we get into the destination. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drive up and let the engine pull a few of them and then back off. Of course, the only ones left over here are slow ones. Oh, great, great. I never got my second sleep, did I? I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. Well, that means we've just cooked a lot of daylight. So, yeah, I need to go home and sleep. I've got so much that I'm trying to keep track of that I slept once, and then I didn't sleep again, and now I'm tired in the middle of the day, Pikachu facing at myself. That's okay. Yeah. It's not like we're very combat effective right now, so we're just bypassing everybody. Oh shit. I did not see her. Would not have preferred... I would have preferred to not run into somebody right there. But, too late. I mean, I guess... Again, with the, this is not going to be a forever vehicle. Doesn't mean that I like damaging it like that. But, these guys are close enough that they would be following me back to base. Damn it all to hell. I am not very good at killing people while fatigued right now. But of course, simply bumping into somebody that makes enough noise. This hatchet is really losing its edge. Alright, whatever. God bless it. Another one. Just right where I thought we had cleared the area. $114 for the first 2 days. That's a little higher than average for me. Okay, doing what we should have done last night. This morning after the TV show, really, as that's when we should have slept. And because of that, we're a little bit screwed up. But that's okay. We're just gonna fight. And 1800 is coming up here. I'm gonna get my way back down to where we were. And then we'll watch TV there, and then we will resume what we were working on. Get something worth about 15 here. Budgie Pop will do the trick. A little early to be making full use of buckets, but I mean, buckets are at least better than you're drinking water to wash cars with. Level 2 running. This is why we run everywhere. And yes, you do have to pretty much drop your water bottle on the floor to make sure that you don't ever accidentally use it if you're not trying to use it for car washing. Otherwise, your character will use it for car washing. Everything except for the ident cards there. And the comic book. That all stuff is higher priority, okay. So at the very least, we did manage to drop some loot off. And yet another asshole over here. At this rate, it'll probably be better to watch TV before we leave. In that case, I do have to step away briefly IRL. It has been, well, we've been at this for about 3 hours, and I do have, I've been drinking plenty of water. So I am going to go ahead and park her in front of the TV. I'm going to park her in front of the TV upstairs so she can watch TV from behind a door that has to be broken before she can get to me, so that way I can leave the game running without... The TV was already downstairs. Got ahead of myself. Alright, back to exposure survival. We rest and we read book, and I will be right back, folks, just a moment. Oops, that was the wrong button. I did not want to launch the app that I'm not allowed to name on YouTube. Alright, be right back in just a moment, folks. Sweet. Alrighty, folks, I am back. Hopefully the chair had something insightful to add. Alright. Change the TV channel to something else. Turn it back off. I'll leave the TV up here until we deploy for the map tour. Until we deploy, it can stay up here. So if anybody is a recent joiner to the stream here, our current goals are, we started here in Rosewood, and we are on day 2. Day 3, ending of day 3 here. Screwed up our sleep schedule a little bit, but what we're trying to do is fight our way to the fire department, which necessitates going through the police department based on our current angled approach. There we go. See, killing zombies with vehicles has basically been, I mean, you gotta do a lot of damage to yourself for that. But using the vehicle to ragdoll them and then go for a finisher is very, very relevant thing now. Minimal damage to your vehicle, but opens them up to crits. Easy peasy crits. Same reason I just push them down by hand. Saves durability on my weapons until I get more of them. Once I have more weapons, it's better to just stand there and smack them a few extra times, because then experience. Now, clearing this road is of limited value to us, but there's that farm right there, little garden some dude's got. we're nowhere near the point where the power cutoff is like something to be extremely worried about. It's just that it's one of those things that, you know, if you don't know when it's going to happen, then the statistical likelihood just keeps going up over time. But seeing as we're still within just the first couple of days, statistically speaking, it's not as immediate of a concern. We would just be really unlucky if it shut off this early. It could shut off in a moment, like it could shut off literally as I finish the sentence, but no. Now, the more I go back and forth on this road, the less clear of a 6 I'm going to have as I try to approach the police department and or fire department from this angle. Once we get a little closer to the fire department, I'll feel a lot more comfortable using up my axe, or my hatchet rather. Already need to sharpen. We do have a gun with us. We don't want to be shooting it right now. Really, we don't want to be shooting guns at all unless we are okay with making a lot of noise, as is conventional wisdom here in this game. Now, the people on the other side of the fence here, they have to go a long way before they can reach us. I don't know if this fence is even attackable. If it is, Officer John here will let us know. Okay, it is attackable, and I have no weapons that can go through it right now. Even if I did have weapons that can go through it. Yeah, no, not right now. Going all the way around the fence is not really, it's kind of a non-starter. That's one of the reasons that when we first kind of approached this area, I did a honk-honk down the street. Now, the Zeds have gotten better about this. They used to just, once they started slapping, they would not stop. But now, as you can see, he stopped, and he's wandering in a direction that will eventually take him closer to us. Whether he actually makes it to us is a better question, but, yeah, we don't have to worry about him just sitting there, slapping the fence, increasing our stress forever. So about these guys here, I'm going to use just my profile to attract some of them. A simple... The very fire truck that I was excited to see earlier has created a massive problem for me now. I mean... Okay, maybe not the worst problem in the world. I mean, a good chunk of the ones that were already here have been brought out of range of that car alarm. So... Ooh, there's a couple in the field. Okay, I'm just going to go deal with the people who are in the field right now. Looks like there's a church farther down that way. So the very fire truck that my character as a firefighter in this town has probably driven in many times as a passenger or driver. Yeah, that fire truck just fucked us up hardcore. But we'll manage. We'll manage. We just want to clear anybody who's now would have been stuck out in this field forever, but is now moseying in the general this way direction. I see 2 that are standing still and 1 that's still moving. That guy's going the correct direction. Okay, maybe I can use that to my advantage. If I do another honk-honk of the horn and leave in a different direction from the town center. If I go down Main Street in this direction and lure them away that way. It's possible. I can see that happening. I'm gonna kill this guy and go get the car and see what I can do there. See, now that the truck's car alarm got them all together right there. I've got a nice big blob that I can just lead away.
Hey!
And force, there you are. swear this hammer is like... somehow it still works. I'm not even going to question that. Now these... Okay, so... Character is a firefighter. She started in Rosewood. That means these are my co-workers. My last character was also a firefighter, but we only noticed like 2 at the Rosewood Fire Department. Now, does that mean anything particular? Not really. Not really. It does mean that, of course, we will be taking their precious memories with us. And anything they don't need anymore. Bring him over here. As a little bit of role play, I will separate these ones that were my co-workers, and we'll give them burials before we leave the area. Now, of course, their jackets, pants, we're not taking those so we can wear them. We're taking those because you can disassemble them for airmid thread. So it's fine to leave those in a garbage bag. Like I said, they're not using them anymore. I am nostalgic for my coworkers. I am not so nostalgic that I'm going to just leave valuable resources laying around on them. I'm pretty sure they would choose... Well, first they would choose not to die, but then second they would, if they gotta die. Yeah, absolutely. Anything left on them, go to their next of bribe. Backup pair of prescription sunglasses. Now, as a firefighter in a small town, yeah, these cops would be almost as much co-workers as the firefighters are. But no, we're not gonna get nostalgic over everybody here. We will just take what we need from them. So 9 mils are only valuable to me mostly as noisemakers at the moment, but I think the one on my belt is a little bit lower condition than the one I just picked up, so we'll be using that instead. Yeah, one on my belt is going into just going elsewhere. It's getting left behind. We only need one good 9 mil, and the one we just picked up is better. So, once again, we're just going to take these guys piece by piece. I was going to try to lure them away. You know what? I'm just going to wipe them out. All we got to do is get a little bit close, and look at that. Some of them are already showing up. I should have sharpened before we got started. I'm going to try to split these guys up with the fence. Damn it. Quick check 6. Now, their movements might look a little weird. That's going to be because they're trying to group up with people who are on the other side of the fence from them. Zombies form groups and have group leaders. And if the group leader is next to a fence, then you'll start to see really weird movements as they try to path all the way around the fence. If I did not know that, these movement patterns would feel very strange to me. But this is actually perfectly normal. We've got a group in front of us here, group over there, but that group split by the fence, so they're moving real weird. Sharpening successful. Only one is aggroed on us. We're going to catch 1 or 2 more here. So remember, firefighters go in a separate batch from everybody else. I'm leaving their ID cards on their person so that we can actually use those to mark their graves later. Angelica. That's you. Okay. Actually, one of her ID cards can come with me, and the other can mark her grave. And you can go over here with the rest of the people I don't care about. Now, is it the sensible thing to be spending extra time on burying people this early? No, it's not. If I was truly caring about min-maxing, I probably would not even be hitting the fire department right now. But you know what? I want to have a little bit of fun, so. Oh, shit. She was, okay. So that's a firefighter right there. I have no use for firefighter helmets, so that one can mark hers. Okay, that's a full garbage bag of low priority loot. I'm not gonna like try to bring her into the lineup yet. I'm just gonna separate her because I'm gonna have some more killing to do in this spot. Now I've got to be wary of the ones up there who are kind of just, you know, I'm gonna take them first. Yeah, I don't want to be getting flanked. We need a clean angle of approach, and this road is key to that. So let's take Officer Murray over here. What's up? Fence fuck him, or maybe detective. I don't know. Could be a lawyer, or just another suit guy. I might take his tie. A gadget. It's a clip-on. Spiffo tie is the rarest in the game. I have only ever found it once. That was on Annie Mae. Am I planning on... hey, Hassan, good to see you. Yeah, I know, right? Play the Song of Time backwards. Oh, that's double time, never mind. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boo, 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 boo. See, this is the moment where if I had been able to secure a box of nails, then I could just barricade that one of those trailers all the way up there and have a safe place to sleep. We're not there. Not right now. Alright, so here's another one of my coworkers. I gotta separate him from the ugly guy that I don't care about right here. Thank you. Right this way, Johnny. No. Simazi. Don't give up. Probably wouldn't be like this if you remembered to do your exercises. I'm always telling you about that. We can start a second row here. So I'm thinking like, you know, rows of graves, one tile separation each. Yeah, okay. I'm a big advocate of kill them where you want them, so you don't have to be actually pulling their corpses. In this case, I actually want them in specific places, so. Is he coming? Yes. No. Not yet, at least. I'm gonna kill this group, and then I'm probably going to have to fall back. Yeah, I'm going to have to heal this group and then probably fall back because I need to maintain my bedtimes, and it's 2300 already. Shit. Let's fence fuck these two. Wasn't expecting that second one. Alright, Carl, right over here. This guy did not have his ID card, so that means my nickname for him is Canonical. We'll mark his grave with the hat. Otherwise, we've just got this one left here, and then we can come back and deal with the rest of them after we catch a sleep. Now, the only reason I'm doing this to get her in the lineup right now is because I can afford to get rid of the stamina now for this, because I'm going to fall back. If I was still fighting, this would be a very bad idea, because my stamina is bleeding. Every moment that I'm pulling a corpse, even at strength fitness 10, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That is a very wasteful activity in terms of exertion. Ah, this was Catherine. Okay. I see. Okay, that's all of my coworkers that I've currently engaged. There's a few more that we'll grab when we finish taking the fire department. I'll set a goal. If we can get the fire department itself clear, then we can actually be another safe place to sleep on the second floor. That would be great to sleep there for our second sleep. But otherwise, we are falling back now. So, to answer your question earlier, Hassan, I don't have hard plans when it comes to bases right now. Riverside base, of course, is very important. Or rather, the resources at Riverside would be very important. But with Electromax gone, and the inability to tow things, the inability to tow vehicles long distances, I'm reassessing a lot of my strategies right now. For now, the only thing that's guaranteed is we want to start the map tour within a few days. All right, enjoy, kid, enjoy. Catch you in a bit. Now, I don't think... Okay, so, with leather clothing, if you want to rip up leather clothing and get the leather strips from it, I don't think your tailoring level has any impact on that. I don't know for sure if the same applies to aramid thread from things like bulletproof vests or firefighter jackets, but if that is the case, then we want to have... Just put them in front of a crafting surface, and we can rip all the aramid thread out of them, and suddenly they collectively only weigh a very small amount of encumbrance. So that is what I'm hoping we can do with that. To be entirely honest, I don't actually know 100% Don't want to confuse that firefighter cap with mine. We can put this stuff in here. I don't know 100% if that'll work out. I don't even know what exactly to look for. But we'll find out. Now, it's okay to be a little bit late for bed tonight because we are, we kind of messed up our sleep schedule a little bit already. But the only way to repair it is to go to sleep at a reasonable time, so that is what we are going to do momentarily here. All right, we go to sleep. Monster Traps, hello, how you doing? Dawn of the 4th day. So what we're going to do is we're going to translate down to the trailer park now, and we'll watch the cook show, the 6 a.m. cook show down there, because we can't sleep there. All the bedrooms in the area have just flooded with windows that we can't really barricade because we ain't got no nails. But we can watch TV safely. So that is, well, shit. No, okay, we're going to watch TV, and we're going to fight our way into the fire department, and we will sleep for the second time tonight when we get into the fire department. That is our order of operations. Okay, you know what? I don't think I ever actually got into this and checked for keys. Nothing in the ignition. Nothing in the glove. Okay, so I can at least say now that I've made sure that there's no keys in it. We already wiped out the house. Keys can spawn in the vehicle itself, in the house, or a zombie nearby. A lot of these zombies were not initially nearby, so that would be a bit of a stretch. Should I just check all the local corpses for key rings? But if I luck out and I nail this SUV, then suddenly looting the fire department and the police department becomes trivial. We can lose everything easily if we can get that thing. But if we can't, then we will have wasted a bit of time. But seeing as we are in a place that it probably is worth it. Probably. I'm not going to make a hard call on whether it'd be worth it, because I know I'll feel like a doofus if we try and fail. So let's roll that dice. A number of these corpses we did check already. She had a golf ball on her. Okay, then. Interesting. Because cue balls are so rare in this universe, and pool balls in general, I actually use other things as pool balls in my base decorations. So if you're trying to get the max possible out of zombies, you can always leave belts behind. Belts equals a free clean leather strip if you have the time to rip it up. So I won't let this be an entire waste of time. Especially not if we got a hoodie with holes in it. Regrettably, we don't. I don't usually do denim anymore, because denim is just a stepping stone to leather, and if I'm still trying to level, then I'm just gonna do what is it? I'm just gonna do either rags or go straight to heavier stuff. Now, anybody up here is probably came from a little too far away to actually possibly have the key ring we want. And I'm gonna black pill you guys on something else. It's possible that the key ring did spawn in the wrong house. That I don't know if the devs, like, if that's supposed to be functioning as intended, but yeah, that is something that can and does happen. Okay, that's every corpse in the immediate vicinity. And nothing. I suppose I could check the ones that are inside the gates. Even though I'm pretty sure I already eyeballed these. Here's a key ring with a key to a cabin. I have no idea what that could possibly be. Because I didn't even know that cabins would be counted as something different than just a residence. Oh, would you look at that? Somebody did make it into my community here. I have no idea if he's an actual neighbor. See, I didn't actually live here, so... They're not my neighbors so much as my new neighbors. And before anyone asks, yes, we did check for the keys for this thing. We don't have them. 6 a.m. cook show is on the agenda, and then we'll sleep so that we just have the full day. I know that I was saying that we'll sleep in the fire department. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make that happen. We could always just have another car alarm, just fuck all of our plans up. It's the more reliable thing is to just do what we can when we can. Okay. We did our due diligence searching for the keys for literally either of the local vehicles. Like, I would have been happy to find the key to the Corvette. But ooh, leather gloves. Okay, I'm already glad that we did this. This has not been a waste of time, thanks to those leather gloves. And we even found a backup. Hell yeah. Thank your local workers. Oh great, we got fog today. Well, that's even better that I'm sleeping now then, because sleeping now means passing time with fog, getting that out of the way. Ain't nobody got time for fog. So we found some gloves and boots. We've already got gloves and boots, but these are spares. I seriously doubt we'll get a hole in either of them early on like this, but it's possible. Behooves you to plan for things like that. Now, here's what my hopes are. My hopes are, at some point while we're out in the field, we come across a step van that we can bring back here with, a partially full trunk. Shit, I did the thing again. Now we gotta watch the commercials and then the show. Okay, so we're down here a little bit longer than I thought. Whatever. I need to cook for today, at least. We did bring home some cookware, I think. Apple is not going to help me. Bell pepper, chicken leg, grapes are not going to help me. We actually have enough random stuff here. We can make a fruit salad. Apple, orange, grapes. Bell pepper, chicken leg, tomato. If we're going to do a roast, then we can put a little bit more in there. Alright, let's thaw this stuff. Okay, commercials are done. Oh, hey, look at that. Beautiful. I didn't even have to do the channel changing thing. That's new. But I'll take it. Oh, whoops. Okay, never mind on that then. Couple of legs. Packaged peas. Tomatoes. Bell pepper. Oyster. That's a pretty nice roast. Jalapeno on it. Hell yeah. We don't have very many other utensils, so I'm just gonna straight up eat the rest of this stuff. This roast is probably going to come out to be a pretty chunky one. Yeah, this one's like a 90 roast. I always name food items after how much hunger they reduce. 90 roast. Into the backpack with that. I'm going to go ahead and leap now. Because that just gives... It passes time to get rid of the fog. That is the... I mean, I need to sleep a second time, but this is... Getting rid of the fog is just as important because I hate fog. Messes up your driving visibility or your shooting visibility. Alright, still foggy, but at least we have a greater chance of it going away by noon. Usually, if the fog is still around by 1300, you're in for a bad day. But that's not going to stop me from turtling my way there. We have a carpentry show coming up in 2 hours. We'll watch that. Jeez Louise, that is really thick fog. It's okay. We'll turtle a few. I'm going to take my shovel. I do have a shovel that I can take. So that we can get started burying a few of the co-workers of ours. We won't be able to create graves for them yet because we literally don't have nails. Well, if we just had a box of nails, it would be trivial. But we have not yet found some nails. Okay, you know what? In support of everything that involves nails, up to and including the expedition itself, let's check any sheds left in this area. Seeing as we've mostly cleared this house. Hell yeah. Copy of Electrical 4. Car battery charger. That's a very long-term useful thing. Individual nails. Okay. Alright. I can do one more barricade now. Thank you, game. Thank you. Can I get a box? Maybe? Maybe not yet. Okay. Braziers. Very neat. You used to be able to move them. You cannot move them anymore. I don't know why. It's really silly. We can't make them, so why can't we move them? Okay, we got the key to the Corvette. Now, here's a slight problem. As much as I like the Corvette, it has much less trunk storage space. It's less trunk storage space than the Murcielago. I mean, look at this, 24. I can't even fit a full garbage bag in there. It doesn't help that it's also damaged. So, as neat as it is, there isn't that much use for it right now. I mean, even in the long term, seeing as towing has been nerfed, it used to be that sports cars were, their niche use case was towing. That's not even applicable anymore. Because now you're just going to be ramming yourself with whatever it is you're trying to tow, causing trunk damage to those vehicles. Now, if I was going long in this particular spot, that's, what's it called? The rain barrel right outside there would be very helpful to me. Seeing as I won't be able to make my own for quite a bit, but I'm not going long here. And that's a lot of effort to empty it out before I can move it. Yeah, that's 50 liters. That would take like half an hour to empty. so we have done our due diligence and cleared the garage and shed of this house. I don't think the one other house that we haven't looked at yet has a shed, does it? It does have a shed, okay. Can't remember if we've checked that one yet. Let's do our diligence. We've got 2 people in the back gate here. We need to have no people at the back gate here. Hell? Why is the gate shaking? That's bizarre. You would think somebody was slapping it, but there's nobody to slap it. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea why that could be happening. No time to investigate it now, I guess. I tried towing a car that's missing a wheel. Would it act more like an anchor? Okay, so it's I don't want to be mean about this. I actually have a standalone video about it. Where's my channel here? I will post a link in chat because it's actually kind of funny. It's actually kind of funny. You would think that taking the wheels off of a vehicle would make it harder to tow or drag a little bit more. You would be hilariously wrong. And where is my... Here it is. I fixed towing with this one simple trick. Just take a look at that video right there that I linked in chat. And now that doesn't work for trailers anymore. It does still work for vehicles. The problem is vehicles have you know, an even bigger problem now, which is vehicles will just get extremely unstable and drift straight into you. Alright, so I did already check this garage. What I'm going to do is fill this bag up really quick and then check the shed, because we did not check the shed yet. I would give my soul for a box of nails right now. We have checked rather an absurd number of places to not find a single one yet. But you know, that's just how luck in this game works sometimes. That's a TV show playing. I hope that's not carpentry. No, that's news. I can already tell. Well, shit. This would... Okay, I could break it if I had axes to spare. I don't have axes to spare, and I don't have a welding torch and a mask, so no. I'll come back to it. Because remember, every time you swing at a door with an axe, that is a higher durability damage chance than zombies. That's not even a TV, it's just a radio. All I'm grabbing here is bread. It is stale. So never mind on the bread, just the peanut butter then. We've got plenty of not stale things to be eating. The rest of the house we'll loot later. We have higher priority things to be doing. Alright, dropping off our bag of loot. We did pick up a book, so that can go in the trunk. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to straight up eat this peanut butter here. I do need to be building up calories so that I can go into weight gain. Yeah, we're losing weight. And that's not good because we start at 80 kilo. That's right in between the golden zone. The bad zone is 75 and below, and the other bad zone is 85 and above. So it's always good to start out strong with weight gain if you can. I'm leaving behind reading material that we can check as we watch TV later on. So that's all these sewing patterns. Spade staying with me. Peanut butter staying with me. We'll eat that next hunger. Again, I have one nail. That's not going to help me that much. Need a friggin' box. Actually starting to run a little low on garbage bags. That's okay. We will always find more. Okay, I need to... That guy's on my side of the fence. That needs to not happen. Come out of there. Sure, nobody else on my side. Doesn't look like it. She's in the road. Okay, I can be reasonably assured I've checked those garbage cans. Hey, look, another one crawled out of the woodwork. I'm just gonna park on her until I finish sharpening. So that's what we can do. That is an option. You can stand on them, you can sit on them, you can park on them. If you just need to wait until you're done with something. But when a zombie's this close, you can't fast forward, so. Alright. That's what you get for interrupting me. Disrespect you a little bit. Man, I don't know what it is. It just seems to keep bringing them in this direction from a wider radius than it seems like it should be. But I need this place to be traversable for now, so definitely didn't pick the quietest spot for a local base. I mean, honestly, I'm going to be clearing all the way up here. I might as well take a peek at this guy's garage up here. Let's establish a safer approach here. Get you up. Left, right, and left, and right, and left, right. Now, the only windows for this garage are not the kind that can be opened, it seems. Unless... No, I've never been able to open those. Some of them you can actually open that don't seem like you should be able to. But your character will always make the animation as if they're trying. Fish nets are best nets. Fishing, Volume 1. Pottery 3, Trapping 2. All things I didn't already have, thanks to the Mark as Unwanted system. Once we get them into our... Ooh. This is a VHS called From Ore to Store. I think that's... It's either blacksmithing or welding. I can't remember. We'll just make sure that we've read both books before we try it. Easy peasy. That's a lot of crap. That's a 10-liter bucket. Bucket to watch. I don't really care about any of the rest of this for now. Metal cups can be used to make coffee with a higher water count. Not that you are usually drinking coffee for the water. Every one of these boxes has a chance of being a book box. But these ones were not. I've got one of these in my main facility that I'm staying at, but to point out, anytime you see a propane tank looking like this one with the little red diamond on it, it is a actual literal propane tank. It is not a decoration. You would be forgiven for assuming it was just a decoration because, yeah, lots of things are in this game. Now there's a basement. I'm going to assume that it's locked. Okay, that was an incorrect assumption. I'm not going down there carrying a propane tank. Coming out of basements. One of the few times in B42 that I've ever taken a hit from a zombie. It was coming straight out of a basement. So I'm not fucking around with this. That didn't happen on stream. That was one of my older characters. And the hit was absorbed by our bone gauntlets. So we did not get infected. But it still sticks with me. This is one of those games where allowing yourself to be traumatized by certain things is actually to your benefit to a certain degree. This looks to be a tiny basement. But paint. Nothing but paint. Not a single box of nails yet for this entire character's journey. And we have hit a lot of loot tables where they could spawn. So, yeah, how about that? Alrighty. Moving right along. You know what? It's not a garage, but it's got a loot table. Whistles can go on your keyring. Public service announcement. Oops. Couple of blacksmithing magazines. So we found a blacksmithing... Thanks for that, by the way. We found a blacksmithing magazine and a couple of magazines for it, so that is a good thing. Alright, so I really would have preferred to be further along on the road by now, but that's okay. I'm going to drop off some of the loot we just picked up. And then no more stopping. No more stopping. We will go straight back down to the fire department and make a little more progress. The lighter I already had was not full, so I'll put that in there and then take the full one that we found. They are refillable, but the fuel to refill them with is rarer than you would suspect. I'm still carrying around Firefighter cans in my satchel, that's no good. It's a lot of wasted space. More casual reading material here. I suppose I could start making my way through some of that. If we turn on the TV now, set it to Life and Living, that might get us Carpentry 3. That depends. We've got 200 experience to go, so we might only get a part of the way there. But at the very least, we can delete a few potential magazines from mandatory bring home here. And yeah, not Carpentry 3 yet. But we should only need one more viewing of both cooking and carpentry now. Now, as for the books we found, the The books we found need to go into the trunk of the car with the rest of my book collection, and I'm doing the same with essential skill essential skill tapes, books and tapes that give skill points. Once they're in here, that's when I can mark them as unwanted. So I know for sure that I do not need to be picking up any more copies of it. The trunk of this thing is actually bigger than I thought it was. I'm totally okay with that. Honestly, I'm going to have to come back and deal with those three in the not-too-distant future if we can't get all the way to the fire department now. I think we'll be able to get there. We will want to fall back at 1800 and catch Life and Living. But otherwise, the random migration has actually split this area apart a little bit. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and bury some of our co-workers here, being as we are a fire officer, and everybody in this lineup here is a firefighter. They were my comrades. Put them to rest properly. Only them. We need to do everybody. But because I killed them in the right spot, we don't need to bring their corpses very far at all. The placement is not perfect, but it's close enough. There will be more where that came from, so. Hello. There's two on their way in. I'm guessing three. No, I don't do 16 times pop. I don't do pop changes at all, ever. Pop changes just means more things to kill to get to whatever you're working towards. If you're really just here for the combat, then that's fine, but I'm here for every side of the game, not just the combat. And because of that, combat can really drag sometimes if you have just a massive amount of zombies that is entirely disproportionate to the loot you're going to get. It can make this game demoralizing to the point of me just not wanting to play it anymore, so I don't do high pop, ever. Well, shit. I picked her up, but I can't bury her. Oh, I can. I thought I needed the shovel, but, wait a minute. Yeah, okay, don't need the shovel, just need the shovel to fill it in. Now, you want to know something funny about this game? You can salute. I can have my character properly salute. But, the emote happens so quickly that you can't even see it until the... There we go. I have to be careful about making sure the emote wheel goes away really quickly. Otherwise, the emote wheel will still be open when you try to salute. So what we're doing is we're putting her ident card upon the grave. And when we come back and put markers later on, that's not time sensitive, we don't have to do that now. But when we come back and put markers down, then we can use the ident cards to put them on the, whatchamacallit, the gravestone things. This is just one of the many ways to have fun with this game if you're not, if you're having trouble finding things to do. You know, this is a very, very, very simple thing to do. Go by your character's profession, identify your coworkers, and RIP to them. For this guy, I forgot his name, because I don't have his ID tag, so. This one is Catherine. Oops. Oh wait, no, I clicked the right button. Yeah, see, you don't need to bring the corpse to the perfect spot. Just somewhere nearby. Because remember, this would cost us a lot of exertion to move these corpses by hand. Just do it while they're still moving. It's much easier. My favorite activity, and I don't have a favorite. I like all sides of this game. Some things, you know, it's just a question of whether I've gotten bored of a specific activity in the game. I'm definitely going to be a little bored of any sort of roleplay after finishing these, burying my coworkers here. Definitely going to be a little bored of that. We'll be happy to shut my brain off and just do mindless combat for a little bit. So this guy, I didn't have an ident card for him, but I did pick up his hat and put it back down. When you pick up a hat and put it back down, the hat is no longer subject to random removal. Only if the player puts it down, though, so. I'll do the same for this one over here, because I did not catch her name. So we'll put her helmet as a grave marker. Now, by the time we finish this, we'll be ready to go watch TV for 1,800 hours. So far, I have not missed a single TV show on this character. That is, that's a new record for me. That is very much a new record for me. Now, you can fit as many as 5 corpses in a grave. But, of course, the whole point of doing this is to pay some respect, so we're not going to be mass graving my coworkers. And that's what you do when you don't care. So, everybody's got at least a partial marker. Now, the, for the rest of my coworkers who are still mumbling around over there, we're going to do grave sites for them on a slightly different area. We'll do them across the street. Now, speaking of across the street, be advised, we've got people in the field here. Don't let the grass hide them from you. I'm going to kind of like drive up next to the field, see if I can bring them out with the engine sound. There we go. Well, that brought everybody out, so maybe we will actually be burying all of my coworkers in the same spot. What have we got? We've got a regular, and then one of my homies. Those are the fast ones. Let's forestall this guy. It'll be just like that time I hit you with the hose. Otherwise, I've already got a spot for him. This was not one of my coworkers, the Denims guy there. See, this guy's got the mustache. The guys with the mustache are usually the seniors. So I'm not going to call him Chief. But I will call him, I'll call him Senior. I don't have anything to mark his grave with, so I'll put his belt there. That's fine. And then get this guy out of the way, because he's not one of mine. So it looks like I brought another one of my coworkers up, too, actually. So yeah, like I said, we are not done with... Oh, this is a detective here. You can tell she's got the shoulder holster. So we might get a revolver from her. That is relevant to my interests. I do prefer revolvers over anything magazine-fed early game. Magazine-fed weapons jam. No ID for him either. My coworkers have not been good about keeping their ID cards with them. It's funny because we would make fun of all the perps who we have to go see, visit in the field, only for them to not have their ID cards. End up getting some obstruction to justice charges. Hardy har har. Refusal to identify is a real thing you'll get charged for. You fuck around too much. We're sick. We are sick because we spent too much time around corpses. That's not good. That's not good at all. The cure for that is just stay away from corpse piles. But because we spent this much time around corpse piles, as soon as I liberate my car, I've got to fall back. Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here. Come on. Damn it. Alright. Now, stage 1 sickness, which is what we're at right now, there's no consequences to stage 1 sickness. It's just a warning, but don't let it build up. It will kill you. Alright, this guy, we don't have a name for either, but we've got his notebook. That's good enough for me. Garbage bag of firefighter gear once more. We'll put this in the passenger seat, and we're going to spend some time in front of the TV. We'll catch the 1800 show, and then we will read for a little bit. Just spend whatever time we need to spend in order to get past the sickness here. The shovel? Yeah. This is definitely the biggest grave burial project I've ever done in Project Zomboid. I have buried, zombies here and there. Usually no more than 2 at a time, though. This is a colossal project by comparison to prior runs. Alright, easy peasy. Just gonna leave the shovel there. There's gonna be a few more that we'll need to bury, but I'm not gonna bring them all the way back to the that site, because that site is really close to a bunch of nasty, nasty corpses that have gotten me sick, kind of forcing me to fall back here. What? That's okay. Those are the people who were on the road before that I said we were gonna have to deal with. And now we have to deal with them. Hell yeah. Alright, we're gonna have a bite of roast. Get rid of my coworkers' empty wallets. They don't need those anymore. Karina Arroyo. Who was that? That was not one of my coworkers, I don't think. I think that was an Elio. Yeah, that was an Elio. Oh, this is the... Okay. I should have known. It's the 12th. 1800-hour show on the 12th is useless. That's alright. Whoever just flipped over the fence. Is not locked onto us. Alright, so while we're waiting for the corpse stench, or the sickness to go away, we'll just organize some loot from these garbage disposals here. How is there a fresh piece of blueberry pie in the trash? Who throws out a perfect piece of blueberry pie? That is... somebody was cursed. I only ate that because we really do need calories. I'm not just gonna shove 3 calories in my face like that and not have me. Nah, it's alright. My headcanon is that the piece of pie was in a, it was in a container. It was not exposed to the rest of the trash. Shut up. You're wrong. Nice big influx of garbage bags to sort all of the loot we're about to pick up from the fire department with. But otherwise, we got to take a little bit of a break, because otherwise we will... the corpse sickness that we've already got will continue to get worse. Now, if I have to sit and read somewhere, I would prefer to do it with my back to these doors as opposed to my back to the windows. I'll feel a lot more safer fast-forwarding that way. I can see anybody who would approach. Or, if they're going to come at me from behind, then I can at least hear them hit it first. Now, just because the moodle goes away does not actually mean the sickness is gone. The way sickness works is it's a 0 to 100 stat, and the moodle doesn't show up until it's 25. So, just because the moodle went away, we're probably still at something like 15 or 16 sickness right now. I seriously doubt that we have actually gotten rid of all of it. That's why I kind of continued sitting there reading for a minute. If it goes away, and it just goes away, and then you come back into a corpse-filled area, do not Pikachu face if you immediately get sick again. Because that's, the game doesn't explain itself very well on that. I know, right? Yeah, you see toilet water, we can't headcanon that. We can't headcanon that. Once it's been in the bowl, anywhere near the cistern, it's deeply contaminated. It's non-potable. Don't use it for that. But a box of pie in a garbage, whatchamacallit, garbage bin, that's fine. Look at that. It's a police shirt with a hole in the torso. That, I'm going to hold on to that. We were rocking a police shirt last time. I do like police shirts. They're nice and aesthetically pleasing, and they're shades, so it's a white shirt. Shades work better for me until I get a color scheme that I really like. So we've got at least 2 of my coworkers in the front yard there. One of them is a trooper, and the other is a coworker of mine. But I know that's not going to be the only other firefighter there. Well, if she wants to contain herself, then so be it. We're going to start a new grave site over here by the AC unit. Now this corpse over here, I did not kill them. They could be a trap. That's a corpse that pre-spawned. And when I mean trap, I mean that if you walk over them, they might get up. And it's level 1. Mia Hamill. Regrettably, the firefighters don't get ranks in their badges here. I do still have my spade, okay. The funny thing about corpses that are traps is that this guy, just because I'm looting him, that doesn't mean that he's not a trap. He might actually be a trap. Alright, so we still have the back side of the building and the interior. But I think we might just be in a spot where I can sleep here tonight. Might. Usual rules about sleeping in a place. It's either going to be behind a door on the 2nd floor, or behind a barricaded window on the 1st floor, or I'm not sleeping there. So thankfully, this joint does have a 2nd floor. Left. Fuck. Alright, never mind. I was about to do some left and right, but this hatchet has served its purpose right on time. Alright, now, left and right. Left and right. Left and right. And push. Rather annoying, but we do what we can here. So this hatchet head is, I could put a new handle on it. No. Well, we've got more right here. More everything. Who's making noise? 2nd floor? That's what that sounds like, is 2nd floor. No. I just couldn't see him. Shit. There's multiple in there. Somebody left the lights off. Fuck off. That was way too many hits. I'm spoiled by that hatchet. Really am. You know what? I don't even know what a spade is in terms of weaponry. Is it blunt or is it an axe? Because honestly, it kind of should be an axe. Gonna have to be careful with this because I don't know what kind of weapon I'm using. If worst case scenario, we'll just fall back. Fuck. Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna be able to bury those guys quite as easily. It is long blunt? Okay, thank you. Good to know. None of these guys had my ident cards. Okay, well that's fine. I'm a little bit more annoyed by these stupid other zombies that are not the ones I want to bury. Now, I want to say that the largest group of zombies in the building were going to be closer to the garage area there. But we'll see. We can just get to the second floor. We got a place to sleep. Okay, the one that is my coworker here. I shall carry her ring on into the future there, because it's one of the ones I like. Got to get her separated from the other group, so I'm just going to rotate her here. Okay. So, biggest priority right now is find a better weapon. Just give me a firefighter axe, anything. Hell yeah. This one just needs a sharpen. This one's going straight on my back. The shotgun that was on my back, that's fine. We'll sort through the rest of the loot here later. I just want to see if there happens to be a satchel, or I'm sorry, it happens to be a... I would probably take a satchel. A hatchet. A satchet. There are still a number of Zeds out there. And by a number, I mean a fuck ton. However, none of them have noticed me. Listening for aggro noises? Nothing. So, because none of them have noticed me, you would be forgiven for assuming that it's extremely dangerous to sleep here. It is, but none of those guys have noticed me, as long as I don't go by a window on the upper floor. That's what we're going to try to avoid. A window like this one. If I can't see me, they can't see me, I can't see them. We're good, right? That's how that works, isn't it? We are tired now, but we can kill any one-offs that we come across here. Locker rooms are that way. Bunks are this way. Which is great, because that means the bunks are facing the direction that we've already cleared, for the most part. Okay. Do we have a pillow anywhere in this building? It's a key to a step van. Hell yes. I don't even know what step van that is, but I'm taking it. That might be our step van. Yes, we do have a curtain. Okay, that's everything I could ever ask for. We have a safe place to sleep now. We are behind a door. Yeah, there's no reason anybody should see us overnight. Okay, it says the sleeping comfort is good, but doesn't say with pillow. So I guess it always has to be on the north side of the bed now. Look at that, good with pillow. Okay then. It took us a while, boys, but we are in the fire department. Now we just got to defend it a little better. 2 hours until the cooking show comes on. I'm going to move a TV downstairs into the garage. I do believe we have a TV right over there. Just going to also check this room, make sure no lurkers hiding out in here. Now this window definitely does not need to be open, because we have not done as good of a job clearing that side. Anything in this room would probably be break room loot, which could be coffee as well, but there's like 2 containers, so. I'll work more on the kitchen in a bit. It's a higher priority to me for the moment to take out a few people around back. If I can maybe take out that group, that would be fantastic. Not 100% sure if I can take out the whole group, but I mean, I've got axes now. Oh, before I start using them. Alright, our primary axe is now nice and sharp. There's no other staircases to the lower floor. We're forced to go over here next to the big group outside. One of the few times where I'm very, very careful about noise is situations like this. Otherwise, that sounded like right to the left of me. Interesting. Probably bathroom. Yeah, that was the noise I just heard. Yeah, that's somebody's in the bathroom. I'm gonna push the door real quick. See if that wakes her up. Did she just take a piss? No, she's just not attacking the door. Okay. That makes her very dangerous. Otherwise, you would have to... The only way that you know that she's there is to be listening for those sounds. She's, of course, one of mine, which means we need to bring her to the correct spot. I like how somebody out back was sooner to hear my activities than the one right in front of me. Just in case anybody was under any notion that zombies are all the same. Not even close. We probably have a fair number over here now. Alright, I got my complement of gold rings. So this one can have her ring mark her grave. Otherwise, shit, I can't just take her, oh, no, I can take her here because she's still got the Firefighter shirt. Good. That's what I like to see. So we do still want to watch cooking at 6. That just means that we're waiting, or rather we can spend some time killing zombies until then. I'll just take this gear bag on the other side with me. I'm gonna approach from the other side because I want to give myself more room. Check behind these trees real quick. Okay, nobody inside the fence that's gonna flank me from that side for now. Got one target on the other side of that little lake. Let's go up the reservoir. Yeah, one. Just gonna see if I can get the door slapper. And we'll start another set of graves. Beautiful. Okay. That's what I like to see. We'll just start another row of graves on this side for my people. The other people can just go to a street light or something. Alright, since I still need to watch TV and sleep a second time, I'm just gonna deal with that now. I've only got 20 minutes left. Wasn't able to make as much progress as I would have preferred. Okay. As long as we didn't pull the big group, we're fine. We set the TV to its lowest volume. And just for good measure, I'll move it even further on this side. this time, we wait. Anything low priority, I'll drop on the floor here. Okay, 6 a.m., switching channels. Now that's good to know. I didn't know that watching sports TV lowers your unhappiness. After pulling stuff off of corpses for as long as we have, we probably did have a fair bit of unhappiness build up. So, good to know. Very good to know. I'm going to disassemble. We found a Firefighter axe in the garbage. I'm going to disassemble that because it needs a new handle more than anything. We are cooking level 3. We no longer need to watch cooking TV. I seriously hope I didn't leave the car running. I'm 90% sure that I didn't leave it, but I mean, I have done such stupid things before. It would not be as big of a problem if I was not operating on low gas right now. We don't have a cleared gas station, so that I shouldn't be doing that. Should not be playing fast and loose with my gas. I also need to not get... See, staying up late, like, to watch TV, like I just did, that has made me forget that I need to do a second sleep. Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot who left his car running all night. Or half the night, but still, just fucking stupid. So as much as I would have preferred to make more progress against the people over there, it's fine. They're not going anywhere. Literally not going anywhere, as long as we don't get reckless with our movements. That's a good question, McCrispy. After we get access secured from this place, that's probably when we're going to deploy. That's kind of what I wanted to do. Usually what I prefer to do before starting my map tour is to get a bunch of weapons, tools, a little bit of nails so that I can make field defenses. But I have not been able to find nails, nor have I been able to find a satisfactory amount of weaponry, other than these two-handed axes, which, I mean, those are fine. Once we get a few of those put together, we are good to go. But as part of that, we need to secure this place, so I can't have zombies just chilling outside. But now we can take our time with it. We have no further obligations until noon. Now, I don't want to be pulling people from the backyards of the other houses all the way over there. I don't need that right now. If I get their attention, they will eventually figure out how to go around. So, I don't want to be going all the way to the edge of the fence right now. Just want to be getting the attention of the people who are on this side of the fence already. Neither of these two are co-workers of mine, so we don't have to worry about putting them in a grave site. You can tell by this miniskirt, she's probably from the police department across the street. I only see 3 of these guys are my coworkers, and one of them's already on us, so right this way. If anybody is a recent joining to the stream, welcome. We've started a new character, and our current goal is we're going to be burying our... We started as a fire officer, so of course these zombies from the fire department are our coworkers, and therefore will be getting a dignified burial. So, where possible, I will give their graves a marker of some sort. In this case, that helmet belongs to the gentleman there, and the hat belongs to the lady here. But otherwise, we don't have any ident cards. That's their fault for not carrying them. If their stray soul wanted to have a marked grave, then their stray soul shouldn't have forgot their ident card on their final deployment. That's alright. They're getting better treatment than the rest of the zombies. Come on, don't give up. So she's going to be 3rd in the row here. Come on. This lady, why can't they all be like her? This lady, of course, had her Aurelia Stallworth. You get to have an actual marker on your grave. It'll be right there. Alright, so everybody else with the exception of Hard Hat over there, they don't have to be pulled to a special spot. Hey, look at that. Okay, I didn't plan for that. It just so happens that that's the only one that... So I can just kill the rest of them wherever the hell I want. Beautiful. Well, of course. Of course she's going to randomly turn around and notice me. Of course. Alright then. Fine. Fine. Who cares? I don't have room for the rest of her gear. That's fine. We'll come back for it. It ain't going nowhere. Now, whenever I go to a town, even just for exploration, I like to have field bases in those towns. So even though I don't plan on basing in Rosewood permanently, of course I will be establishing a field base here. Hey, key to the fire station. Beautiful. I'm going to rename this to RW, Rosewood. RS is Riverside. But where I was going with that previous sentence is we do not want to be building massive corpse piles right in front of my doors here. I may still stay here at least one night before we deploy, we'll see. Because after today, we watch carpentry, and then I think that's just about it for the TV. That's a bit of a lighter gray. I'll hold on to it, but it is still too warm to be wearing hats regularly of any sort. That is a fast ticket to overheating. I feel like I saw one person all the way up next to the fence here. Is that her over there to the left? Check behind this tree. Okay. The interior of the fire department is just about done. Looks like we've got one more uniform over there. This one is LEO. Well, if nothing else, pulling him over there to the lot with everybody else can get us some nimble experience. You can get nimble experience in the combat stance without a zombie being close, but you get way less experience. Ah, there was another. Okay. Thankfully it's slow. So here's his spot. Once again, somebody who doesn't have their tag. So he gets this guy gets ahead. If society ever rebuilds itself, which, spoiler warning, it's not going to happen. But if it did, whatchamacallit, using markers like that would make it easier to identify people without having to fully exhume them. Because people might get exhumed anyway just to move their corpses, but, yeah, no. If you're thinking long-term, society rebuilding itself, it's a lot easier to not have to exhume people. There are not many windows facing this direction, so I don't need to worry about the people across the street right now. I can maneuver around the fire department without having to sneak. This place is now as secure as it's going to get. Medical shears. They would be really good if they weren't like 99% broken. Medical shears are basically scissors that can do more than normal scissors. But they can still do everything regular scissors can do, so... If you have... And they're also smaller, so... basically, you're carrying around a field kit of stuff. Medical shears are superior than scissors in every way. Okay. I am not going to bury my coworkers just yet, because that is a time-consuming task, and I've got to watch carpentry now. Hopefully it hasn't already started playing on a TV across the street. Okay, good. Just gonna, sharpen whatever I can sharpen for a moment. And this will get us to Carpentry 3 without a, Carpentry level 3. We are pretty much done with TV. I would say like 99% done with TV. Basically, after a certain point, as soon as you see a 6 p.m. show that's only commercials, that is end broadcast. You don't have to worry about watching TV ever again. But until I'm gonna check it obviously today at 8 p.m. or 1800 rather. And if it's just commercials, then yeah, we know. But now I can go and see if we've got keys to the truck. If we don't, then we're gonna have to go container by container the entire building, because we've already checked every single firefighter zombie so far. That's actually a tertiary goal of looting every firefighter zombie, is also to make sure that we, if somebody had the keys to the truck over here, we would have gotten them by now. So if the keys are not in the ignition, as they sometimes are, or the glove, I don't see them on the floor anywhere. That's a lot of stuff in the trunk. That's neat. Yet another garbage bag of firefighter gear. The trunk is ever so slightly damaged. Ever so slightly. Actually, the pants that we found in there are not damaged. So I need to separate those. Firefighter gear. I would never wear it in combat. The discomfort and the run speed modifier, God no. But as pajamas, they're really, really, really warm. So I actually, using firefighter gear as pajamas is something yeah, absolutely. Do that in a heartbeat. Okay, it is locked. That means the keys are not going to be in the ignition, nor in the glove, which means we're checking every single container in the fire department before we resort to breaking into the truck. I mean, even if we break into the truck, we're not going to be able to hotwire it for quite a long time, so basically whether we're going to be able to use the truck or not is going to determine whether we find the keys to it anywhere in the building. Otherwise, the sports car continues to be our ride. Threaten me with a good time. I mean, once I get a trailer hooked up to this thing, yeah, it's going to be alright. I'm going to put... Oh shit, we got incoming. She might be from around the... or she or whatever. Might be from around the corner. Okay. Start with containers like tool rolls. Light bars, you can repair 10% of a vehicle's light bar by finding one of these fully intact ones here. If that sounds a little bit weak, yes, it is really fucking weak. And I've only ever attempted to do so at mechanics level 10 because of how rare these things are. So it is very possible that if you try to do it before level 10, you get even less than 10% integrity per light bar. Remember, this, we're probably only going to find, I don't know, 4 or 5 in this entire building. Maybe 6 or so in Riverside, because there's several buildings that have shots at it all next to each other. But yeah, these things are not very common and you can't make them. So light bars are a very finite asset. Given enough time, you can and will burn them all out. Far bigger of a concern in like a multiplayer game. Single player, you're not going to be burning anything. Not a whole set, at least. I'm just going to start dumping stuff on the floor. There is a lot of useful loot here, but if it's not a firefighter axe or tool that I don't already have, I don't need it right now. We're going to find... Every axe we find is going to go into a pile. Every intact firefighter gear piece we find, also. And I have no need for the shotgun yet. Our roast has been sustaining us for like a day and a half now. It's delicious. We have not yet eaten into any of the perishable supplies here. So that's nice. Triage for this place is basically a tool that I might need sooner rather than later. Comes with me. Everything else onto the floor. We'll do a deeper looting later. Alright, now I want to separate the firefighter axes that need work from the ones that are doing great. This one definitely needs a new handle, and it needs to be sharpened. Now, before I do anything, I'm just going to sharpen whatever I can. I don't have the maintenance book read yet. In a perfect world, I would. But it's very possible to get to the first 2 levels of maintenance, get through those without a serious problem and then you can just start reading books, starting with that volume. So this Firefighter axe that's got a handle that's like literally moments away from breaking, we will just dismantle that, put it over here with the other head that we recovered. If we find any large handles here, great, we'll reassemble them. If we don't, it's fine. We can make large handles again someday. Not an immediate concern. Heavy chain with hook. I always say this, get ready for the heavy chain with hook to be a requirement for towing. It's not there yet, but I'm feeling it. It's coming. It's going to be here someday. Alright, now when it comes to loot that's actually useful on the ground floor, we've got supply closets here, but then there's like just 2 meeting rooms and then the chief's office, and then a bathroom. But every single container is a chance at the keychain. So, unless and until we find the keychain, we gotta check everything. Yeah, another hatchet. Beautiful. That is good. I always need a one-handed variant of whatever weapons I'm using. Two more perfect axes coming right up. We're probably going to find more axes than we can reasonably carry. That's fine. 3 should be more than enough for our map tour activity. Laundry room sometimes has more firefighter gear. In this universe, only helmets. That sucks. So far, we don't have an intact firefighter jacket anywhere. We have found 1 set of pants. Everybody was busy out there wearing their gear. Box of garbage bags. B-E-A, beautiful thing. Possibly the only one we're going to find for a little bit. Okay, that's all the containers that I'm immediately aware of that are going to be likely to have an actual full-on axe. So the intact ones into the lineup. I found... There's 3 in my backpack that are all perfect. I will put 2 from that into the car. Like I said, 3 should be more than enough. Three replacements. Then I've got the one on my back. Variety tools and whatnot can go over here. Anything that's slightly more useful than just drop it on the floor. Oh, full M9 magazines. That is the one useful thing you can do with the shoulder holster, since I don't have a Alice kit yet. Alright, so now we check... I don't even know what this room is. Clinic. Probably nothing that I need, but every container is a shot at them keys. Give me, give me, give me. Ah, medical shears, fully intact. I no longer need to be carrying around extremely subpar pair of scissors here. Also, suture needle. Another thing that I like to carry around with me in my field kit. If there were any loot sources left in this room, I would hope to find forceps. We did not find any, so no forceps yet. Forceps can remove glass. If you get glass lodged in your person, forceps gets rid of that. And it also helps you do sutures. You know what? I didn't realize that stale burgers just increase boredom. Because of that, I'm actually chowing down on burgers, even though they're stale. I thought that they would be unhappiness, but no, that's fine. I myself, in real life, have eaten many a McDouble that has not been refrigerated and has been out for a minute. Okay, bathroom is clear. We did not check Chief's office, but we walked past it, and nobody mumbled at me. The only thing I could hope to find in the meeting room would be keys, of course. Even filing cabinets have a shot at spawning vehicle keys. I can't think of a time it's ever happened, but I think even garbage cans technically have a chance. So we're currently, the radio here is on an unknown channel, and it does not have anything pre-programmed, therefore we do not yet know the emergency broadcast channel in this universe. Random stuff on the table, none of it includes keys. Keychains can come in very strange places. I've seen a keychain on a random low table before, as like an item just on the surface, so leave no stone unturned if you're actually interested, as I currently am. Now, very, very, very rarely, I will actually try to see if I can forage for a keyring. I have been reliably informed it's technically possible. I've never had it work for me, but if we don't find it, if we don't find the keys that I'm looking for anywhere upstairs, then I will spend a little bit of time just trying to forage in the immediate vicinity around that fire truck. That should be every container on the ground floor. As far as I'm aware, yeah. I don't know why I'm sneaking. We should be good. At this point, if there's anybody left in here that I haven't taken out, I'd rather know. Making more noise is actually a little better. Is there only one locker room in the entire... Yeah, there is. That's, yeah, that can get awkward. When I was in the Scouts, there was a, we would have right outside of the showers, we would have a little clock. Rotate the clock, boys on one side, girls on the other. Whatever the clock is set to. So of course, the first thing we always did was just put the needle right there in the middle so that nobody could tell. That's how we left it too. Of course, that's what we did. How the fuck would we? Why would we not? Why would we not? That's what you got to do. You're 17 and you're very easily bored. Didn't work, by the way. Nobody was fooled by it. Usually no loot back here, but Zeds like to hide in the strangest of places. Okay, with the exception of the kitchen and whatever this room is. Great, more janitor. I guess it would be a little too OP if we had another potential spawn for regular firefighter loot. Wood glue, a few more rags, tools that we already got several copies of. It is now 1800. We're gonna go downstairs and ooh, hey! I was talking about this earlier. Maintenance 2. We now have a copy of Maintenance 2, so we can watch that. Or sorry, we can read that as soon as we get to level 2, so we don't just skip the first volume entirely. We'll just eat some grapes for the moment. We will check through the kitchen later. I want to see if we've got in broadcast today or not. Yeah. All right, we got commercials. Okay, another exposure survival, and what is that? Forging. Oh, hey, relevant. Relevant. I was just about to consider forging for the keys. So maybe we'll be able to start at level... Nope, we couldn't even get a single level from that. That was a little weak. But that is... It's either the second to last or the last broadcast there. But you'll know that it's the last one if it just plays commercials, because that's basically the last broadcast for Life and Living. It's just nothing but a block commercial. Anything that is ever so slightly higher priority than 0 can get left in the pile in this corner, so we can just kind of separate it from the other stuff. This box of garbage bags going straight into the trunk because that is useful. These are still the second set of nails I've ever found in this character. Any luck that we have had with other stuff has officially been very strongly offset by our difficulty finding nails, of all things. That was not something I expected. RNG can take many strange shapes in this game. Spare first aid. Honestly, better here than over there. Food. I don't know if I'm setting up as far as food goes. I mean, like, if I have to come back to a place before I leave this side of the map, then this place would be great. But it's also kind of inconvenient, so we'll see. We found a few buckets. I would like to leave 1 or 2 for vehicles. Buckets. Useful for many things, but you can boil water in them. And if you just leave them outside, then it captures the sky water for free, and you don't have to waste time filling them up. Otherwise, the rest of the stuff I've left on the floor here, just a quick scroll through it. We're good. If this ends up being the only welding torch we have in the area, that's unfortunate, but hold on to it for now. Alright, just a few containers left here. Let me check all the lockers in here yet. Okay, now we have. So, bedrooms, dorm, completely wiped out. Already wiped out the... whatever that is, break room area. Alright, kitchen, you're my only hope. Let me get some keys. Okay, no keys. I don't know what the third floor of this place looks like, but my hopes have been increasingly dashed against the wall. Oh, wow, okay. So we got an exercise room on the third floor. Multi-story buildings in Project Zomboid. You only get the zombies that, for your current floor plus one. So, if there were going to be zombies up here, they would not have spawned in until the first time I went up the stairs. That being said, we never once heard any mouth breathing that sounded muffled on the second floor, so I'm reasonably assured that we don't have any surprises waiting for us up here. But if there was a fourth floor, then they would have only just now spawned in. So that's kind of how that works. You usually don't have problems to worry about in that regard outside of Louisville. Once again, with the very strange assortment of pipes. We've been seeing a lot of these in Riverside, and I never once found out why they're here. But if you look in the center of the room here, you'll notice that there are some strange assortment of pipes, kind of like an H pattern, like an ascending H pattern. I want to assume that this is some sort of like you know how people see pyramids all over the planet in every culture. There just seems to be pyramid shapes in certain things, not just Egypt with their monuments, but like everywhere. The Illuminati sort of conspiracy theory. I think there's something going on there with these, because I see these everywhere, and they seem to be placed in very important spots, and yet I don't know what to do with them. If I stand in front of them and I hit E, nothing happens. If I right-click on them, nothing. I don't know, guys. I have no idea what this could possibly be. Oh, yeah, dark antimatter. Yep, it's linked in the description if anybody else is not aware. Top link in the description is what happened to our previous character. Unfortunately, it's just make one mistake. That's all it takes, isn't it? I took a day off after that, but we're back. We're back. I can't save all of my girls, but that does not mean I'm not going to try. Once again, interesting how these just seem to appear everywhere. It's almost as if they're used for something. I wouldn't know. I have no idea. Okay. So, as always, a fire department is a great place for a base. If you were willing to get stuck into Rosewood for the long term, you could do worse than a place like this. This is great. But the same is true for every fire department in every town now. They're just beautiful. They're beautiful. But we are not going to be getting locked here into Rosewood. There are bigger and better things out there on the map. The only thing that I'm upset about now is, of course, no keys to the truck. So we are stuck with just one vehicle for now. Now, I only mentioned this briefly, but we did find keys to something else. We got keys to a step van. The game didn't tell us which step van, though. I want to say that there are some step vans across the street in the parking lot of the PD. If so, we could mouse over the key, and it would show us which one it goes to. Problem is, I'm not seeing the I'm not seeing the flower van light up. And if it was the red one up there, then I want to say that the red one would light. We would have the key would be red. Like usually they color code the keys based on the color of the vehicle. Usually, not a guaranteed thing. But in any case, we're only a couple hours out from bed. I'm going to go ahead and finish what we started with the grave digging operations. If anybody wasn't here earlier, as our character is a fire officer, we are burying our co-workers, all of them, and separating them from the corpses over here, the other corpses. It's going to be a little challenging. Especially because some of these guys are not going to have any markers for their graves. We got a receipt here. That's some sort of PII. So this one... Wait a minute. Mia Hamill. There's an ID card for Mia Hamill somewhere here. She's the dark-skinned one. Okay. Okay. So I've got them in order. It's a very, very annoying-looking order, but from bottom to top here. Picking them up is not going to help much if I don't have the graves dug. Hello, grab corpse. Come on now, grab the corpse. There you go. Right-clicking on things, certain things through fences is a little questionable sometimes. Alright, so that was receipt for this one, Mia Hamill for this one. This gentleman had the hat, so we're putting him in that one. Actually, I'm going to need to do another row. I'm going to need to do another row here, I think. Got... No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes. This is why it's always best to separate the corpses if you're going to be treating any of them reverently. Wait a minute. Shit. Okay, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot because there was already a corpse in that one. And we already had it marked. Right, okay. So, we're bumping everybody up by 1. This one will mark her grave with the ring here. And this one will mark with her t-shirt, but she can go over here on this side. Okay, everybody gets a grave. One of them is a little farther back than the others, that's fine. Still valid. Oh, wait, no, she had the gold ring with Ruby. Okay, so t-shirt plus gold ring. Okay. Some sort of identifying marker if we can't get their ident cards. Otherwise, just this one and then 2 more and then we're done. Oh, wait a minute. This lady. Ah, yes. Okay, that was Christine. So that one goes right there then. I'm sure these souls will forgive me for almost mixing their corpses up, but no, we're good. You know, one of the only reasons I'm doing this now is because darkness, rain, doesn't make good for exploration or combat. And we're about to go to sleep, so all this exertion that we're spending on doing this, we'll get it all back after sleep. Okay, everybody's buried, and their graves are marked. Beautiful. That's all I needed. On the other side, we have another row. I did a better job with getting those pre-marked, so those ones are going to be a little bit less thinking to get them all put in the ground properly. You would think that would get us pretty dirty, but honestly, dirt just builds up on you over time. It's nothing overly specific on that. Just because I got all the windows shut and the shades down, that doesn't mean I'm not going to sneak when I go to sleep. Zombies are within throwing distance of my base, so. Honestly, if there were necromancers in this universe, it would be very hard to compete with them. You would have to have some very, very powerful fireballs. As a firefighter, if there's going to be necromancers out there, I better be able to cast fucking fireball. Almost forgot my shovel. Now, I don't have a flashlight that I can turn on while I'm carrying something, so this is a prime example of a good spot to use your headlights as a flashlight. Catseye does not widen your view cone, so even though I can see ambient lighting all right, I prefer something like that. Alright, so, even though... Basically what I did here is the corpses are in the correct order, and the markers are actually already placed. Like this guy, the helmet, and then the hat, and then the ident card here, and then the helmet here, and then the hat here. Do I hear somebody groaning? No, that might have just been me. Now, these last two, they're not firefighters. I don't think. No, that t-shirt is not a firefighter t-shirt. I can't afford this kindness to everybody. If I did, I would never stop, because there's way too many. Classic example of too many targets for your kindness. To be entirely honest, digging this many graves and filling them and then filling them in, or, you know, putting the corpse in and then filling them in this one night, that is superhuman levels of effort. You would not be able to do more than like a single grave in one night, even if you were at the peak of human physicality, unless you wanted to be lazy with it. 6 feet deep. And if you really wanted to be not lazy with it, then 6 feet deep, 8 miles out. But I'm not worried about the 8-mile rule. You also would not want to do this next to a reservoir. No, you would. No. Unless you want corpses very quickly exhuming themselves over time, polluting the water table too. But that is everybody. We did not kill any other firefighters anywhere else. So I can, with a clean conscience, spend the rest of the evening killing locals. The hell? Oh, I see. Oh, it's a vagrant. It's making those aggro noises, but now mostly I want to see if I've got the keys to a step van here. If I mouse over. Okay. Oh, you know what? I have to be closer. I forgot. Max zoom level is not enough to see if a key goes to something. It won't highlight if you're too far away. Even if you can see it, you might be too far away. So we can't even tell. Now we don't have to watch cooking anymore, so our bedtime is now 5 a.m. as it always should have been. I was only confusing myself by setting it to 6 for a little while there. Come on, somebody. Anybody. There you go. Yep. Yep, it is very much a shame. Can't save them all, even though it would be better to. I'd much prefer it. I mean, you know, lightning strikes can always happen, but that was an avoidable situation. I should have avoided it. Making better decisions. Just to really roll back the clock on what happened to my previous character. I didn't have to get out of the fucking truck. After detonating that pipe bomb, I should have just drove home. The rain, the mud, reduced movement, reduced visibility. Yeah, all of that was working way against me, and there was no point. There was literally no point. I had no more ticking clocks. All I had to do was just wait the storm out, and I could have been so much more effective against all those zombies. That probably never would have happened to me. But lessons for next time. I think, yeah, there's another one of my coworkers up there. I'm not bringing them all the way to the other side of the fire department. I will bear them if I can get them down here, but yeah, no, we're not. Now, another reason we should go grab them, though, of course, is there is that astronomical shot they might have the keys to the truck. I'd still very much like to have that fire truck. In fact, this actually is not the best idea. No, because I don't have a lot of real estate to lose zombies in a way that's not going to have them following me back to where I want to go. So I'm just going to split these guys up and kill them all. I think I can handle this. If I can't, we'll fall back. Okay, so fun fact about the new double and triple XL trees, like this one on the right, zombies cannot go through them. So if lightning strikes and a zombie spawns inside of a tile where an XXL tree is, they're actually stuck. So that zombie to my right there is making the noise. She's stuck. She will be there forever. But I'm still going to get rid of her. Almost looks like she stepped out there. Alright, if I can just nail my coworker here and then bury him, then we can sleep. Excuse me. You wouldn't happen to have the keys, would you? What? Oh, come on. There you go. Some of my coworkers have been a little slow in the past. That's fine. She's actually a fast shambler, so we can afford to give some distance. She'll stay on us. So yeah, like I said, I'm not leading her all the way over to the other side. We'll just get a new plot over on this side. And if there happen to be any more stragglers that I missed. It's not like I got a staff roster. Yet another one without any identifying markers, so her silver ring right here will have to do. Would have been amazing if she had a key ring with a key to a certain truck in it. That was part of the reason we went for her. But that's okay. Can't win them all. Sometimes you can't even win some of them. All right. So far, every one of my coworkers that I've found have been buried properly. Well, as properly as we can bury them. It's not like we're able to figure out all their names. We'll just have to say that I was a recent transfer and I had memorized everybody's name. Otherwise, it wouldn't really make sense that I wouldn't know their names. Otherwise, we are sleeping. Every door between us and them is closed until we get some barricades, but that's probably not going to happen here. Probably. I mean, nothing stopping me from doing it eventually. The only thing stopping me now is I ain't got no nails. %, sure there were no other. Got a little distracted on the third floor here. No. There are like 5 loot sources up here. We checked them all. You know what would make me... Okay, hang on. Just a bathroom. Make me really laugh really hard is if that thing over there, whatever that is actually supposed to meant to get us to higher floors. Perhaps it was an ascension mechanism of some sort. If that's what it was, that means that it wouldn't be out of character for there to be loot on the upper floors in the tower up there. Oh, how would I know? I would have to get out a sledgehammer and get out some nails and get out some planks and build a fucking staircase. Because right now that's the only way to go up flights of anything in this game. If I sound salty about it, yeah, I am. It's even extra stupid that we've got these stupid things all over the map. I'll drop the bit for a second. Why are there so many fucking ladders in logical places for them to be if we can't go up and down them? I feel like it's got to be coming. The ability to actually go up and down them, it's got to be coming. And if it's not, then it just makes everything stupider. They should never have been added to the map if they weren't going to actually be used, but who knows, maybe they will be. I'm going to read this Angler magazine here so that I don't have to take it with me. Even as a slow reader, it's an easy read. All of this food stuffs that I have on me can stay with me. Painkillers, beta blockers, those are both useful into my satchel for now. Eat a couple of these as just a quick snack. That and that. Okay. One of these duffel bags that I'm carrying around is a bit redundant. I'm going to use it as just an axe carrier. I'm not going to put axes, or rather, I'm not going to take the axes with me yet. This is just a bag of perfect axes is all this is. We'll just put this for grabs when the time comes. Because remember, we've got 3 already back here. That's all we need for now. I don't want to overload the trunk. I want to leave a little bit of room in there for actual loot. Otherwise, looking good. So, now that we are armed to the teeth, I'll give this place a little B. We got little base locations on either side of Rosewood. We're going to explore the rest of the town, see how long that takes, see if there's anything interesting to see, and then we are leaving town to the south. The first place we'll be going is Irvington. Irvington will get us a shot at some trailers. Trailers are very relevant to my interests now, seeing as towing vehicles is just fucking broken and it doesn't work. quick pressure check, make sure there was still water. Yeah, we got water. Dixie had it shut off like in the first couple of days, so 0 to 30, total random. I'm not going to do like a full cleaning, but just a few extremities here. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Poisonous mushroom bug. Oh, that sucks. Honestly, okay, if it was an actual bug, public service announcement for Richard and anybody else if you're not familiar. If you have to open up debug mode because of something really stupid, like a bug that killing your character that it shouldn't, the hotkey is N. If something starts killing your character and it doesn't make sense and it doesn't seem like it should be happening, open up debug mode, hotkey is N to activate God mode. We had to do that once because our character spontaneously combusted on one occasion during Unstable, back when fire was disappearing before it actually was gone. That was a painful thing. Our current hammer is just about to break. I'm just going to leave it behind and take one of these claw hammers. If I had to choose between claw and ball peen, it largely depends on what else I have with me. If I have a firefighter axe, then ball peen can do more things, with the exception of removing barricades. So if I come up with Survivor House, for example, firefighter axe can remove barricades, but if I don't have a firefighter axe, if I'm using like a blacksmithing axe or something like that, then I would prefer to have the claw hammer instead, because the differences between the ball peen and the claw very, 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 very niche. And when you're in the field, it's far more relevant usually that you just have the ability to unbarricade. This lady's wearing an Indie Stone shirt. Samantha Chastain. Yeah, alright, whatever. So, just by clearing the area, we have wiped out a good chunk of the police department. Normally I wouldn't care that much about police departments, but they are a shot at aiming and reloading books now. So police departments used to just be like a secondary target for getting guns and ammo. Now, to me, they are a primary target for books. It looks like I've got another co-worker, too. So we technically have not lost all hope on the fire truck. I mean, technically speaking, neighboring buildings can have keys to stuff. So, I mean, like, we could find the keys to the fire truck in the police department. Even though that doesn't make sense, we could. Now, anybody in this area is a potential person who spawned near the truck, and therefore a potential person with a keyring that has it, so even the non-firefighters we want to be checking. I think the nearest plot is going to be the one we used last night, so... Got another incoming from the right there. Now, okay, I gotta remember, you can put corpses in trunks. They weigh 20 encumbrance. We actually have 20 encumbrance in the car, so I don't have to do this a second time. For the other one of my coworkers who's still up there, I can kill them where they stand, and I'll just bring their corpse over here with the car. I wouldn't want to do that too many times, but I mean, there's only one more over there that I could see, so yeah. Now, this one has a wallet, but they don't have their ID tag. I love it when that happens. All there is a business card for Jamal Burt. Her name does not look like... She does not look like a Jamal to me. There's various ethnic considerations there, but it's also a simple fact that it's a guy's name. Yeah, whatever. We've got her in the right spot, and we've got room for one more. That one more I'll just drive over. It's fine. You can put them in seats, too. When it comes to putting corpses in vehicles, it's a little weird. You can't put multiple, even though you should be able to fit them. Like, it should be... the game just seems to bug out when you try to put more than one. So you can put, like, a corpse in a... I think it's by the container, I think. So I think if you want to put, like, one in the trunk and one in the passenger seat, you could do that. Deal with the fast ones separately. Left and right. Left and right. I feel a lot more comfortable doing that when there's distance. Any key rings for me? I would gladly take a key ring to the police department too now. Getting into the back room without having to break it. Just because I have axes does not mean I want to be wasting their durability. Neither of those items that I tried to place actually got placed. Alright. You are the final of my coworkers that I'm aware of. Now, I'm pretty sure you can move corpses into any vehicle trunk, I want to say. If I'm wrong about that, then I've just messed everything up. But let's give it a shot real quick. Nope. This should work. Now, I have seen some strange things happen when you do this, so be careful. If it doesn't work the first time, then it's not going to work at all. But it looks like it works the first time for us. We now have a corpse in the trunk. It weighs 20 encumbrance. Perhaps this won't be the first time I kidnap one of my coworkers. That's alright. Last time it was for the, whatchamacallit? It's for the, oh, get off of my hood, Sonic. There you go. Work smarter, not harder. So I'm not quite done with that shovel yet. That's alright. If I find any more, they're probably going to be in the same place. I'll just leave the shovel over there. If anybody's wondering why I didn't put any crosses down yet, even though it would be a great carpentry leveling experience, I can't. I don't have any nails. It's rather silly, but we have not found a single box of nails. We have found a grand total of 2 loose nails in containers. That is it. Kind of ridiculous, but you know what? You win some, and you definitely lose some. Alright, so this one is the one whose shirt... Wait a minute. Shit. The one whose hat that I have is on the right here. This guy. I knocked his hat off. That's now there. Oh, right, this other one here was supposed to be... the shirt and the business card. Okay. It's kind of hard to see, but we do have a ring marking this one. It doesn't have to be like a perfect marker, but just something. Otherwise, this is, you know, unmarked graves. That's literally the meme, is an unmarked grave in the middle of nowhere. So, the most faintest of markers. we're actually out of room on this side. I don't care. I don't care. This is the most convenient spot. I'll do another row if I have to. Shovel stays here. And otherwise we are, for the most part, done. I do want to leave behind these Firefighter gear pieces. We have so much, I'm probably never going to need aramid thread again. Seriously. We are rolling in aramid thread now. We could have, if we really wanted to, we could get started ripping them up. It's just, that's going to be a lot of work. I'll do it before we leave this area. Like before we leave Rosewood. I'm not going to do it before that, because that's just a lot of standing around in front of a crafting surface and yanking thread out of these things. The amount of material you get does not scale with your, as far as I know, does not scale with your level, but the speed with which you do it, I think that does scale. So even though we won't, we're not obligated to wait forever for more material that we're going to take forever. Okay, so now that we've cleared at least this lot, we can find out if the key that we picked up that says to a step van. Hey, look at that. We have Charms Flowers. Hell yeah. Okay, so all of my concerns about the fire truck are more or less elated, because having a step van is even better for now. The trunk, of course, is in perfect condition, and also, of course, there's no gas. Now, I've said a lot of shit about towing, and this is a shout out to anybody. I seriously doubt they would ever watch my videos, but I mean, anybody who may have been recommended my video about towing backwards. Maybe the parking brake is on the step van. Maybe maybe you're so silly. You're trying to tow a bigger vehicle with such a small vehicle. No, there's just something really stupid that prevents it from working right if you accelerate too quickly. If you give it a little nudge and then accelerate more slowly, you're fine. You are literally fine. You just got to make sure that it doesn't gain enough speed to bump into you. So we've got to go really fucking slow. But otherwise, I can bring this back to my lot. Now, do be advised, towing makes a lot of noise. Simply doing this is probably going to bring people from across the street towards my lot here. And whatever. Yeah, I can already see one moving. The other two, not yet. I need to get gas in this thing. I already have a jerry can in the trunk of my car here. You have no need to break that. You're good. This is the brilliance of shades. This cowboy hat. It actually works because I've got the, got the red and the white on the shirt. Matches the white of the hat. But it's still way too hot for hats. Any hats, ever. So we've checked every LEO zombie we've seen so far. So every zombie that's a cop, who possibly could have had the key to the police department, because we wanted to check them for guns. So no stone unturned on that so far. You know what? Okay, well, you're right. It would be a nice touch. They would just go bad within like 2 days. They would just go bad within 2 days. It's fine. We'll actually come back and mark the graves with a proper, proper cross once we actually get some nails. Because if nothing else, that's free carpentry experience. Looks like we got a few dudes on this side. I should have checked everybody in this pile, but you know what? Just a quick scroll. I was not yet aware when I left these corpses here just how bad the search for the keys would get. Once again, we got a 9mm here. I think this one's slightly better condition than my other one. Thank you for your service weapon. Okay, you know what? It is, quote-unquote, better. Not that much better. Like, I'll take it, but I'm not going to replace it. It's like, it's almost exactly the same. So right now, we're just entirely focused on clearing out the PD and hopefully finding some keys. Otherwise, when it comes to actually looting the PD, I'm going to prioritize getting the, trying to get the keys to the step, or rather get the step van fueled first. We've only got like 10 liters left in the car right now, so the car is not... We can't just empty the car and be good. No. We've got a secure gas station. Trip over when you push them and there's an object near. Interesting. Didn't know that. If you're talking about fences, yes. That is... You can literally push them over fences. I do find that kind of funny when the situation aligns for it. Another 9mm. This one's in worse condition. Alright, so we've hit that point. No, we haven't. I don't want to be putting magazines into my shoulder holster until they're full. Brett Tidwell. He has been acquitted. This is a detective. You see somebody wearing a suit near a police department, make sure to check them in case they're a detective. Detectives have things like ankle holsters and occasionally revolvers. I already got a good tie, right? Yes, I already got a good tie. I like the red one with the dots if I'm going to be wearing a red shirt. There's going to be a few more inside here. So basically, if you're hitting the Rosewood Police Department, be very advised about these two windows right here, because anybody who's stuck out back is going to try to pass through these windows to get out of the enclosure around back. That is the shortest distance. Hey. Wow, okay. More in there than I thought. Let's let them split themselves up. I'm going to actually fall back a little bit with the car. I don't want to be fighting on rough terrain if we're going to be fighting that many. I'll let the fast ones get to me and bump into one of them. Officer Shotgun here has a JS3T on him. I don't know if bumping into them with a vehicle has a chance of damaging items on them, but just in case. Just in case, I'll hit the other one. Try to kill the shotgun carrier with as few hits as possible. Best shotgun in the game, by the way. Tactical shotgun. 7 in the tube, medium range, and put some good attachments on it. Oh, that lady was also a detective. Frankie Rutledge, thank you for your weaponry. Apparently can fit 4 magazines. Oh no, you can't. That's a lie. I've always hated the shoulder holster. I've always hated it, even back when it was still just a mod. I even doubly hate it now that the devs literally just added it with all the same dumb baggage that it had as a mod. There should not be things in this game that can store stuff, and just only stuff. If you've got a pouch that's big enough to fit a magazine for a firearm, you can fit all kinds of shit in there. You should not have a container in this game that can only fit a specific type of item. It's so stupid. It was stupid when it was a mod, and now it's stupid that it's in the vanilla game. That needs to change. I don't mean to sound like, you know, really mean and be a dick about it, but I mean, seriously, it's just so stupid. It's the only container in the game that does that. Only inconsistency truly bothers me in that regard. So the difference between the JS2000 here, JS2000 you can put a choke on it and get a little bit more range, but you're 2 shells shorter than the JS, what is it, JS3T, right? Yeah, JS3T. I always get it confused with the MSR7T. Both of them are just a single number ending in T for tactical. It gets a little brain meat confusing, but yeah. MSR7T is best long-range shooter, JS3T is best shotgun. But for now, we just Firefighter axe, because, of course, we are a firefighter. If I start shooting right now, we're going to have a bad time, because there's people down the road that I would prefer to stay down the road. And shotguns are the loudest object in the game. 220 tiles, if I'm not mistaken. Dexie, yes, this is a complete new world. I do not respawn in existing worlds. If I lose a character, which I prefer not to, but if I must, I will be starting over. Early game has its own interests, but yeah, I'm not building up skills from ground up in a world that's already been, you know, pilfered of loot and other things. That's fine. That's fine. I do have a hatchet that needs sharpening. I saw just one more guy inside the PD. Okay, I don't need to be carrying a 2-liter and my water bottle here. Main backpack is a little bit messy. That's fine. So if we want to loot this place, if we get lucky enough, then we can get out the back door this way, and this will be the easiest. Well, the firearms loot is right here in this little area. Not much has changed about that. Actually, the interior of this building hasn't changed. Everything around it has, but not the interior. Interesting. The number of Zeds inside should be lower. It's not going to be 0, but it should be lower. Alright, Officer John. I'm sure you were 4 days from retirement, right? That's alright. You just would have been a retired zombie. Law enforcement is a young man's career. I actually, at one point, after watching all the cop slop, that I have all the body cam footage. I've actually unironically considered a career in law enforcement. I just don't think there's such thing as a part-time sheriff's deputy. If there was, I mean, I also haven't even talked to my local police department about it yet. But if there was, I'd be possibly interested in that, because I don't think I'm ever going to be making, you know, significant amounts of money from live streaming. I was holding out possibility for it, but I'm not here to make money. I'm here to have fun. And I was kind of just, if you get really lucky in the live streaming game, then you can do both. Or at least you can get, you can make it enough fun to not have the fact that you're doing it as a career ruin it for you. But where I stand right now, YouTube won't even let me monetize, even though I meet the arbitrary thresholds now. We got the subscribers, we've got the watch hours. I mean, I blow away some other channels in terms of watch hours. I've got like 50,000 valid public watch hours. It's fucking wild. That is a result of being a long player. I'm here for it. Well, the chief didn't have keys to my truck, and I don't think anybody else is going to, but let's see. I do hear some mouth breathing. It's mostly in the center and left speakers. Okay, that's everything in this, pretty much more than half of the surface area of the ground floor here. Regrettable, but, well, no, okay. See, at this point, I'm not just looking for the, you know, keys to the fire truck over there. That would be a Hail Mary. But, that other step in the lot, I would take it. Don't know if I'll get it, but I would take it if I could. Probably a bathroom, Zed. But it could be any number of rooms back here. Wait a minute. There's at least one in front of the door. I'm gonna swing at her, but I'm gonna assume there might be another behind her. Ooh, okay. So she was a detective and she had a SN38. SN38 is the quietest gun in the game, tied with the Trapper Carbine. And she even had a box of 38 Special for me. So point blanking with 38 Special is actually one of my favorite ways to level shooting in this game. Now we don't have a aiming book read, so we're not getting very good ROI on bullets, but if we want to shoot, we can do so now.
Hey!
We're going to gauge the response from there. I don't yet know which one is slapping, but if anybody was not behind a door, then that should have assisted. I don't like how many doors there are over here. Wait a minute, hang on. I hear somebody making noise to the left there. Yeah, see? Okay. I had a feeling we had to put mobile still. Couldn't even tell you why. I just felt like it. Zed's senses were tingling.
Hey!
It's just the sheer number of people who didn't start slapping something when they heard me shout. Yeah, we got another incoming. Come on. Take your time. Let's go. There you go. Right this way, officer. Now, just because somebody's not an officer does not mean they might not have the keys to the joint. Okay. Now, whoever's mouth breathing might also be who's slapping. So right now I have no reason to believe there's not more than one. All it takes is one. Point notwithstanding. Hatchet for close quarters. So what we were just hearing has changed speakers. Now it's to my surround right. That tells me it's probably somebody downstairs or upstairs. There's actually two. Upstairs is very minimal, though. I'm leaning towards downstairs. Security room, nothing impressive. Now, this right here is actually one of the things we're here for. The lockers. Police department lockers now have a shot at books, aiming or reloading. Aiming one. Better aiming. There we go, boys. We've got our foot in the door. I read that, and I can start shooting zombies with a very clean conscience. So on my previous character, we didn't get as far into it as I would have liked, but she was gaining reloading experience faster than aiming without there being a book, which I found very fascinating. So just when we were level 4 at both, and just, you know, shooting, reloading bullets as we shot, we were getting more reloading experience just by reloading every shot we fired. I found that very fascinating. That's the opposite of what I expected, especially with the precedence from my late game experience. Needless to say, that's not really relevant for now. We would prefer to have the book read as much as possible. I'm putting any electrical disassembly things in one bag here, because we are getting quite a bit. It's filling up my bags a bit. Ankle holster. Yes, please. I'm gonna have to redo my action bar when we get back to base here. Now, that might have only been one set of lockers. I can't remember if we had another set on the other side here. I know we got the jail over here. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on, right here. I strongly dislike these tight corners here. This must be the ladies' side, yeah. Fewer lockers. Shout out to all the female LEOs out there. Few and far between, but they exist. Now, don't let these crash helmets fool you. Crash helmets have vision impairment. Crash helmets are not that good. Vision and hearing impairment. Forceps acquired. That's another addition to my kit. We've basically got a full kit here. Yeah, we basically have a full kit. I mean, it's actually overflowing. 7.0 encumbrance is what you're limited to on an Alice kit. And we're at 7.2 because we're using a satchel instead. We did just find a fanny pack, which I'm going to put on, but it's going to be of limited utility. Everything is a half measure until I get my Alice belt and suspenders. Janitor closet, give me some box of garbage bags, thank you. Large handle, we can use that to repair a axe, one of our axes. Oh, you know what? Whoever's slapping might actually be in the jail. No, it changed to my center speaker again. I don't know. I have no idea. I hear breathing to my left, so bathroom or just right there. Lynn Purcell. Okay, I need to reorder my bags here. Backpack off and back on again. Backpack must be at the bottom of the list. So we've checked every container I can find so far, and we still don't have any sort of relevant keys. No keys to the apartment, and no keys to any vehicles nearby. That means security doors are... Now, if I wanted to get to the weapons locker, I've got an axe. I know how to use it. That's not the problem. Gonna put low priority stuff in here for now. Our girl is now stressed because of the stupid zombie slapping that door. We already have a box of garbage bags in the car, so we don't need to take one with us now. Alright, let's go deal with the slapper here. I'm assuming upper floor. We can check staircases now with the gun. Okay, he's just been up here the whole time. Once again, no preset for the emergency channel. That's fine. If you're high-level electrical, you can disassemble these monitoring banks for electrical stuff and for steel sheets. That's someday that'll be very relevant to my interests. Of course, this guy up here didn't have keys to the joint. That would have been nice. That would have been a little too nice. Helipad with no helicopter on it. We still haven't had the helicopter event, so that could happen any day. What is it, first 2 weeks? Can't remember. So this PD does not have a basement. Rosewood PD does not. Muldraw does, and so does Riverside now. Have not yet looked at the new West Point one. I would put the chances at relatively elevated. Also no garage here. So with the exception of the weapons locker, we've seen everything there is to see in this building. I don't suppose you have the keys to this joint, Larry? No. Always worth a shot. Speaking of shots, I'm used to hitting 6 to getting my revolver. But thanks to the ankle holster, now I can. Currently, the only concealed weapon that you can put in an ankle holster is an SN38. I do hope someday we get a compact 9mm. Those were definitely around in the 90s, but not in these 90s. Not yet. Callum, it's at the top of the description. URL with a timestamp baked in so you can see exactly what happened. Observe the cascades of failures. I'll spoil it for you. We should have just drove home. There was no reason to continue fighting. So that's a lot of everything. Mostly garbage bags, though. Box of sparklers. Something relevant to me right now. Box of sparklers equals more aerosol can bombs. It's a very strange linchpin material. Aerosol can bombs must have a box of sparklers as the catalyst. Or, sorry, that's the fuel. The catalyst is... No, it is the catalyst. It's the catalyst. The fuel is the can itself, yeah. Anyway. This bag is like 70% full. I'm going to drop the garbage bag off at base. I'm going to try to watch TV if I can. We'll see if I missed anything for 1800. It might just be commercials. I think we've got in broadcast. It's the 14th, so I can't remember. See, as nice of a place as Rosewood Fire Department is, the house is nicer because I don't have to go up and down the stairs to get to the kitchen. I'm just going to put that ground beef in the freezer for now. So if there was any Life and Living left to watch, we got commercials. But we might start getting the fizz. Even if it is just commercials, we can still rebuild an axe. We got a good handle. Hey, we do have another episode of the good shit here. This looks to be trapping. We're switching our active read over to aiming now. I can't remember if that's the last one or not. Seeing as other channels are already starting to go dark. In any case, we can put away mechanics now into our library. Also, the axe can go in the trunk here. These shotguns we picked up, there will be no need to bring them with us, I don't think. Well, I mean, okay. I will never use a JS2000 or a JS3T to level with because they can jam very easily. And that is not a good thing. You don't want to be jamming if you can avoid it. So I would much prefer to use a weapon that doesn't jam. We were doing a little experimentation with that on Dixie. We were using the only shotgun that doesn't jam is your double barrel. Okay, so all the magazines we've picked up. We have 2 full ones in my shoulder holster, and now we have one that is like partially full. I'm going to yank the bullets out of that, hold on to the loose bullets so we can use 9mm as desired. Otherwise, 38 specials in the backpack. Zip ties in my backpack can be used to quickly repair the handle of something. And when I say quickly, I mean it's like almost instant. You just need a crafting surface. When it comes to soda, I hate cans, but a 2-liter is not that bad. Cans are not worth the dead weight. But with a 2-liter, you can, dead weight is only 0.1. I don't really have a dedicated weapons stash of any sort right now. I'm going to use this duffel bag as empty magazine storage. Okay, so nothing has changed for my overarching goals for the immediate run. I need to secure gas, and then we need to do a map tour. The only thing that's changed is that we're going to be doing the map tour with the Charms Flowers van out there, because we got the keys to it. We just need to gas it up. There's got to be less than 10 liters left in the car right now, so the car is good, it's working, but it's not gonna last forever. We might need to coast on some locally sourced stuff, just siphon it out of local vehicles. We'll find out, do what we gotta do. But yeah, since I won't be using this anytime soon, it'll just jam all the time. It is the best gun for shotgun in the game, but it's just, you know, jam, two or three shots, jam, 2 or 3 shots, jam. That's your low level experience right there. Just use something that doesn't jam until you're like level 6 or whatever. Much better that way. Regrettably, we didn't find a bandolier. I knew I was forgetting something. I want to put this bottle of water in the trunk. Every once in a while during an early game map tour, you'll run into a situation where you don't have enough easy refills of water. I should not be worshipping this one nail right here. That's literally all I got right now. We've still not found any, granted, we're not exactly looking in the right places. It's just that usually I don't have to look in the right places just to find a friggin' nail. Hang on a second. The fanny pack has a better encumbrance reduction than the satchel, so things like my wrench and wood saw are going to go in the fanny pack. Because in the satchel, they're just weighing me down much more. Satchel is only 65 versus the fanny pack of 80. And I was going to redo my hot bars, but as long as 6 gets me my ankle holster, we're fine. Okay, we're a little past bedtime, but we're not tired, so that means we're not messed up. Just gotta get to sleep. And then, overnight hour, and then tomorrow we deploy. What are the list of towns to go to first to last? Irvington is first, because Irvington is going to have trailers. Or, I mean, it's going to have multiple chances at trailers spawning. And because towing vehicles has just been annihilated. It sucks now. It's not good. You have to go so fucking slow, you might as well just drive back and forth instead. I'm still mad about it, but I've at least learned to just avoid it so that I don't have to be mad about it. I'm holding on to this can opener until we get a keyring can opener, because I might have situations where I want to go canned food. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the house space, and I'm going to... It's either or at this point. I'm thinking about what would be more efficient, to take the stuff that I have here down to the house, or take the stuff that I have at the house down here. Everything in the house is already packed up, but I would need the step van to actually load it up and move it. But the house is also more... Well, I can't even say the house is more convenient, because the house is not more convenient. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't need to overthink it. The only thing I would want to go back to the house for now would be the perishable food. I really should just have all perishable food that I want to keep in one place, because otherwise it will go bad altogether at some point. In the trunk of the car, we've already got a jerry can. And the car is more maneuverable than the step van, and I can take more hits on it without crying about it, so we're definitely taking the car first. I'm going to steal one of these bottles. Spencer bottles. Using this, I can... I'm going to fill it with gas so that I can do both vehicles at once. Now, honestly, is it ever really that worth it to repair handles in this game? If I had a better understanding about whether the head has a chance of taking damage when the handle breaks. That's the only thing that I'm concerned about. Otherwise, if this axe breaks, the head should still be fine. The handle will go long before the head does. But if the simple act of it breaking has a chance to damage the head just because it breaks, that would refactor my equation on that. So I have no answer either. So if it was better to fix the handle instead of letting it break, would it be worth the effort to actually try to repair it at this low level maintenance? I don't know. We don't have very much time tonight. I'm just going to check local vehicles in the area and see if anything has gas in it that I can siphon. That'll help me delay the decision of gas stations. Oh, sorry, I missed chat. Somebody was asking about what do I think about AI and art. Mixed feelings. If we're just talking about entering a prompt and that's it, fuck you, that's not art. Sorry, no, fuck you, that's not art. If you're talking about using it as a tool in the workflow, that's a very gray area. I actually haven't really formulated my full opinion on it. The argument about whether AI especially in the field of art, whether it's inherently theft because of the unsolved copyright questions. I think they're still being actively litigated in certain areas. Whether the fact that an AI can produce, huge, possibly substantive portions of original work because it was trained on that original work and tagged so well. I don't know. That is something I would actually be curious to see where those court cases go, if they ever go anywhere. Right now, the economic incentive is heavily against anybody who wants to sue AI companies because, fucking... Right now, AI companies are so powerful that they're able to glaze the current administration in the White House and give them enough elbow rubbing for Sam Altman to be fucking going over to state dinners and shit. So we're not in a state of being where you can reliably be like, yeah, no, AI is gonna... people are gonna have a reasonable approach to it sometime soon. No. No, the current administration in the White House is gonna have to fucking go before anything can change in the AI realm, because currently the boomers over there in the current administration are just 100% convinced that AI is just totally hot shit. No questions whatsoever. And, I mean, you know, normally I'd be like, okay, yeah, administrations last 4 years. People tend to forget that, you know, the current administration, it's only going to be there for a couple more years, and then shit's going to hit the fan again with the next election, and then you're going to get whatever you end up getting. And their opinions on AI are going to, you know, that's going to be very important, because it's going to determine how much farther the AI companies can go. I hear a lot of people on the right like, nah, J.D. Vance, he's the next president, guaranteed. The Democrats are not going to be able to pull anybody out of the woodwork to challenge him. I mean, if that's true, then we've got 4 more years of AI getting worse, because I'm pretty sure he's just going to continue exactly what the current administration is doing in that regard. For better, or in my case, I do strongly disagree with the current administration's stance on AI. They're fucking treating it like a national defense. Fuck you, it's not national defense. You're fucking... I had a lot to think. I got a lot to say about this shit. Oh man, Claude is so dangerous. Claude is so fucking dangerous, man. It's going out there and hacking our competition. Jesus Christ, guys. And the problem is, everybody falls for this marketing. Everybody falls for this marketing. You can look at the YouTube comment sections on any video that even so much as mentions AI, and you will see, just wait a couple years, man. Just wait a couple years. AI is going to change everything. It's going to change everything. It's going to get even better. It's going to keep getting better. It's not going to stop getting better. That's what everybody thinks. No, it's going to... As somebody who actually works with the technology, I run open weight models all the time, WAN for video generation, and I'm jumping around for image generation. I do, what is it, Quen? I love Quen image edit. Fucking amazing. QIE remix for the interesting stuff, if you're not interested in detail retention. And if you actually want detail retention on certain questionable accuracy, QIE base with the LoRa, with the detail retention LoRa, it's actually pretty good. Like, you can get faces to be retained pretty well as you swap, you know, anything else you want. Just basically take a single character and have them do other things. That's, QIA can do pretty good shit with that. But, in terms of, you know, I already specified, if you're just putting in a prompt, then no, there's no artistic merit in that. It's got to be part of a workflow. There's got to be the human touch in there for it to be art, in my humble opinion. If you just type in prompting by itself is linguistics. It's not art. I know there are people who be like, you know, prompting is very complicated. No, you're just not very good at language composition. You learn how to talk to these fucking AIs, and it's in English, you know. It's how good you are with English or whatever you're tokenizing into. You can type, you can talk to China, you can talk to all these open weight models with their tokenizer works just as well with Chinese now. So it's whether you're really good at formulating prompts that match the original training data in English or Chinese. That's it's literally, you know, it's... And I'm not the kind of person who's like, oh, poetry isn't art, but no. Word forms have got to be a separate and discrete thing. It's not an art to be able to talk to an LLM. And I will laugh at anybody who says otherwise. That you're just a fucking idiot. It's not an art to be talking to an LLM with the right words. It's an interesting challenge. I mean, you know, as a very big enjoyer of linguistics myself, anything that involves using the right string of words to do the right thing, yeah, I find that very interesting. But it's not an art form, in my humble opinion. Maybe not quite as humble. Okay. Sometimes we got weaponry in the trunks of these. Hey, look at that. Sometimes is now loaded magazines ×2. Some 9mm, so we could load even more, but we don't have the book. Police duffel bag. That's what I like to see. Police duffel bag is a random shot at some really good shit. Not too much we didn't already have. Nightstick isn't bad if you're a short blunt enjoyer. I'm not currently in short blunt. Sometimes these things will have rare attachments on them, but all we got is a full choke tube, so not that much. That's okay. We do have a laser sight, though, and tritium pistol sights. Okay, so one of these M9s is now our primary. Beautiful. So basically a duffel bag full of really good weaponry shit we can shoot a little bit later. I ran up here on foot, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. You got me yapping. You got me yapping, and I actually literally forgot if I brought a vehicle. No, we're good. What do I enjoy about this game? As soon as you secure survival, you get bored and quit. That's your problem right there. That's your problem. You got to enjoy it for the gameplay and the, in my case, it's the gameplay, the combat, and the logistics. The combat and the logistics are what make it for me. Just organizing things, setting dominoes up, watching them fall down, making sure I have enough supplies to go to this place, that place. Fight my way into this place, come out with this much stuff. All the planning and execution behind that is a lot of fun. Now, okay, if you're like right on the edge of whether you like this game a lot, the best question I can ask you is, why are there still fucking zombies on your map? What are you doing? Get out there and kill those motherfuckers. I mean, I know that not a guaranteed way to pump somebody up, but if you're struggling with what to do, just remember that there's shamblers down the road that shouldn't be there. And as long as you're playing default settings, you don't have to worry about respawns anymore. See, for me, respawns used to just really take the fun out of combat, because anybody I killed would just be there again in 52 weeks, or whatever it is it takes for a full area respawn. But in default settings now, respawns are disabled, as they always should have been. And so, because of that, if you clear an area, it stays clear. And so, that for me is far more moralizing than anything else they've done in this, to make this game better. This game has also the day length, the default day length being up to 90 days, or 90 minutes. 90 minutes to a day now. That was a very simple, subtle change that happened through B42, that I am 200% on board with. So our current regular carry 9mm has now got it's got a tritium sights, and it's got a laser sight. That's the most accurate you can get a 9mm, so that's good. Am I an idiot? I think I'm an idiot. Yes, I parked the car, but did I shut it off? That's the real question. But yes, I answered the question, and I'll graciously ignore the fact that you copy-pasted it. That is one of the only things that ever gets me like, yeah, no more you in chat. No copy-pasting, please, kindly. So, I'm transferring the vehicle kit from the sports car over to the step van, seeing as we actually scored a good amount of gas. I don't need to immediately fight my way to a gas station. So the trunk, just a direct transfer from one to the other. Just the fact that art is threatened by... Yeah, I mean, honestly, I agree with that. I mean, calling it satanic is one interesting thing. I hear a lot, I hear that word used a lot. Satanic, in my mind, means literally inhuman. But unfortunately, laziness is very human. And AI, the reason it's so popular is laziness. That if people were not as lazy as they are, AI would not be very popular at all, because what AI is a shortcut. It's a shortcut for lazy people to accept shit that's just good enough, but not perfect. If you actually strive for perfection, then AI will never be good enough, because you'll always be going down that rabbit hole of, maybe I can smith the prompt a little bit better. Maybe I can do that better. Maybe I can do that better. Next thing you know, you might as well have just done it yourself. But the people who think AI stuff is good enough, they don't usually think that way. They're usually like, oh, wow, look at that. Look at this slop it just changed out. Dude, this is great. This is fucking amazing. I don't need anything better than this. I'm exaggerating, of course. I'm exaggerating. Some people just look at the pretty pixels that get generated by the UNets and the VE. And they're just like, wow, look at this. This is fucking amazing. Still don't have any really good image models that go straight to pixel space. See, that's another thing. Okay, right. People think AI is going to keep getting better. It's going to keep getting better. Why the fuck do we not have pixel space image generation yet? We don't have any image models that actually operate straight on pixels. The experimental ones that do still fucking suck. I've tried Chroma. It sucks, guys. And I'm really getting in the weeds on AI here, but people who don't understand AI, but think it's just going to keep getting better, man. It's just going to keep getting better. We're going to have Cortana in a few years now. No, dude, you're clearly not paying very close attention to this technology. It is nowhere near that level yet, and at this rate, it won't be. Because a lot of people are really okay with what AI can do right now in its current form. And because of that, research on better shit is actually kind of not progressing as well as I would have liked. Again, you could get better images from, you know, the prompting and the clip structure that we got right now for that. You can get better images out of it if you just operate on pixel space. You cut out the middleman. Problem is, of course, that requires research, that requires funding. And all the funding right now is just going to building more data centers. Nobody is funding research. Research started and continues with Google. Google is one of the only companies out there that recently did some really interesting research. And they changed the fucking market overnight. The ability... Okay, so RAM prices. Why did RAM prices... Regular RAM prices. And not, you know, VRAM, like GPUs. Why did RAM prices suddenly spike? It was because of one fucking research paper done by Google that, you know, really quickly got some engineering precedent. And that's just being able to offload models to RAM without experiencing massive slowdowns. Normally, the way it used to work is offloading shit into the RAM from the VRAM would really, really, really tank your performance to the point of it. You know, you would only really do it if you were, like, desperate to run something, but you had some 4 gigabyte card from a decade ago or some shit. That is no longer the concern. Now there are ways to offload parts of the model to RAM, regular system RAM, without bottlenecking on performance anywhere near as much. And just overnight RAM kits cost thousands of dollars now. RAM kits just went from 3 figures to 4 figures because Google, you know, the people who started this AI craze by researching transformers, Google just fucking... Yeah, and I get a little heated when I talk about this shit because it's something I do in my spare time. It's an interesting hobby. It's an interesting hobby. It's not going to change the planet more so than it... Why did my van just shut off? Oh, the engine's yellow. Okay, fuck. Okay, we can't use this. We can't use this. I can't be... Sorry, Okay. Engine is below 50%. To be entirely honest, guys, I didn't think these random engine cutouts happened until you were like 30s. But no, we're 48% engine condition, and it's randomly cutting out on us. I was wondering why the fucking thing needed to be restarted. I didn't shut it off the second time there, but okay. So this is not our step van. Sorry, guys. I was really, really excited to start our expedition. I'm probably still going to start it with just the car, but I mean, fuck. That sucks. That means this is not an expedition vehicle. This is just a carrier. Because of that, I will go to the house and collect everything that we have there. I mean, look at this shit. You can't have this shit. You can't have this shit. You just can't. You can't operate with this. And it feels like this has gotten worse. The few times I had a vehicle with a lowered engine condition on my previous character, it was nightmarish. So yeah, this thing is basically only worth going from A to B in cleared territory. At least I didn't go through the effort of clearing the cab. Great value noodles. AI is a tool, not a solution. No, that's okay, now, using AI to help repair your bike. Okay. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm just saying that every time as somebody who owns an e-scooter, lovely thing. I love the thing so much. I've been trying to find better ways to replace the tires on these things. Every single time I try to do any sort of internet search now for tubeless tire repair, all I get is AI-generated slop from search engine optimized, whatchamacallit, usually Gemini. Gemini will churn out articles faster than you can ever, faster than you can ever imagine, but then not only does it churn out an entire article, Google, the overlords who run Gemini and who decide the search algorithm, Google searches prioritize Gemini slop. So a little secret to the internet there. You want to write an article on the internet, use Gemini to do it, you instantly get boosted in SEO rankings. Straight to the top. Straight to the fucking top. To the point where an original article written by hand just won't go up anymore. And because of that, I'm very, very familiar with what Gemini sounds like when it's writing about how to do tubeless tire repair. And all of it fucking sucks. It's all talking about tractors. It's all talking about bikes. Even when you specify e-scooter in quotes. The problem is the LLM doesn't understand things. There's no understanding going on. All it knows is that tubeless tires are just linked up to the very broad conceptual notion of, tractors have tubeless tires, so do e-scooters. So surely churning out some slop article with information on how to replace tubeless tires is valid for other things. Surely that'll work for... No, it won't. No, not even close. You try to replace an 11-inch tubeless tire on a scooter using things that you learned about... No. And I have heard some of the recommendations. I've heard people say, yeah, just use something flammable, light it on fire. Okay, buddy. I tried Axe. Axe wasn't powerful enough. What do I try next? Butane? Like, how flammable does it have to be? Yeah. I have things to say about that. I'm just gonna end it there. Point being, if you want to make broad, very strong claims about AI, if you want to be an AI bro, I'm not even opposed to that. But please know what you're talking about. Please actually run open weight models on your own infrastructure before you start acting like you understand what data centers are going to be able to do. Because at the end of the day, it's really just a question of scale. Data centers can do better shit with much, much bigger models. But there is a scaling problem there. And the only way you can really figure that out is if you run your own models, then compare it with the LLM slop you see elsewhere. If you do that, the secrets to the universe are one step closer. Okay, so this stuff on the floor. This is all just the contents of the house that I did not have an immediate priority for. I want these garbage bags back, but 90% of this stuff I don't really need right now. Yeah, I'm going to take the garbage bags back. I'm just going to drop all the shit on the floor. It's fine. See, if I need more sheets, I know where to come find them. There's plenty here, along with like 20 more curtains. Now, when it comes to this stuff that I'm picking up, most of it is not... Like, it's just going to go to the fire department. That's all it is. And if we find a better step van that also has a perfect trunk, then we'll just do a direct transfer between the trunks. The fact that this thing has got a bad condition engine and it just keeps cutting out on us, that doesn't have to keep us down forever. But because I already did a good job of differentiating anything that could have potential crafting merit, we don't have to think any harder about this stuff. The contents of the house are now dealt with. All that's left is this spare stuff, spare gear, and then the fridge, small form food in the containers. Okay. This is the freezer here. We have extracted everything of value from the house, with the exception of this propane can that I was holding off on. Okay, we can get out of here with a clean conscience now, and just say that everything that we're not bringing with us on the expedition is back at the Rosewood, whatchamacallit there. Now, let's say that this thing just cuts out on us. Like we're trying to trying to drive and this thing just cuts out on us like it just did, like right there. We just gotta calmly keep turning the key until it turns back on. I still really don't want this happening in combat, but that's why it's okay for short stints. The windows are 100% intact. Even if there's a bunch of zombies around us, they only do between 2 and 5% damage per hit. We can survive a few hits if we must. We do not need to jump out and put ourselves at risk just because the engine cuts. That's my instinct, by the way, is this jump out. That's why I had to like say that out loud. Because my instinct is the engine cuts out unexpectedly. I abandon the vehicle. Because I do not ever want to be surrounded in a vehicle that I can't move easily. But we know why it's doing it. We know it's not permanent. We'll be alright. This is fucking ridiculous, by the way. If the devs, I seriously doubt they would ever watch one of my streams. If they just happen to be watching my streams, Sorellian, if you're watching, this is fucking unacceptable. 48% condition, and it's just cutting out that often. Increase the mean time to happen on that, please, for the love of God. I understand that it's a mechanic, it should be in there, just not this often. For 48%, no. No. Way too heavy-handed. I don't know how many people are actually giving them feedback on that. But this has been a problem for a couple builds now, so make of that what you will. Okay, so like I said, this is but a humble loot carrier. It will not be going anywhere substantial with us. Magazine collection somewhere near the TV. Doesn't have to be anywhere special. We may still have an 1800, I'm not sure. Now, I can't yet bring any cookware down here, but if I could... Honestly, my freezer, quote-unquote freezer contents, is only 5 encumbrance. If I could just bring a... I can bring the fridge down here. What am I saying? I can bring the fridge down here. That doesn't require electrical skill to pick up. So if I just drop the backpack and some of my heavier stuff. Okay, I can move the fridge now. Normally, I very much want to have the fridge next to the stove. But in this case, there's going to be a lot more fridge traffic before there is going to be anything else. Oh, fuck. Still carrying these stupid heavy things in my hands. Drop those, drop that. That's... okay. I was wondering why I needed to drop so much stuff. It's, the actual answer is because I'm a doofus. But we already knew that. Okay, all assets are now consolidated downstairs. Just, I would have to level up electrical a little bit before we could move the oven, and that's fine. If we just have all of our everything else down here, and then just take the meals upstairs after we prep them to cook them, that's actually not that bad. Not my favorite, but it works. Dinner. It's literally impossible to use without unhappiness, so I don't. Right, we've got the correct location for cookware now. Anything cookware goes in here. That means food can go to the left of it. Just any food for now. We'll separate it out further later. I don't really have a good solution for ammo yet. I guess having a dedicated duffel bag just for loose stuff is probably the best cause. I'm really hoping we can get to Irvington and get ourselves a trailer. That will situate us much better off. Mac and cheese does not actually need to be preserved. There's a cynical side of me that just wants to preserve it because it's got a freshness stat, and that's just so stupid. But no, if we are light on freezer space, we don't even consider it. Just open it up. The contents don't have freshness. Some of these 9mm might have magazines. Okay, none of them do. We're good. I left the car on the other side. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is investigate the edge of town in the southward direction. The edge of town in the southward direction is probably going to be the best way to get in and out of here if I'm going to go down to explore Irvington. Hello. You should not be on this side of the fence. What the fuck? I wish I understood exactly what his path was to get in here. I want to say he... Okay, look at that. We got another asshole over there by the lake. Why? Was there a group that... Yeah, look at that. See this guy up here? Going through the tree right now? It's because they went all the way around this frickin' fence. Okay. Alright. If you ever want a base here, be advised. People on the other side of the fences over here are going to be going very far to try to group up. Alright, so I'm gonna go to Irvington, but I kind of want to go via Echo Creek. That's usually what I'm used to doing, is going into Irvington through Echo Creek. I mean, usually I go to... Okay, so I've done it several different ways. I've never started in Rosewood with the map search mentality, so this is a work in progress for me. I've got 15 encumbrance in the trunk here. I'm gonna leave only the dispenser bottle in there. I'm not taking the jerry can. We can also fill this torch now. I'm going to take out 2 of these axes. 2 replacement axes should be fine for now, because we're not going that far. Like I'm deploying on a map tour that's going to take me around the entire map. We'll be passing through this place on our way out of the south of the map. So we did find this propane tank here. If I had a propane mask propane mask. If I had a welding mask as well, I would feel more comfortable about our current situation. But I don't, and that's fine. I'm just going to get ahead of the breakage of this axe in my hands. I should have duct tape. Rare that I want to do this, but we're at a dearth of handles, so that's probably for the best for now. It just extends the life of what I'm currently... Wow, that was fucking weak. That was fucking weak. We got like, I don't know, 20% out of that? That was... Wow. That was an actual literal waste of duct tape. Okay, lesson learned. Do not even bother trying to repair level 1 maintenance. That is an absolute waste of materials. Ridiculous. Now we're going to carry the TV with us just in case we get to a point where we need to watch... I mean, before I decide that, 1800 is coming up. Let's just find out. Let's find out now if we still need to watch TV. I want to check the 1800 show until we get to commercials. Now, I probably won't have trouble finding one, but another thing that I'll take with me that'll be quick to abandon if I don't need it is going to be a large hook, just in case we come across a situation where we show up on a farm full of dead cows, for example. Could happen. If it does, I'm not going to want to be moving those corpses somewhere, but I'm still going to want to try to butcher them. In that case, I would be remiss not to have a butcher hook with me. So we're going to read aiming a little bit, get us a little bit further in the book until it is time to check to see if 1800 brings us any more TV. Doesn't matter if Woodcraft plays, I'm already level 3. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Let's see if commercials, or if we get Dean. Hey, there we go. Okay, another episode of Dean. Foraging again. You know, I might be able to finish reading this before we deploy. I would feel really good about things if I could do that, because then I can shoot as much as I want once we're out on the exploration. At least for the first 2 levels. I wouldn't consider this if it wasn't for the fact that we already do have quite a few reloads for the 9mm, and at least 50 shots for the SN38. I'm going to take one of these ground beefs out of the freezer, put it in the fridge so that it thaws overnight. This is why I don't want to base here long term for a couple of reasons, but one of the biggest is I got to run all the way up here to sleep. That's a lot of work. And if I try to move these beds, there's like a, I don't know, 55% chance of breaking. No. I don't even plan to be able to move beds until I'm carpentry level 10, pretty much. Until then, I just assume that I'm going to break something. And because of such, I'm never disappointed. So what we're going to do is cook something up with this roast beef real quick. Bring it upstairs, let it cook. And finish reading the book while it cooks. That should at least sustain us for a day or so. If we hit the convenience store on our way out, that might even be better. So this came out to be an 80 roast, which is perfect because I'm hungry enough to eat something that's 25. So even just a quarter of this. And just like that, we're also done reading Aiming Volume 1. And we're ready to sleep. Sometimes the dominoes just fall. Oh, I'm not tired enough to sleep my ass. God, I hate it when that happens. It's my bedtime, but I fuck it. See, I would love to just hit fast forward a little bit. But why would I do that if I could be reading? You're gonna make me run back downstairs now? Never underestimate the value of having everything close together. There we go. I knew I was really close. I was like 29 fatigued for a second there. Hey, this game is weird sometimes. Okay. Alright, off we go. Oh, we already emptied this one. So now we have 2 dispenser bottles. Forgot about that. Double check my own water bottle here. Okay. Survived for 1 week, or 1 weekend. 250 kills. That's the sound of a lady who didn't get 250 kills in her first week. R.I.P. Alright, so leaving town in this direction, we're going to just survey the area. See what there is to see. Of course, we would be remiss not to check the lot of the parking lot of the theater. The theater has lots and lots and lots of places for people to park at. Lots of vehicle spawn chances. Coming up here to see if the school is intact. I'm going to pull these guys out of the road by backing into this gentleman's front yard. Call that the old driveway maneuver. Okay, school is not looted and trashed. School is a great resource for level 1 through 3 books. I'm not quite at the point where I'm ready to be locked in on fighting for a school is a big task. Down here we've got a neighborhood that's like partially built. Or was it down here? I don't remember. I want to say that this links up to the road that I want to go on. Out of curiosity, I'll explore it. Easier to do so now than when the, whatchamacallit hits, the overgrowth hits. Okay, so this doesn't link up directly with a road, but as you can see, it's much easier to off-road in the early game. If this is late game, that'd all be covered with random placed trees and bushes. You use it while it lasts. Ooh, okay. So we got both tools and building stuff. Mostly building stuff, though. Good to know. So this is the under construction neighborhood that I was talking about before. Some of the houses are intact, people living in them. Some of them are not yet. To extend my food supply a little longer, I'm going to wait to eat. Because if we're just going to be driving, it's fine. We got a chunky roast. We can wait to consume it until it is relevant. Now to the right, that should lead... Yeah, that leads right back up to where we were. Okay. Now, at the end of this road, I know there's a gas station on the other side of the theater. Problem is, it's a really big gas station. Probably a bigger fight than the Rosewood one at the top. Yeah, that's a much bigger fight. There's an ambulance right there, boys. I wonder. See, I do have a race car. That does mean I'm capable of towing. Not without a risk of damage, but, you know, short distances. Just towing something far enough to get away from zombies. If I hook it up in reverse, then at the very least, the worst that could happen is it breaks. The tow chain breaks. Ooh, weight problems. Weight problems could be solved if we get ice cream. Oh, okay. Speaking of problems, boy, do we have problems up here. Okay, then. We might be able to make use of this. Yeah, this might help us clear the gas station. I mean, okay, so, the helicopter event, what does it do? It just means that for however long the event goes, you've, zombies will be randomly moving around in your area. Sometimes following you, sometimes following the helicopter itself. But since the helicopter does follow you, they do generally move towards you more often than not. So bringing everybody from the parking lot out here, who knows, maybe it'll work. I do have a lot of driving space, so maybe. Some of them don't even want to pay attention to my horn right now. Yeah, honestly, in terms of which noise was more powerful, that stupid car alarm was more powerful than both the helicopter and my fucking car horn combined. It was wild. I didn't know that, but now I do. Now, look at the way they perk up. See the way they perk up and then move? That's basically just the helicopter emitting noise from a different direction. It does that all the time, randomly. That's why it's kind of hard to predict. Catches a lot of people off guard. By design. Loop him back around a little bit to catch even more people from the parking lot if I can. Now, if you're new here, the helicopter does several false exits. So don't let the sound going away convince you that it's gone. It's not. It will come back, possibly more than one time. I feel like it does the false exit at least once. trying to get a second wave out of the area where I want them to be gone from so that I can fill my vehicles up as we pass through this area. Now, honestly, wouldn't be too much stopping me from just, continuing my map tour. Like, if I'm just on country roads while we're doing this, while the helicopter's coming by, it's even less threatening to me than it is now. Because there's not even that many zombies for it to attract if it's out in the middle of a rural road somewhere. But this is the last wave right here. The people surrounding me right now. Once we get these guys out into the woods. So that's 2 false exits it's made. I feel like I've seen as many as 3. But of course, traumatic memories are notoriously unreliable. I read something like about 50% of cases that were eventually exonerated for wrongful conviction. About 52%, based on a meta-study. 52% of them were from false witness testimony, because people's memories about traumatic incidents can actually get really fucked up. And of course, the helicopter being a traumatic incident in Project Zomboid, my memory of how many false exits it's going to make is going to be less reliable than anything else. I don't know this area too well after the revamp. It used to just be a very small rural community out in this direction, and then KY60 just kind of ended after that. But currently I don't actually know what's further down that road. We never made it there on Dixie. A rural farm shed up there. Now that I've dumped a huge number of them in that yard, if I loop back all the way and double check back here, we can see how many of them might have gotten stuck outside of our draw distance on this side of things. I mean, who knows? If we get really lucky, the helicopter's done. That would require some serious luck. That could be just another false exit. I don't know why the number 3 keeps coming to mind. Like, for example, you see these idiots over here next to the ambulance? Literally, the ambulance is what I wanted to get. Among the other things like the loot. But I mean, like, the fact that they just so happen to be around the ambulance of all things. It's because they were outside of draw distance while we were over there tooting the horn. Otherwise, they would have been able to hear us. But the game can only draw so much. It probably would have come back by now if it was going to, so I think we're good. Okay, I lied. See, even Traumatic memory is not that good. That's okay. Honestly, again, doesn't mean they're coming right at us. But it does mean they're moving really unpredictably. We don't want to do anything. Even regular combat I don't really want to do while they're going to be like this. Maybe I'll get out for a quick kill. This poster is from the main menu. Look at that. Hiding in the blind spot, you little bitch. Disrespect you for that. Hiding in that fucking blind spot again. So even if the engine quality is terrible, I still want it. Ambulances are just instant grab no matter what. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Now, watch, the first time I try to tow it, I think the tow chain's just going to break for no reason, watch. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't understand it as well as I thought. But I do understand don't go too fast. That's an easy one. Okay, towing in reverse is a little harder to yank than it used to be. It's kind of hard to articulate exactly what I mean by yank, but okay, I'm just going to leave it here, because I want to start getting these guys who are moving right now. They did not be moving in that direction. It was easy while they were moving in the other direction, but now they're moving the wrong way. I don't want them back on the lot. So there was a little bit of help and a little bit of hurt there. That third, after the helicopter returned for the third time there, that just hurt everything. But up until then, it was actually kind of helping us out. But now I need to take everybody who just heard my horn from this direction back where there should have been going, this way. So I'm just straight up eating entire tubs of ice cream at a time here. That is because I've been losing weight since we started, so I'm actually down to 77 kilo already. No, can't have that happen. If you don't solve the weight loss problem at the very early game, with the very easy tools the game gives you, like easy ice cream, you've made a mistake. You should be starting this game nice and fat, so that you can lose weight as you plan your next phase. That is my humble opinion. Okay, we're gonna do one more toot, or like one more series of toots on the other side of the fence. And once we get a reasonable number of fast ones over the fence, we're done with this. We should be able to fill up any vehicles that we want to with gas. Usually that's something I secure on the first day. Gas station is like right after finding a vehicle that's got keys, I usually go straight to the gas station instead of just siphoning it out of other vehicles. But in this case, we had a nice influx, so I didn't have to. Now, if I really wanted this area clear of zombies, and I didn't care anything about getting experience, didn't care anything about anything else, I could just set a campfire right now. I could just set a campfire right now and burn all these guys. That takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. Not worth it for the moment. I can just come back and kill these guys later. See, the way I see it is there should not still be fast shamblers all the way at the edge of my draw distance here. That just means that there's more people than I thought who are still going to be close enough to the pumps to bother me if I'm trying to pump. So, maybe one or two more cycles back this way, we'll see. We're out of maneuver room for the most part. Okay, I think we'll be good. So I'm going to lose them by doing one final big loop-de-loop up here, so that they don't feel the need to follow me right back into the road. We'll use this building to line of sight them on our way out. So we've already stopped losing weight. Now we eat this last ice cream. Mostly because I don't want it to melt. And that should put us in weight gain. Rapid weight gain, as it were. Beautiful. Again, early game, every popsicle freezer you drive past, you would do worse than to just yank the ice cream out of it. Now, there will still be a few people here. That's okay. Should be much more manageable for early game now. Now, I didn't see any zombies wearing, what's it called, the navy blue stuff that the EMTs in this game wear. I didn't see any EMTs. If I did, I probably would have tried to single them out as somebody who might have a key to that ambulance that we saw. Sometimes they don't spawn like that, so it's not guaranteed. It's more than I thought inside there. I saw 3 in here. Nope, just that. Okay. This is, honestly, it looks almost like we've got as much stuff as a Gigamart would. The loot tables of these fridges is rather interesting. Very rarely do you see, like, grocery stores or convenience stores have proper residential-style full fridges and freezers. Almost never freezers. But in this case, a little bit of both. Carzone! Was not expecting to see that on a random gas station shelf. Carzone is the VHS tape that gives you skills for your mechanics. So as soon as we finish reading the book, we pop that in and instantly get 2 levels. So there's going to be a lot of low priority loot here. We can come back to that later. I'm mostly just grabbing any tapes that I can identify as skill tapes. Just not expecting sewing equipment. So this is like your Buc-ee's here. This is like your Buc-ee's. Ah, that fencing special. That is welding. We struggled to find that on Dixie. I am here for it in droves. But yeah, if you're not familiar, Buc-ee's is sort of like the... It's almost like Walmart, but for gas stations. Like, the draw is it's at a gas station, but like the actual thing is that it's got everything. It's a super center. It's like a Walmart. Okay, the last thing I care about now, or the last thing that I'm looking for. Just a couple of gas cans if I can find any. Regrettably, it looks like we've got grocery store loot in the back shelves here. Usually in the back shelves at the gas station, you expect to find some gas cans. That's okay. This one's a little different. Strongly dislike that kind of a dark corridor there. Just pop the door. Now, one thing about this place, it's really close to where that... Ha! Box of nails. I'm sorry. It's really close to where that ambulance spawned. Technically, theoretically, we could find the keys somewhere in here. It's a really big place. I don't feel very confident that if it was going to spawn in here somewhere that we could find it easily. Or any reasonable amount of time. Perishables that have been unpreserved are now officially stale, pretty much all of them. Coffee shop loot here. Vehicle key to a dart. Okay, we're getting a little warmer. As I said, they can be in the strangest of places, usually in shelves or containers nearby where the vehicle is. So if we can get it for a dart, we can get it for an ambulance. Come on now. Happy to come back and loot the rest of this coffee shop when we... Ah! I knew there was another one somewhere. Okay. I'm gonna hit him from behind outside. I was just going to pop in here for a moment, but... No clip through that table. There's a lot of vehicle assets in this parking lot. That is one of the main reasons that we cleared it. I didn't actually get to check it, KTO. That would be very interesting to see. I'm wanting to say that it's going to be... I mean, like, every time I find one in a parking lot, it always feels like it's in the 70s to 80s. I don't think I've ever found one in a parking lot that is higher than 80-something. Come on, get out of the road. Make use of the ragdoll system. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. It's the forbidden numbers, the zoomer numbers. The rest of the condition's perfect. Everything else great, but it will fail to start 33% of the time. Of course, it is locked. Make me smash a window. You gonna do that? Yep. No, okay, so if it's locked, we're not going to find the key in it. And we can't hotwire, so really there is no point. But there is a point to a trauma bag. Trunk isn't perfect anyway. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take it back to... I'm going to tow it back to base with a full tank of gas. And using the word base feels a little presumptuous. But it's a staging point. It's a staging point. Trunk isn't locked and you can't remove window. That's... Has it always been like that? I mean, it for me when the window cannot be removed, that has always been. It just felt random. I've never noticed a pattern to it. But yeah, I have to smash these. That is the only way in. Despite the fact that the trunk was unlocked and accessible. Again, that for the fact that I can access the cab from the trunk. Yeah, that's silly. That's downright silly. So we're definitely not done here. But I'm definitely taking this ambulance home with me. I'm going to do what the devs want me to do and go really fucking slow. And we're going to see if that helps me. Not going faster than 30, and we're going to step our speed with cruise control. So as long as we don't ram into a zombie from the trees that we didn't see, we're going to be fine. See, basically, this thing can just go in the lot right next to where the fire truck is. It's the same problem. It's great. I'd love to use it. I just can't because I can't hotwire yet. I haven't given up on finding the key. If we find the key, then great. The one thing I should have done before bringing it up here is I should have just filled up the gas tank. I should have done that. I'm not quite too comfortable that we'll be able to tow it up to the pump without making so much noise that we'll pull people out of the back out of the field. Okay, this is going to be a problem. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Those people are too close. They will follow us right back to our base if we're not, we don't kill them. So I'm gonna drop off the ambulance, and then I'm gonna promptly go back and kill those guys. Alright, so we picked up a bunch of perishable food. That was part of the agenda too. Just drop it on our fridge right here. Shut up. I'm basically putting almost everything in the freezer except for a couple of items that I'll use to cook with maybe tonight, maybe. TBA. Actually, no. There's no need to do that. If it's fresh and it's not something that I can make, then it goes in the freezer. Except for TV dinners. Those are actually 100% worthless. You literally cannot do anything to make them not worthless. I keep facing behind me because I know that somebody is going to be wandering up very soon here. I think our bags are clear. See, the whole goal of hitting them with my vehicle to knock them down and then finish them off, the whole goal behind that is I should be hitting them so lightly that there's no blood on the hood. Because if blood gets on the hood, then you've hit them hard enough to cause extra damage to yourself as well. That is, I want to avoid that. That is the goal. Also, if you hit them with the side, then it's not hood damage.
Hey.
I see you in that cornfield, or that whatever the fuck this field is. It's just grass, but I don't like it. Get out of there. Okay, so whenever I start a new character, usually my penchant is I go nuts. Usually my penchant is I go nuts. I have in the past streamed longer than 12 hours. That is nothing close to that today. I actually didn't take any extra tea this morning, so I'm a little bit low on caffeine, but that's fine. I need to go shopping. That's one of my problems. I need to go shopping. So we won't be doing any of the crazy super long streams today, and that's okay. Mostly because, you know, it hasn't been that long since I started a new character, so all of the things that entails. One of the only reasons that I convinced myself to start a new character straight away like this, instead of putting Zomboid on the shelf and trying another game for a bit, the breaking point was when I realized I could just start in a different town and actually be able to explore some of the new map area. That felt like something worth doing. That's one of the reasons we've been spending a little bit extra time here, as opposed to just jumping right into the map tour. I'll leave the key on the seats for this thing. Oh, come on now. That was stupid. I swiped him with enough damage to do blood, but not enough to knock him down. That's doof. That's a doof. We don't want that. But anyway, where I'm going with that previous statement was just that I won't be able to stream too many more days in-game. I definitely want to check Irvington, see if I can get home with a trailer. That would make for a pretty good sequence of events for me. Greens vans have groceries in them. Sometimes non-perishables. Perishables, absolute garbage. Don't care. All rotten by now. Ooh, okay. Forgot that McCoy could spawn here. So, McCoy Logging Co. The bull drivers and D6s that they spawn, pretty decent shot at wood axes in the trunk. Now, wood axes, don't get excited if you're an axe user. Don't get too excited. They are sledgehammers, but for combat. There's a reason that long blunt enjoyers don't often take sledgehammers in a combat. That's because they are never stamina efficient. Same with axes. Your wood axe is just a sledgehammer for trees. But it's a useful one. And these things have got pretty good engines and engine qualities and whatnot. So they are potentially very useful resources if keyed and gassed. Speaking of keys and gas, I would say a hell to the yeah here. Surprisingly often that I find cans of gas in the trunks of these McCoy. Ah, key in the ignition. Okay. This might be what we take on our expedition, actually. So as much as I enjoy the car, this thing's got as much room in the trunk as an ambulance, and it's got a pretty... Usually these have a cut above the rest in terms of engine quality. Let's take a look. Fuck. Engine quality is 72, that's not bad. The condition is 58. I don't know if that means that it's liable to start cutting out on me. I want to say that that's only a problem after it falls below 50. And we should not be taking any engine damage if the hood is 100% and not being crunched up. I don't know. That's a bit of a risk. I'm going to take one of these gas cans and put it in it, take it home with me, and we'll just see what it feels like. Hello. You're slow. If anybody's curious as to exactly what kind of factors conspired to work against my previous character. Now, I knew this, so it's no excuse. But look how slow I'm moving on this whatchamacallit, on this sand. It's the same on dirt or sand, and it's made even worse by the rain. So already the sand is holding you back, but now the rain is holding you back even further. And that fucks... Anything that fucks up your movement speed, never underestimate how much that's going to screw your reflexes up. Linked in the description, of course, if anybody watching did not see it earlier. That is what happened to my previous character. I failed to keep her safe. That is on me. We'll be doing our best with Ada here to succeed where we failed with Dixie. Alright, so just to see if the engine quality, or the engine condition issue is going to affect us, we can just leave it running. If I just leave it running, if it's going to start cutting out randomly, it'll do that even while we're just towing it. So I can just take it with us as is and see if it cuts out on our way back to the base. And if it doesn't, then we've got another hauler at the very least. Expedition vehicle if it doesn't cut out. I hear somebody slapping the Stormax window. I don't care. Don't care. So same thing with towing forward as before. We are stepping the speed. 20 miles an hour, 25, 30 at the most. So what I'm going to do first, mostly because I don't have too much time left in the day before it gets dark and the fatigue hits, what we're going to do is we're just going to take the McCoy Logging Co. Out to fill it up with gas. And that's kind of how we'll find out if it's going to cut out on us, if the engine's going to start randomly cutting out. I don't think it will. I think it's been good so far. It's probably going to stay good. Let me get the foodstuffs out of my inventory here. Pretty much everything except for the soda. Actually, even the soda because we got the roast. I'm going to put these VHS tapes we picked up. All of the ones I picked up are skill tapes. I'm just going to put them in a separate bag real quick, alongside the other one we got here. And there's the fatigue. Doesn't mean we're not combat effective, but I'd really prefer not to. Challenge that. I'm going to try to fill up the tank. That's what I'm going to do. And I'll fill up anything else that I can fill up. So we've got 2 gas cans in my backpack. And another jerry can here. And we've got plenty of room in the trunk to fill anything else up. I'm not too surprised to see her there because we were towing on our way back here. And that means, towing means we made a lot of noise. She could have come from literally anywhere. That's fine. Still running? Still running, okay. It's got to be 50% or below that problem starts where your vehicle just starts cutting out randomly. And since we have no reason to be losing engine status, we're fine. The only reason we would lose engine status is if we broke the hood all the way and started ramming things. Damn it. I wanted to get him before he stood up. Oh well. Fucked all that up. Too bad. At least I split him up. I guess we found out where they all came from. Fucking... Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna sit there and waste swings. You wanna be like that? I'll push you with something harder. I don't know what he was doing, but he didn't finish it. If this looks goofy, you're 100% correct. I'd be doing this in real life. I'd absolutely be doing this in real life as long as the zombies in real life behaved this way. Just low speed collisions to knock them over and chop the head. See, cops would do this to perps much more often if perps were predictable. But because humans are not very predictable, you can't... It's kind of hard to predict what they're going to do if you bump into them lightly with the side of the vehicle. But cops do this... you watch enough Midwest Safety, you'll see what I'm talking about. They actually, unironically, do just bump into perps at low speed to help disable them. They don't get out and immediately cut their heads off. That would be a little... I know the United States has a bit of a police brutality record, but no, we're not that bad. Usually, if the cops have to bump into a perp, they're gonna be done after the bump. Usually, I don't know if I've ever seen somebody escape that. If it's been successful, it's actually a running joke on Midwest Safety. If anybody's not familiar, it's just a YouTube channel that does body cam footage. There's a running joke of rookie cops trying to chase people on foot, and veteran cops just staying in the fucking car and just doing a little off-roading and keeping up with the perp, and sometimes even bumping into them intentionally. We do what we do. Hey, Second Amendment. Yep. Yeah, me too. I'm glad to be back. I was questioning whether we would continue Zomboid or maybe shift gears, do another game for a bit as a palate cleanser, but no. I decided that I am very interested in seeing the rest of the map tour. Or, I mean, like the rest of the glow-up, as they call it. That's why we started in Rosewood this time, so. Now, the only reason I locked in on clearing that T intersection there was because it was right in front of my base. Where we're currently staying at Rosewood Fire Department, that's a lot of dudes. I'm not going to stop here, because it doesn't matter how much noise I make, those guys are still going to be attracted. As long as I got room to dodge them. So now, our goal is to fill up the gas tank. And if we didn't fuck up too hard, we should not have too many to kill. But I have not tested that yet. Remember, we've killed several zombies with this vehicle, but there's no blood on the hood yet. The hood is still taking a little bit of damage. That's not avoidable, but I want to say that the blood only shows up if you pass a certain threshold. Now, because I really don't trust this area, I'm going to do a little bit of fueling and then perimeter check. A little bit of fueling, perimeter check. Because, no, there's just too many cubbies they could be hiding in nearby. And this place is not even close to secure, so a little bit of fueling, perimeter check, and whatnot. It's not paranoia if they're actually out to get you. But otherwise, this is definitely going to be our vehicle now. If it can handle all that and not need, not get any problems, we're good. Now, people's noise instincts would be correct to be paranoid of the backup sound. As far as I know, that is not any worse than any regular vehicle backing up. I don't know that for 100% sure, but yeah, I think you're fine. Yeah, okay. Just a window? Or no, bathroom. That's fine. I don't care about a bathroom right now. No, window. Jump scare sound. To come on through that. Give me a free hit, come on. Thank you. We got a key on the floor here. It's too far away to be pretty much anything other than this Niala. So, as per standard procedure, vehicle that I'm not likely to need can receive the key on the driver's seat. Just a quick check to see if there's anything else of value. Okay, so I don't care about the bathroom thumper, but then more check around this corner, looking okay. Filling up these gas cans, just gonna leave them at the fire station. This is no mere gas can, this is a jerry can, 20 liters. Make for a great addition to leave next to my generator when we get one. It's relevant now to be taking these gas cans with us, seeing as we don't actually have a secure gas station yet. Now this might look a little precarious, but at this rate, my view cone is so narrow that I'm not really missing anything by not having much light. I'm relying on my ears no matter what at this point. Alright, we're out of here. Mission 100% success. So, tomorrow morning our goal is going to be to take another look, or rather, take the look that I wanted to take today at the drive-in theater over here. Because parking lot full of vehicles over there. I would be remiss, maybe there's another ambulance over there, this time with a key in it. We'll find out. But that will be tomorrow morning, bright and early. The only thing that could be better than this vehicle would be just a regular van or an ambulance. Now, a regular van probably would not have as much engine power, so actually regular van, despite having a bigger trunk, I do want something that can do some good off-roading and have a semi-decent engine quality here. See, Greens right here is going to have like a fair much lower horsepower than this thing. So not all vehicles are made equal. Spiffo vans. If I could get my hands on a Spiffo van, I would, because Spiffy vans are a cut above the standard van. They're actually, Spiffy vans are second only to ambulances in terms of, you know, just trunk size, engine power, and ability to access the trunk from the cab. It's always an important factor. That's what makes all these bull drivers, like the ones that I'm driving right now, subpar, because you can't get to the cab, or you can't get to the trunk from the cab. So we're only about 1 hour late for bed. That's fine. As an overnight task, after we catch our sleep here, as an overnight task, we will restock everything from the race car, or the sports car over to McCoy login. Yes, or McCursby, I am. Yeah, thought I explained that before, but no. When we finish what we're working on here, Irvington is where we are going next. Now we're not going to explore the entire town. We're not going to loot the gun store. We're just going to go to places where trailers spawn. That's going to be work enough for one day. I have to step away briefly, IRL. I recently learned that you can queue reading. So what I can do, and I'm guessing this is going to be even more relevant to the multiplayer folks, what I can do here is put my reading glasses on and then right-click on all of these magazines in succession, and then the book. And she will read them in sequence. So she'll read all the magazines, then the book. By that time, I should be back. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Okay, folks, I will be right back. Just a moment. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. You know, I still haven't figured out exactly what key binding it is that keeps triggering on my AFK message over here. It's clearly bumping into my keyboard is doing it. In any case, 5 a.m. That was a perfect evening spent. Those magazines no longer need to be carried around because we have read them all. Now they got that lovely little check mark next to them. The rest of that goes downstairs. Okay. Ah, we've reached that phase of light bulbs burning out. No idea where, but we heard that crack. Man, this is... Okay, we've got a rainy summer in this character's life. Seriously, this is... We've already had several days of this shit. Okay, cool. I have not heard of Blood Meridian. Sounds like a game, but, dunno. This is not very good weather to be going on a map tour with. Oh, look at that. We had a guest. I like how he never even attacked the doors. This is why we close all the blinds upstairs. So when somebody does wander up. Bro pulled up to the wrong gas station. Hey, Bill John, thank you. Hopefully luck isn't a factor. Hopefully we don't make any mistakes, but honestly, luck is a factor. No matter how much I don't want it to be. You gotta be lucky sometimes. Okay, so we do have a box of nails now. That is important to know. I can do several things now that I couldn't before. We don't have any windows in this garage area. There are windows in the there are windows in the doors. That's not relevant. However, these windows out in the front of the building, I would like to board those up if I'm going to be spending any significant amount of time here. So we can probably go out and secure a couple of logs. Actually, I dumped some on the floor. There might even be one or two in the trunk of McCoy Logging here. There's one. That's enough to get started. We're just going to do a little bit of protection, mostly because I can't stand driving in this weather. If it was regular rain, then I would be like, alright, fine. But this is the same kind of shit that Dixie had to deal with in her final hours, and it did not help the situation. It was a skill issue at the end of the day, but I mean, I will not... The only reason the skill was needed was because of this bullshit. It was the slowdown. We got slowed down by walking around on wet terrain like this. If I can avoid it, I'm going to. I'm going to go ahead and capture some more water since we got all that free sky water. Huh, interesting. I've definitely heard the title before. I thought it was a video game at first, when I first heard it, though. Interesting. Okay, the other containers in McCoy logging are clear. The trunk, we just want to do a direct transfer from the car here. I mean, honestly, now that we've got several cans of gas, these dispenser bottles are not as necessary. In fact, I'm just going to fill them with water. Seeing as we're still low-level carpentry and we still got infinite water from the sinks and whatnot, I'm just going to fill both of these dispenser bottles all the way up from the sink. This is something I actually did in real life. I own a few dispenser bottles of water that I had to start using once, not because of like an apocalypse scenario, but because they just cut off my water because they needed to do some repairs or some shit. I don't even remember what, but I had to have a day without water, and I wasn't exactly expecting that. It just kind of came out of nowhere, and because of that, I needed to. I started using one of my. I have several of these on hand for emergencies, and I filled one up from the sink at one point to refill it after I used it up. Everything else on our person, I'll put one of these boxes of garbage bags in the glove. We only need one with us. We've already got lots of spares. We're probably going to be fine on garbage bags, to be honest. So duffel bag, loose gun, this is just empty magazines and loose ammo is all that is for now. Filled magazines are handled differently. Okay, so our ambient load is only 15. That's pretty good. One can of gas can come with us just in case we run low and can't conveniently get more. Otherwise, we are good. We have bigger glove compartment to work with on these vans like these. Okay, beautiful. That is a fully assembled field kit. We'll use these planks up on our way and carry the rest of the nails with us. Now we got to keep in mind that whenever we're still in the early game and I'm not really paying attention to my freezers and whatnot, what I like to do is keep all of the perishable food that I care about in one place, so that when the power goes out, we know where to have a generator to immediately turn on. Usually, for most people, that's just their base, but I mean, I go everywhere and I'm all over the place, so. You know what? There's a log right in front of me, so I'll do 3 more windows. I'm not missing much with this stupid rain, making everything harder to operate with. This is easily the weakest side of the building right here. This stupid. I don't like anything about this, but well, it's all right. There's pretty much no windows on this side. Yeah, there's literally no windows at all on 2 sides of the building. Just doors on this side. Okay. So I really only have 2 more. Alright then. Fred moved a good time. This was a log that I picked up because it was on one of the graves. So just like that, we've got at least 1 plank on every window. That is a nice kitty fence that will prevent them from just breaking in instantly. If I had to pick one side that was more likely to receive guests than the other, probably this one. There are more of them in the town square than there are on the other side of it now. Level up sword at the sanitarium in the fog. Oof. I too actually went to the sanitarium on Annie to practice for Louisville. Alright, so I'm going to keep this roasting pan with me, but we're not going to cook any more perishable stuff. We're going to try to secure some food on our way out. We still have not looted much of the gas station, and that's totally okay. I don't have the ability to show the sanitarium on the map right now because it's near Riverside. You want to go to Riverside and then go in the direction towards Brandenburg, but then turn a little ways. Take a left before you get to the highway on your way towards Brandenburg out of Riverside. You'll eventually get it from that way. There's like an abandoned neighborhood on one side. You're looking at the other side of that road, opposite the abandoned neighborhood. It's just, there's no loot there. There's a lot of zombies and hardly any loot. Like it's sort of like a sort of homeless encampment / tourist attraction. Yeah, there's almost nothing there, but if you just want to go somewhere with a lot of zombies and kill them to level something, yeah, great place to do it. It's one of the most zombie-dense places outside of Louisville, short of military checkpoints. Alright, since we're getting a little bit more locked into temporary, if not permanent base at Rosewood, we're not doing permanent, but I mean, we'll stay here for a bit. That means that this road, I'm going to want to clear it. Just constantly coming back on this road and having more and more Zeds. That's no good. Actually, I will say one thing about it that's probably a good thing, and that's if you want to practice clearing multi-story buildings, the sanitarium is the best place to do it, without going to Louisville. Louisville, of course, if you don't know how to handle multi-story buildings, you're going to have a really rough time in certain places in Louisville. But the sanitarium will help you learn that, because it's 5 stories. But it's the only building in the area, right? So you don't have to worry about managing multiple buildings at once. But yeah, if you're interested in trial by fire instead, then you can always just go straight to Louisville. Alright, I'm falling back after this. Can't keep knocking him down like that. if there's going to be fast ones coming at us. Standard fight procedure from here. Axe level 4. Beautiful. That's fire officer with access to a fire station. The muffle is very distracting. Okay, so there's no reason not to check the trunks of our local vehicles now that we've secured this entire place. That was all the effort we went through yesterday during the helicopter, is securing the immediate vicinity. I don't expect to find anything impressive, but I'd be remiss not to eyeball it. Very terrible engine quality van there. We've already found one survivor vehicle. That was a very rare thing already, so the chances of finding another one feel diminished, but that's not how statistics work. We could just get really lucky and find several. I actually have no idea what this building is next to me. It's close enough to the gas station that I thought it would be part of it, but it's not. I'm not intending on sitting here looting it or anything, but okay. That's a different colored one. Different colored arrangement of pipes. Such strange things, those arrangement of pipes. I wonder what they do. Apparently they come in multiple colors now. Key to this thing on the seat now. But I want to check the trunk. Now this over here to the bottom left of the screen, that's a rest stop. I've seen several of those. I know what the template looks like. It's a rest stop. A couple of those on your way to Louisville too. But oh, it's a diner. Okay, it's a diner. It's a nice diner. It's got a pool table and everything. Really nice diner. Ooh. Okay, it's not just any diner. It's a diner with 3 freezers, chest freezers. That alters a little bit of my calculus. Yeah. I have an idea now that's... Unfortunately, I know some folks wanted me to go to Irvington, and that is still happening, but I mean... things come up, and we're dealing with them as they come up. One of the things that just came up is we've got multiple freezers right in front of us here. So if I want to preserve a whole bunch of perishable food all at once... Suddenly the opportunity to do so has arrived. We need to only steal some of these lovely freezers here. Now, of course, the food in the freezers is not really what we're after, but the freezers themselves. Now, what do we fill them with? we're going to be driving past farms, big fields of crops. And regrettably, you don't get any experience for harvesting them. But if you harvest them and then, you know, fill up a garbage bag with corn, for example, we did that on the last character, it worked out great for us. We were having corn for months. Very relevant to my interest. Corn is relatively high carb as far as crops go. And if you really want, if you get to the point, you can dry corn. Corn does not have to stay frozen forever. You can build some drying racks, large plant drying racks, and dry out the corn. Now, I think corn, once it's been dried out, you're losing a lot of things that you could otherwise add it to. It goes from being, you know, regular cooked corn can be added to all kinds of recipes, but corn that has been dried is just like the kernel, like just kernels. You can add it to soups, and that's about it. Fuck, I hate it when doors are locked from both sides. You'd think the people would have figured out how to open something from one of two sides. I'm just gonna dump the freezers out here and drive over them to pick them up. King, how you doing? Good to see you. Regrettably, we had a very serious mistake on my previous character. I have a timestamp directly linking to it in the description there if you want to see. It is whether or not dissimilar to what we're looking at here. And I made some stupid decisions regarding that weather. And that was it. That's all it took. A couple of cascading mistakes, and it was GG. Once again. Alright. Another freezers. Let's collect them. Now all I'm going to do is just take those back to the Riverside Fire Department and deploy them so that we can come back there with harvested crops that we're going to drive past on our way to Irvington. We'll actually have a place to put them now. There's some crops already just right here in Rosewood. We drove past some dude's garden. I spotted cabbages and I forgot what the other thing was. Tomatoes. Cabbages and tomatoes. Tomatoes are great. Nice, easy thing to add to salads or regular recipes. See, if it seems like I'm dragging my feet, you'd be correct, because I hate trying to travel in weather like this. I really do. I hate trying to fight in weather like this. I hate everything about it, especially after what just happened. Dried corn is for flour. Yeah, you can make corn flour, and that's another thing you can thicken your recipes with. I do still think that, okay, because it's relevant and I want to know, I actually do reference the webpage for nutrition here on pzwiki.net, lovely website. It's got a page called Nutritional Values. It just takes every food item in the game and shows you the various nutritional values. Now, when it comes to food you can grow, what I care about a lot is carbs. Carbs, this one right here. As you can see, most of the stuff that comes with massive amounts of carbs is stuff that you cannot make yourself. Pizza, macaroni, pasta, rice, cereal, that kind of shit. Basically everything on screen right now is not something we can make, except when you get down here to leeks. Ooh, you know, I forgot about leeks. Leeks don't have an optimal growing season, or optimal planting season. You can literally just plant them whenever you want. Now they do still have valid months, and they take 150 days to grow. I'm not braining really good right now. That's 5 months. There's 0.0% chance we'll grow them before it freezes, so you can't just plant them in the first days of the game. So we do have to wait until next year to plant leeks. Good to know. I mean, look at all this shit. Everything on screen still, until you get down to the bread. But even if you make bread, that's diminishing returns because you've got to loot yeast. You cannot make your own yeast. There's no bread without yeast in this game. So we still, everything on page is still stuff you can't grow, right? We want carbs in our diet, and we want a sustainable diet. Look at how not sustainable carbs are. I've sorted this list by carbs. Yeah, it's fucking absurd. Now, we've got these jars, right? I don't know why jars seem to have more macros. Like, why does a jar of leeks have more macro? Oh, never mind. It's just because it's multiple leeks stuffed into a single thing. Okay. I don't think the helpings have changed much. So I think this is just talking about the entire jar. So not very helpful. I mean, yes, we can make that, but if we're going to harvest leeks, they're going to be individually harvested. But that does tell us that it's basically leeks, cabbages. I swear there was something in between. Eggplants. Leeks, cabbages, eggplants. Kale? Really? Interesting. Where in the hell is my corn? I thought corn was going to be higher up on this list. Okay, here it is. 26 carbs. I'm looking in the right column, right? Okay, 26 carbs per ear of corn. When it comes to macros in this game, macronutrients, that's going to be fats or carbs. In the code, it's known as lipids, but we just call it fats. Fats and carbs, you've got to be, if you want to be in rapid weight gain, like I currently am at, which I was, but I stopped gaining weight rapidly. I need to eat some more ice cream. Most people don't think beyond calories when it comes to weight gain, and that's okay, because you can get there with calories. But if you want to go even further beyond and really macro, or min-max yourself, then you want to have a good source of both carbs and fats. And I am going to have to stand by, I'm pretty sure corn is going to be one of the best sources early game, because I still have not found any leeks anywhere ever in, like, people's gardens or whatever. But cabbages are not bad. Now, cabbages, the problem with cabbages is they go bad instantly, and you can't dry them. Corn can be dried, but does corn show up on this list as a separate thing if it's dried? The word corn shows up 24 times on this page, so that's going to get a little confusing. Canned corn doesn't matter. Cornbread doesn't matter. Cornbread is 54 calories. Wait, can we make cornbread? Hold the phone. No, we can't make cornbread. That'd be way too easy. Oh, if we could make cornbread and get 54 calories from a single food item. Oh, that would change things. That'd be too easy, though. That'd be too easy to get our macros, boys. That'd be way too easy. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't think the devs really thought a lot deeper into macros for anything they've added for B42. I'm pretty sure they've barely touched nutrition for all of B42. And whatever they did to agriculture happened a long time ago and has not been touched since. So don't be fooled by all the new growing seasons if you're new to B42. Growing seasons are cool, but they stopped working on them halfway through and haven't touched them since. Trust me, I know. I've been here from the very start. And, yeah. I was rather disappointed to see that they called this stable, quote unquote. Okay. So dried corn. You are losing a lot of carbs if you dry it out. But in terms of indefinitely preserved stuff that we can make ourselves, 7 carbs. That's fucking weak. That's really fucking weak. Yeah, I can't make any hard definitive statements on this. Because remember, you can only add something to a recipe 3 times before you completely negate the happiness. So you can add it to soups or stews, that's it. 7 carbs. That's really, yeah. Yeah. I'm always on the lookout for ways to do carbs right. But when you're trying to balance that with stuff that's indefinitely preservable, you don't. You just don't. There's no good... I mean, okay, growable and preservable. those two thresholds, to this day, carbs are just unviable. Like, you can grow fields upon fields of leeks with that 5-month growth time and the very wide growing season. And you're going to be disappointed when they fill up your freezers, and there's nothing you can do to preserve them. They're just going to go bad at some point. Now, the freezers will keep them going indefinitely, but we have run into the problem of just filling our freezers with stuff. And then running into questions of what to actually use. Shit, man. Kale is really hard to say no to. I mean, okay, so kale, in its current form, kale is actually one of the best crops to just plant. I would always do that with my other characters. Just plant some kale somewhere. Kale doesn't die throughout the winter. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to, but it doesn't. You can just plant it in like August, I think, is one of the valid months, if not September. There's a best month somewhere near after the start of the game. You plant it and it will just continue to live through the winter. On Danny, we were harvesting it in like December through January, February. It was fucking wild. So kale, 41 carbs per. Honestly, in terms of sustainability, kale is, you can't beat it right now. You can't beat it. Corn is okay, but kale is just better in every way. I mean, if you want to do the math, 7.6 per dried corn versus 41.41 for a whole leaf of kale. Yeah, a kale, in terms of just carbs, is worth almost 6 dried corn. Almost. There's no math there. Especially since kale is growing year-round. Now, I know kale is going to get nerfed. As soon as the devs find out that it grows year-round, they will nerf that into the shitter. And so, when it comes to filling things up in your freezers, that gets you good macro return. Leeks, that's basically it. But you can't grow those in the first year. So kale, you can grow you can plant kale after the start of the game before waiting for the new year to start. Okay. Yeah, that's until then, you're just doing whatever you can. And I mean, you know, that's what most people just do. They just do what they can. All right. Yeah, no, man. Moving house. If only we could just one-hand a fridge down the stairs. That'd be fucking amazing. I dread the day that I'm gonna have to move out of this apartment. That's gonna be later next year. I'm stuck here for one more year. Forgot to get the axe in my hand there. But yeah, I had the game paused while we were looking at that because that is kind of relevant. I mean, what that just tells me is that if I can get some kale seeds and just stick them in the ground somewhere, it's worth it. But only kale, because we've basically confirmed that leaks are not happening. Now, assuming that we want to do freezers on separate circuits, which I always do, that means we're going to do one freezer on this side of the base and 2 on the other side. So we're going to call this the other side here. Shelves out of the way. Now, the best part about chest freezers individually, they're better than popsicle freezers because you can just pick one side up. That makes them very valuable. So if I don't have enough to fill both sides, then I just pick one up and it's no longer costing power. And, oh shit, okay. I need to not get into the mentality of I can leave the doors open. Because we're still getting people following us from around the corner, it seems. That's just going to be a recurrent problem. You know how I know that's going to keep happening? It's a crossroads out there. And it's a crossroads and it's outside of town. Crossroads just outside of town, regardless of what town, that's something to keep your eyes on nowadays. And the reason being migrations. I'm pretty sure they have a bit of a fixation. Zombie migrations. This is going to be a recurrent problem with basing in this area. Look at how many people are just outside the fence, kind of pretty much within eyeball distance of us. Every single one of those is somebody liable to eventually make their way around the fence from seeing us enough. So what would behoove me right now to just make this area a little bit more secure would be to go around the corner with the axe and choppity chop anybody who is in the forest on this side, right here. So otherwise we're just going to get... This guy came from the other direction, but people are going to come around from the sides. Damn it, I can't kill her. She fell too deep into the brush there. Just gonna scratch myself if I go in there. Oh, I love it. I love it. Now, a test of our skill here. Have I damaged the trunk in the slightest? I have not. Okay. So we have passed the skill check so far on the trunk and versus using a vehicle as a weapon here. Okay, we have not passed that one. We should never have blood on the vehicle. Blood gets on it, we've gone too far. 5 years in. Ah! No, they, whatchamacallits, our farthest in has been 2.5 years. That was Annie Mae. We could not quite make it to 3 years on her. There's going to be at least one in the backyard of this. If fire spread, I actually would probably do a controlled burn. Fire doesn't spread anymore. The devs nerfed fire into the ground because it was bothering multiplayer people. And unfortunately, the devs know who butter their bread. Why was it bothering multiplayer people? Well, let me tell you a little something about multiplayer survival crafting games. And how people will join your server to fuck with you. And so they'll set a bunch of zombies on fire and lead them into your base. So that the fire spreads everywhere and your base is gone. Do you really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and ruin everybody's time? This guy right here is the guy that I kept seeing. So I figure we wipe this guy out. Anybody who's giving us the side eye out here. And check some sheds while we're at it. This house doesn't have a garage, but it does have a... whatever the hell this is. It's like a stapled-on little building that looks like it could be close to a garage. There's no need to break that window. I'm right here. Generator. Already located one. Now, we don't have the ability to hook them up yet. That's okay. Okay, another resource. Another resource that helps you long-term, just as good as generators do. Rain barrels. We are nowhere near high-level carpentry yet. Couldn't even make the small ones, but this one is not getting filled up by rain because it's underneath the roof. Not sure if that's intended or not, but regardless, that means I'll have to stand there and empty it. We have an unknown number across this area here. At least 3. And we're all just one house away from our base here, so anybody in this area that we wipe out is better wiped out than not. If I were to jump in this window, I would be presenting her a free target. Observe. You see the table right there? You see how the table goes... It's very, very, very hard to see. But the table goes all the way up to the window. So if I were to jump in this window, and I only noticed this at the last second too. If I were to jump in this window, I would end up on this tile right here. Because she would jump in the window and then she would be forced to crawl over this stupid fucking table. So this is a very unintentionally well-executed trap here. If I was just somebody who wanted to jump in that window, I would be giving this zombie a free target. Just because I wanted to, you know, maybe go right in the window here and then flank her. No, I would be forced to go all the way over there and stand in front of her. And the act of hopping off the table there, that would stun lock me for a couple seconds within reaching distance of her. If she had, you know, now they don't always turn around immediately. That would still be a very, very, very deadly situation. And that's just because this game's bullshit. The fact that you're forced to just crawl over the fucking table. That is a... Yeah, nothing you can do about it. The moment you hit E in front of this window, you're locked into it for the next, like, 2.5 seconds. Or however fucking long it takes. Way too long for me to ever want to count. Long enough to get killed. Silly little rules like that, things to look out for that I really wish were not as big of a deal. But this game is just so chock full of little things that can help you get killed very easily. And keeping track of them all is just a nightmare sometimes. I wonder if you could... Okay, so we're talking about multiplayer and trolling people. I wonder if you could troll people in multiplayer if you created a little maze of things that they would be forced to walk over if they wanted to jump in a window. I could see that. I could see that. I could see I could see a few things you could do with that. Now, of course, any player who's looking for it would see it, but anybody who isn't, I mean, there's no limit to how many things you'd have to walk across. There is a specific house in Old Riverside before the glow up that I would have to walk across both a couch and a low table and end up all the way on the other side of the fucking room just because I jumped in a window. Yeah. Yeah, that's, Oh, Mr. Crispy. You might even be talking about the one that I'm talking about. Because, yeah, in Riverside, there is a place just, you know, it brings you to the other side of the room. You're forced to. But that was pre-glow up, so that probably won't happen again in that particular spot, at least. Alright, so we've located a generator. Now, again, we don't have the ability to hook it up, but that is, you can brute force it if you're ready to level electrical. I think we already checked that Electromax van outside of town. Honestly, one of the best places to go to level electrical is right outside Riverside. That is just one of the many things that I probably would have done by now. If I had started in Riverside, I probably would have been to Electromax by now. Electromax is just a place that has a bunch of vans in the parking lot. Every van is a shot at a generator and or explosives magazine and other parts to these things, so... There's no need to drive inside at the moment. We're putting the generator out here on this side of the building. Probably somewhere like right here. And that way it will power the fridge and the freezers on this side. But it won't reach all the way to the freezers on the other side. We'll use a separate generator for those. Otherwise, we want to go upstairs and put the rain barrel down, as well as move some of these buckets up there. If anybody's not familiar with buckets, they fill up with rain faster than barrels do. So if you have a rain barrel upstairs, but then you have a bunch of buckets next to the rain barrel, you're getting a lot of water. Just go upstairs, dump the buckets in. If I wanted to use the sink that's already there, I would be going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles in from the far corner. I don't know if that'll work. So it'll work, but I mean, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles in. Now, putting a rain barrel right next to a wall results in a little bit less rain going into it. You know what? I don't care. I think we'll be fine. I'm going to go ahead and put it here. So if you want to set a rain barrel up for the Rosewood Fire Department, and you want to just use the sink that's in the garage already, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, of course, you can put more rain barrels down, and it'll still reach the sink. But whenever I put the first one down, I like to put it directly over top the water source. So just like that, we've already got a rain barrel with, what is that, 40 liters? Yeah, 40 liters and going up. So there is a silver lining to all this sky water that has been kind of slowing me down on other things. I don't know if separating them by a tile makes them fill faster, but I'm just doing it anyway. Oh, it happened to you post blow up. No shit. That is interesting. I didn't think that would happen. I'm gonna take this can of oats. Can of oats, very high in carbs. That's what I'll eat when it thaws. That'll give me a lot of calories and carbs. We are past the point of needing to worry about putting water on the or putting water collectors out in front now. I might use this one for car washing, seeing as I like to put the buckets up top. We have another bucket right here. Now, if you really wanted to go nuts before the water cut off, we still have unlimited water for now. You can fill up whatever you want. I could just sit there and fill these up, these water dispenser bottles, over and over again, and dump them into my rain barrels. Just get shit tons of water before the water cut off. I used to do that back in the day. Not anymore. That is a little overkill. You get enough sky water, trust me. We've had nothing but sky water for several days here. Droughts do happen. They will catch up to you eventually with the droughts, but for now, considering our current circumstance, we're fine. Now, while we're up here, I'm going to go ahead and defrost these oats. Defrosting is faster in a microwave, but I don't think it's a good idea to put a can in the microwave. There should be no problem putting it in an oven. Well, you know what? In real life, putting a can in the oven might set the label on fire. So yeah, don't do that in real life. Might not even be a good thing in Zomboid, but at least we took it out before the, before it finished unfreezing. Okay, so we've got ourselves set for life on water basically already. And we've already got ourselves set with a generator. We just need a way to hook it up. A little earlier than I would have preferred, but it's fine. Whoa. Be careful with corners. They can lead to some weird physics. I was kind of actually hoping to exploit that a little bit. That works. Now, we just got fatigued. Wish I could say that we've cleared out enough of the areas around these houses to loot some of them, but I mean, honestly, the fact that zombies keep showing up here, I'm definitely starting to feel like the crossroad effect is hitting us here. I could be wrong, but I mean, it's just been such a steady trickle, almost as if they're just from other areas slowly migrating here. But it could also just be the driving back and forth, so I can't rule it out right now. Regardless, we're still combat effective as long as we're pushing them over. Did he just punch that guy with a car? That's not gonna get old for me anytime soon. I'm sorry. If that is something that feels like it's getting old for you guys, I'm having way too much fun with this. I'm easily amused sometimes. Now, of course, do be advised that open garages like these, I have seen a generator show. Good thing you don't run into them. That's a premium tech right there. If generators were collidable, we would have just collided. The notion of finding a generator in this house, pre-glow up, that would be laughable. We had one fast incoming. Not over the fence yet, we're good. Okay, we've got ourselves a good generator and a slightly weaker generator. In my perfect world, I would have two good ones. Ooh, okay. Speaking of good things and freezers and ways to power them, observe what we've got up here. We got pumpkins. Those are obvious. I don't know immediately what those other crops are. Oh, shit. We've also got zombies. Ooh, we got sunflowers. Sunflowers. Lower priority. You got to dry them out before you can use them. We don't have any drying racks, so much lower priority. We do want to make sure that we don't lure the zombies right over them. That would they would just trample them, and then we'd have nothing. That's a lot of zombies too. Suddenly, I'm far less surprised about. Another garden here. I don't know what these are. And I can't find out unless I get out, so... Okay. I guess I'm just going to try to make sure the zombies don't trample them, if I can. By moseying up here. Good. Okay. Rosewood, everybody. I mean, look at this shit. Rosewood is not what it used to be. I remember once upon a time Rosewood was where you went to chill. There is no chill on the screen right now. There is no chill on screen right now. This would be a great time to honk the horn if I was unconcerned about them trampling any of those other crops. I'd prefer, if I could save them, I would like to. I mean, it's just free food. Right, me with a good time. It's free food that won't go bad until it, well, okay. I have no further autonomy now. No further, all of my autonomy on that has been erased. They're going to walk towards that house alarm, and I can't stop them. Nor would I'd be a fool to try. Once the house alarm goes off, they're going to do their thing. House alarms go very far, too. Is this a motel up here? It looks a little fancy for a motel. Church over there on the left. Wow, okay. Boy, howdy. That's a lot of zombies. Oh, a lot of zombies going in the direction of my base right now. I think we'll be fine, but I mean, seriously, that is a lot of zombies. The fuck? Is this Rosewood? Now, I know some of these guys are people that I lured. Not all of them. Not even close to all of them. So I'm kind of counteracting that house alarm now by luring them down this road. And oh, I wonder if it was whatever this event is to the right of me. You see the string lights? You see the microphone? I'm thinking like a country music tour or some shit. Yeah, that would explain it. We got some country music fans here. I don't see any guitars. It's a pretty poor country music stage with no guitars. I guess the musicians have them. You don't want to just leave guitars hanging out. A little hard for somebody to steal a fuck-off gun drum set, but guitars. All you gotta be is United Airlines, and somebody will steal them. Already got rats running up and killing themselves on my fucking vehicle. Ooh, we got a lot of open space here. Yeah, this graveyard constitutes a lot of open space. Even more than the concert field. This will be a great place to ditch zombies. So if we spend a little bit more time this evening gathering up people from that town center there that I kind of wanted to explore a little bit. We got a dude wearing a... Is that because this is a senior home? We got a dude in a gown over here. Hospital gown makes me think potential ambulance crash nearby. Ambulance crashes are a valid strategic resource. If you see a crashed ambulance, your neurons should be activated. I don't know how much longer that'll be the case. Unfortunately, they may nerf crashes soon. I mean, that's something they could nerf in a hotfix, so it could be expected. Rosewood Community Center up ahead there. Lots of people on this side of the fence still. I find that quite offensive. But if we come up here, we can get them around the fence easier. It's regrettable we couldn't make it to Spiffos earlier on, because that's probably a lot of burgers just laying on out there. We could at least raid the fridge, get some meat, maybe even make our own burgers. This is the mechanic shop that used to be next to the gas station. But they moved it. Just going around the bushes. Beating around the bush, if you will. So we're getting most of the town center out of here. Like, honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys. There's a small possibility that the bookstore on the main road of Riverside, Rosewood, the bookstore might even be accessible after all this nonsense. I do not know that for sure. That's going to be a bit of a stretch to assume, but I mean, I know it's on the other side of all this, as the buildings, like, in the direction where my ugly face is on screen, go far enough in that direction, that's probably generally where it'll be. But one of the reasons I saw this area and I'm like, yeah, this is great. We can ditch them here. We just have so much room. If I go fast enough, most of them are going to lose track of me. But my question is, what does the other side of this fence look like from here? Look at that. Okay. If we got them all around the fence this far away, what does Main Street look like? We got Pilot Crepe, or wherever the fuck that is, Jenny's table. Some people stuck in houses, I can hear them slapping. Hey, look at that. Bookstore, boys. Look at that. Now, it's not so free that I want to just run into it now. It's bedtime. And we are already drowsy, so no, we're going to go sleep. But then, we can sneak up here to the bookstore and just get book. Lots of book. Big book. Now, of course, sneaking is a relative term. The simple act of driving past this crossroads will unclear it after all the clearing. Apparently, there's another bookstore here. Look at that. I don't know exactly what this is to my center bottom left there. But it's got bookshelves, and that's relevant to my interests. So on our way out of here, we go in the general this way direction. Pull the zombies a little farther away from it. Wow, okay, look at that. A lot of people got stuck in the corner there. I'm willing to bet that some of these people could hear my horn, but couldn't do anything about it because of the fences. A rather offensive situation. Symbols, crash. Sorry, I really love post-rock, epic sort of shit. 2 Steps from Hell. I would just unironically listen to that a lot when I was, Oh, well then. If that's where I think it is... You know what? It's okay. It's kind of... It's helping and hurting at the same time. It's pulling them away from our base. It's pulling them away from other places. It's... Yeah, I got nothing. We're past our bedtime. We're out of here. No. You're not doing it. You're not doing it. Not this time. I almost started. KTO's trying to get me to recite Eminem lyrics. If I don't control myself, I'll start doing it and I won't stop. Windows tinted on my ride when I drive in it. So when I rob the bank, run out and just dive in it, so I'll be disguised in it. Anybody identifies the guy in it. This is not my turn. He's been making a lot of those for the past couple of years. That's all he knows how to do. Okay, what's going on here? What's this shit? What's this shit? I didn't do anything to attract these guys. They just came out of the fucking tree, out of the fucking brush over here. I guess maybe some of... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This guy, we're just gonna park on top of him to hold him in place, and then we'll deal with the fast one. Jesus Christ! The field is crawling with them! Fuck! Okay, change of plans. Change of plans. We can't give up the vehicle. Can't give up the vehicle. I mean, if we do, we can't sleep here tonight. Fuck. This field was crawling with them. This field is crawling in my crawl. There's like another dozen that I saw in there. But now my view cone is really, really tight. Okay, I sorely underestimated exactly how clear this road was. I thought this road was way clearer than this. With how much time we've spent operating in this area. Okay. That's only about a dozen. I mean, it's not like I can't. I'm fatigued, so I can't, but... It's just really inconvenient, that's all. I had other things I wanted to do right now. I can handle this, but I mean... And when I say handle this, what I really mean is just get rid of them. I'm not going to be fighting them right now. You see, I'm not actually that bad at spotting them in the fields. If these guys have been in the fields the whole time, they would have been out of the fields by now. We've gone back and forth in front of the fire station enough for that. So, I mean, we can ditch them for tonight. That's not a problem. We can ditch them for tonight. Just kind of basically drive a circle around the fields here. And we can kind of sneak back into the fire department and catch a sleep. And then come back out here with a well-rested face and crush them. The fact that I have to feels like I missed something critical here. Like, all the noise we were making was just so much farther away than what these guys should be reacting to right now. I'm sussed. I'm very sussed right now. I'm sussed. I'm not nonplussed. I'm sussed. Only a coward deals with horns. Okay, well, you know what? I was going to park here and then sneak back in. I'm still going to do that, but I mean, now I've got to park on somebody. We're stage 2 fatigue, so we don't want to be engaging anybody intentionally right now. They have not clocked me, but they're going to. I can't stop them from clocking me. See, we can get lucky and push them down, but I mean, if they don't fall down, it's going to turn into a slap fest. It's like that scene from Shaun of the Dead, where Shaun gets the cricket bat, and it takes him like 20 fucking hits, because he's got long blunt zero, but he's sitting there. Boom, 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 boom. Removing the head or destroying the brain. Okay, we've only got one. Hang on. Yeah, only one person didn't heed the call. So we fight our way through this guy, and we should be okay. I don't think we let anybody get all the way into the fenced area. I don't know. We'll find out. I don't even want to look in the field. I feel like eye contact is going to summon them with how weird this shit's been. No broken windows on the front of the building, so nobody got lured straight through the building. That's good. We should be clear for now. Okay, it's a very strange side quest there, but mission success. We're just really late for bed. Just 2 hours. We've had worse. And I got ahead of this situation. I closed all the curtains except for this room, so just out of an abundance of caution, we'll close this room too. I have no need for curtains to be open. If they're there, then close them. That way anybody who sees us has no need to respond, or anybody who would see us actually won't. They could have migrated from the prison. That's the thing about that I hate the most is I can't roll it out. Migration is just such a strange thing right now. See, if migration was... It brought them to urban centers, then that could be very unpredictable. But I have no evidence that it brings them to urban centers, only that it seems to really, really enjoy crossroads. That's the only real pattern I've observed with it so far. Okay. Knock on wood, maybe the sky water is done falling from the sky. I'm not going to get out and start fighting them just yet. I would prefer to sleep a second time before engaging if we can manage. So I'm just going to check for reading material here. I do have Mechanics 1. That's about it. Everything else that I have right now is a long-term deposit. I do want Maintenance 2 to be with me. That needs to be in our expedition vehicle, so that's coming with me for now. I'll leave these dub rods. We picked up a hat. This hat will help us out with our insulation problems when winter rolls around. That's a long way, though. So we're continuing on mechanics for now. Just for another couple of minutes, make sure we can sleep. Can't get back to sleep. If anybody's not familiar with Restless Sleeper, this error message where it says can't get back to sleep, try again later, that's just basically a random cooldown when you wake up. A random amount of time. I've seen it go away sometimes instantly. Yeah, see, we passed a little bit of time, checked again, passed a little bit of time, check again. It's just your, you'll have to imagine that your character is just screwing around and then laying down, screwing around, laying down. Otherwise, we've got ourselves a good sleep now. We're going to go out there and clear that field. Again, for real this time. If we see that field fill up again, then we're going to know it's the migration system. I'm already very sussed that it's anything but the migration system, but... I'm going to take one of these cans of gas we picked up. And, put it out here next to the generator. I don't think we'll be using the red one immediately, but I'll fill it up anyway. We've got a yellow one that we're going to unload at some point. That's the one we'll actually be using. And then we'll use the green tank for refills. This will fill up the yellow one, and then the green one will refill it as needed. But otherwise, I guess I was pretty good about luring them away, but that was a very temporary measure. So, we're going to go... this is a lot of running. I'm just going to go get the car, tow our vehicle back. And then we will fight until there's no more fight to be had within this field. An alarm near the PD fire station can reach the prison. That's fucking wild if true. I have no idea, to be honest. The alarms are... I was always under the impression that there was just a certain limit to sounds. But I have seen alarms do weird things, so I have no idea, to be honest. Now, on the meta, I was saying before that I do have to go shopping today. I've given up on shopping in a timely manner today. I'll just go whenever I can go. Wegmans is open till midnight, whatever the fuck. But on the meta, I am not going to be doing an encore today. If we start getting threatened by the 11-hour limit, then yeah, I'm just going to call the stream there. But I do want to get a trailer before the end of today, so we will be going to Irvington. That's not a question. I don't care how many distractions keep me in this area. I don't care how many distractions keep me in this area. We are going to Irvington and getting a trailer before the end of the day. Alarms are 500 tiles? It's fucking wild if so. Okay, now since we're not actually going to be using the sports car here as our primary expedition vehicle, I feel a little bit more vindicated about using it as a weapon. To clean up the local neighborhood, I'm going to go ahead and use it for that. See, the thing about this is it's a sports car, and even when I start leveling mechanics, I won't be able to fix sports cars for a very long time. But if it's not going to be my regular go-to, then I have no qualms whatsoever using it as a bit of a weapon here. Remember, the goal is not to kill them. The goal is to treat the vehicle as we would pushing them, and all of the implications thereof. Alright, I know there are more in the fields there, but I'm going to hold off on honking till we get a little further in. Let's... Yeah, these are fast ones, aren't they? Still working on this. My car flew. That was too much force. It's a real thing in martial arts, too much force. Because even if you're trying to cause a lot of force, sometimes you'll do more damage to yourself than you need to, and don't do that. Especially if you're like hitting with the wrong spot, the wrong part of your body. If you try to kick somebody but you're not using the ball of your foot, don't try to kick somebody. Just stop. Do something else. You're better off using any other part of your body than the foot, except the wrong part of it. You'll just hurt yourself really bad. It'd be the equivalent of stubbing your toe, only other parts of it. Alright, so we don't have food prep for today. Kind of wanted to hit a convenience store on the way out. Hold the phone. Is this a ranch up here? I mean, if so, then we might have cows. We might have an ability to milk them. Well, we got a generator. Okay, so this place reminds me of the farm area that we found a sledgehammer in. Sledgehammers can spawn in places that they didn't used to be able to spawn. And one place to look out for now is just random places in barns. You see how there's just random items laying out here? I have no idea if it's applicable here. But if you go into like a barn and you see some hay bales and you see like some tools laying on the hay bales, check every one of those tools. One of them could be a sledge. It's theoretically possible, I think. But at one point, we walked into just a random farm, and instead of a fleshing tool here, it was a sledgehammer. So... these places should be considered strategic resources. Also, speaking of resources, we got ourselves a pickaxe here. We collected a lot more of these on Dixie than we got a chance to use, but they're really good. They're just axes that don't have sharpness. The swing speed is a little lower, and the base weight is a little higher. But otherwise, they're about similar to Firefighter axes in terms of overall damage. I mean, you can't put all this loot in front of me and have me not take a little bit of it. We're just going to prioritize lightweight stuff. I did see a seed packet of leeks. If I could just find a seed packet of kale, we'll just stick that in the ground right now and have kale. It's great. Kale's great. Lots of calories, lots of other things. Carbs. Lots of carbs. Plenty of stuff worth coming back for later. Came for the copper but found gold. Interesting. Do we have floor lights here? Yes, we do. I have a flashlight that I carry around in my expedition vehicle. I really should have a pen light if I don't have the Alice. Don't have the belt and suspenders just yet. That's on the agenda. We probably won't have it today. Mostly because we didn't start in Riverside. If we started in Riverside, then our map tour would probably already be underway and we would already be up there somewhere. Not yet. It's fine. That's okay. You can also sometimes get really lucky and find an event where it's a bunch of military criminal zombies. That has a chance of getting you Alice belt and suspenders and a backpack. Not guaranteed. I have seen the event spawn without a backpack carrier or without anybody with Alice. We have... Okay, so I found some seeds for hops just now. We have confirmed hemp and hops still die for no reason. So I don't even have to waste a crop plot on those anymore. Not until I see patch notes specifying it. There have been no silent updates. Okay. That's everything I really care about for the moment. And we did identify there does not appear to be any animals here. Anything that would be here is just farming, agriculture, crops, not ranching. That's a lot of, yeah, I can see why the devs wouldn't make this a harvestable field. That'd be way too many crops. That would probably be a game-breaking amount right there. Damn it. I couldn't pull the axe out fast enough, she just stomped. Oh well, threatened me with a good time. We're probably a little far away from the audio radius of anybody who might be left in the field. But at this point, I just want them out of the field and somewhere where I can see them. Whether that's on this side or the other, I don't care. I just want them out of the field. Sick of the free camouflage for them. Let the mosey begin. That guy's going to take forever to get out of there. Let me give him a good old-fashioned cue here.
Hey.
Now, that's not to say that these fields are entirely useless. It's still just grass. You can still just hit it with a scythe, get rid of it. Probably gets you a lot of grass for your aminals. But it's also probably good foraging. Would have preferred to have found some food by now, but it's alright, we got a few other things. Food is actually getting a little bit annoying for me, so I'm going to go ahead and make something chunky out of, I did find some beans. We got a few beans, we'll make a good something here. Now that we are I was about to say some shit, but we've still got a couple of idiots out here. Shit. This guy, I can cue him out of here.
Hey!
Right? Come on now.
Hey!
There you go. I'm gonna kill this guy with my revolver when he gets out here. That'll probably get the other one. Yeah, that'll get the other one without being as bad as a horn. First gun kill, let's go. I treat the SN38 as a melee weapon, so I just wait till point blank, and then guaranteed hit at least. That guy did not even react, so the gun is too quiet. Imagine that being a problem. Still got water pressure. Alright, so we are doing a soup. And we already have... We got kidney beans in here, that's about it. Shut the hunger up with soda here. That'll be plenty of calories to keep her okay for the moment. Then we'll do... A lot of what's in the cans here are kind of worthless. I might have some heavy form food in over here. I haven't actually emptied anything out of this yet. Consolidate all my seeds together at some point here. Okay, that's all on the floor then. So we can at least say that we've separated that. Okay, never mind. I guess we don't have any... I thought we would have a little bit of food, heavy form food. Giga March is down the road, but I don't want to resort to that right now. Okay, 3 bean soup it is. Oh, that's right, macaroni. I forgot we opened up those macaroni and cheese bags. So 2 beans, 2 macaroni, and peanuts and crackers. Why not? And then we'll oil it up. So this is going to come out really chunky. It's a little wasteful, because, I mean, honestly, we don't have, or rather there is no need to be using non-perishables this phase of the game, but that's fine. It's fine. We picked up a few magazines. We'll read those while we cook this. So I get that the devs liked their new sounds. This is really obnoxious. This fluorescent light. I have been around some fluorescent lights in my day. They're not quite that bad. Worst is I can't even find the right spot to click here. Shut the stupid thing off. There it is, okay. Much more peaceful. Alright, we'll... So we're just reading some magazines that we found in the agriculture loot table. So these are most likely just going to be seed growing seasons. Okay, so we're going to call this a 70 big soup because it's going to have big stuff in it. That'll help us get big. Now, don't get excited about the gurney here. You can sleep on it, but the quality is average. We don't settle for average here. So that is not actually a place to sleep. That is just a decoration, really. Alright, so these pickaxes and buckets. Buckets can go here, but pickaxes are for the expedition vehicle, as is agriculture and maintenance here. Those are things that I'll be able to read later. We're going to take the generator out of here, because that's what we were supposed to do last night, but then we had a bunch of interruptions wandering in here. We might still have more of those. I like my bags a lot more now. Let's see how far we can get before starting to run over people when we go in this direction now. I was going to, the other day, take a look at the vehicles in the lot. The big lot, the drive-in theater. We didn't get a chance to do that the other day. That is probably something worth doing right now. Where are these guys coming from? But bigger question, why weren't they showing up before? Why only now? I don't understand this. I really don't. These movements are probably in reaction to something, but that something could be any number of things. You know what I think it is? I think there's an intersection up there, a T intersection. And I think they like those. I think they like those a lot. I have no idea, though. All I know is that's a very thick group that's now on a major road in and out of my base. And all of them are fast shamblers. Okay, you know what? We've read the aiming book, so we can do this. Shamble that, you fuckers. Okay, never mind. All I had to do was miss one swing with the downed zombies, and then suddenly it's not a very effective strategy. Because the moment I miss one swing, that means I'm not swinging in the right spot at all. There were like 4 of them in one pile. And yet, I couldn't hit one with any of those. Fuck that. Ragdolls are unpredictable. Now, this is standard for aiming level 1. The goal is not to instantly kill them, even on a headshot. The goal is to make sure they get ragdolled so that I can pull out the axe and finish them off. Don't shoot at ragdolls, by the way. You might see me doing it sometime. Don't do it. This zombie right here, don't shoot at her. Don't let that closed crosshair pull you. It's a shit shot, always has been. I don't know what it is about ragdolls, but shooting them is just not reliable. We had about 50 shots for this when we opened that box. Do not currently have any more. Running level 3. Don't think I noticed this key the other day. So both of these darts are actually keyed. If we end up needing throwaway vehicles, we've got them. You know, it was really funny. I took the key off of me and I put it on the seat, but I didn't unlock the doors yet. So, I should have actually locked myself out of the car just now. I'm actually kind of glad that the game doesn't let you do that. Okay, so I don't see anybody else wandering towards this roadway. But how do I know I won't shortly? Next 2 or 3 drives. Just another big group out of fucking nowhere. Yeah, this is an intersection. Intersection. I don't think there's going to be any more McCoy vehicles lurking around here. But seeing as I wasn't able to look behind any of the other stuff, we can only see behind that stuff. Looks like this one here was burned out. Garbage. That's a lot of garbage right there. Dixie found her first sledgehammer head in the garbage. So, I mean, you're not going to put all this in front of me. I mean, not take a peek at it. Coveralls. You can get Jackie J's coveralls from the trash. Got a little excited there, but it's possible. It's one of the most reliable ways to get it. Apparently Jackie is not a guaranteed spawn. I've seen her every time, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe not everybody gets Jackie J. They literally put her in the trailer for the game now. By the way, if you watch the game trailer for 42 Stable, the lady in the yellow jumpsuit who's doing the news report, that is Jackie J. Hero of humanity. She is the first person to break the media silence on what's going on here. And she gave a lore drop to everybody out there who's not in Knox County as to what's going on here. And because of that, she probably saved quite a few lives. We'll never know, because we don't see any of the NPCs now, do we? Gotta use... You'll just have to imagine the NPCs. So, lots of trash. Nothing immediately visible, but let's check all the bags. Copy of Forging 2. I don't very often find books in these, but gimme. Alright, that's all the garbage bags. Where were these guys hiding? Damn it. There we go. I take Dexterous just so that I can switch weapons faster, for the most part. Still, sometimes I can't switch fast enough. These shipping containers over here, probably full of building materials, planks, sheets, maybe. But sometimes they're full of Zeds. Or just one Zed. I saw that in Riverside. Pretty sure they also need individual keys. So if they don't open for you, probably none of them will. Good luck ever finding the keys. We'll come back with a sledgehammer later. Just wanted to make sure there were no other McCoy logging code trucks hiding back here. We're good. Fucking tree. Yeah, this guy's hat. I don't want to be stuck with green again, but I mean, if I have to be, this does happen to be a pretty decent match for. Well, it's like a go-between. It's a go-between the backpack and the satchel right now. But it would work great with force camo. That's the only reason I picked it up. I took one look at it, and I was like, yeah, that's force camo right there. Get out of that field.
Hey!
Really?
Hey!
There you go. All y'all fuckers out of that field. See, this is the road that we were driving down earlier and honking. So we pulled a few people out of it, but, hashtag not all. You know what? Pull them out a little harder. You have no idea how hard we're pulling out right now. Everybody comes out of this. Everybody comes out of this bush. It looks like we cut her head off. I don't even know what happened there. That's just really funny. I have no explanation for that. But when we killed her, her head disappeared.
Hey!
I saw you in there. There you are. Let me bring the rest of these people out of that field. Again, if I want to be coming in and out of this roadway. Well, my gun is too quiet. See, the thing is about this gun is that it's quiet until suddenly it's not. And some zombies have better hearing than others, so unpredictable. In any case, this intersection is safe for a short time. You know, I wonder if the fact that I took short-sighted is actually making these trees disappear more slowly. Because I was about to start complaining about how slow it takes these trees to disappear. Honestly, the short-sighted trait talks about view cone fading. I would hate to say that it's probably part of that. But it might be. Now, we already took what I wanted out of the diner for the most part. We checked the kitchen. So, across the street, we're going to take a look at the drive-in theater. See what kind of Zeds, see what kind of vehicles. So far, I haven't seen very many Zeds in vehicles. I have seen corpses in vehicles. Very rare, surprisingly. You'd think corpses in vehicles would be a more common thing. It was something extremely dangerous in World War Z. Gotta be very careful about cars, because cars generally mean people getting trapped in them. And in real life, Zeds don't break auto glass quite as easy as they do in this game. In this game, somebody can slap a window and take 2 to 5% of its integrity away. Oh, that was not good. That was extremely not good. Okay. I fucked around a little too much there. I mean, I was all right, but that was unnecessarily dangerous. Because I got a little cocky with the vehicle foo, the car foo, as it were. That was not a full knockdown, and I got out anyway, and I was right in front of him. Getting in and out of vehicles can and will get you killed. It's not a full second stun lock, but it's a stun lock. You've got to be standing there for a moment to get in. Well, eagle-eyed is the opposite of short-sighted. Yeah, eagle-eyed is basically if you take eagle-eyed, then you don't get to take short-sighted because the effects are just polar opposites of each other. So I would imagine that eagle-eyed, if it was applied by if what I was talking about there, the view cone fade, if that is being applied to tree fade as well, unfortunately it would make sense, but also it would mean that eagle-eyed would be required to counteract it. So people who take eagle-eyed may or may not have a better time against the trees. I have no idea. Honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys. Vehicle foo is actually, it's feeling a little too easy as long as you don't fuck it up like I almost just did. It's feeling a little too easy. I feel like the devs might come after it. But, no special vehicles here. Since we did our diligence and cleared the place out, I would like to see it is possible for any one of these to be a survivor vehicle, so it's worth taking a quick peek. But if you want to rule it out as a survivor vehicle, all you got to do is look at the trunk. You don't have to even get into it, because if you look at the trunk and there's not much in it, then it's not going to be a survivor vehicle. I've never once seen a survivor vehicle with, like, empty trunk, but, you know, stuff on the seats now. Doesn't happen as far as I know. If it's a survivor vehicle, every container in it will have an interesting set of things. Ah, okay. A little too much force. A little too much force, but I'm getting better at those swipes. Getting better at those swipes. Oh yeah, that's what I like to see. Just at the outer radius there. Glove compartments sometimes have guns too, so that is like a secondary, tertiary goal. Sports car. Oh no, that's a. Never mind. Front of it got me excited for a second, but no sports car. I gotta be real careful using driver's side for that. It's just not a good idea. can't remember if we checked the red one in the middle here, but that would be the last one. Got a few gas cans. Otherwise, not an overly impressive experience here. I will take the dub, though. Strike off something useful on the map, potentially useful. Let's take a quick peek. Power's still on, so perishables. Ah, ice cream, yes. Easy weight gain coming right up. We're overeating a little bit with the beans, but I mean, yeah, ice cream is good stuff. More soda in this place than I was predicting. Predicted lots of popcorn for sure. Got a D6 up here. Oh, thank you. It's surprisingly cheap. Whatever you do, don't pay for something pre-built. Just $100 of lumber, really. Mason's chisels, nice. It's sort of a construction truck here. Quick engine quality check. Too excited. Quality 44, of course, fuck that. Not even worth a second glance. Don't really have time for residential right now. Oh, we're fine. Distracting. The glass crashing sound, that was just a light bulb breaking right in front of us. Really obnoxious. Okay, we have a little bit of loot carry room left. I'm gonna start taking some stuff from the gas station here. A little bit more than we did last time. Now, anybody who shows up here, we can't complain because, honestly, the gas station is only cleared out temporarily. This key is to Fossoil, Rosewood, Big Fossoil. These bottles of soda are fine to take with us. They're a very easy drink. A little big, but you can make them all disappear real fast. Okay, nobody immediately coming in. You can top up the gas tank real quick. Forgot what this building down here is. Hotel? Motel. With an M. Hotels with an H, the difference is they got the interior access. Agriculture sort of joint. Trunk is slightly damaged, though not even worth it for that. Variety stuff, mostly paint though. I'll dump the paint on the floor as a reminder to myself that it's here. Garbage. Always check the garbage if it's right in front of you. More shots at sledge here. Hell, there's even some welding rods there. Who throws out a half stack of welding rods? Somebody's on there, off their keister. Fucking hunting knife. Hell yeah. Fully intact. That's something to put on our Alice belt when we get it. Is this okay? Again, always check your trash, because I mean, seriously, we just got a skill book we didn't have. We just got a deck of dub rods. Dub rods are an extremely finite item. So there's that van over there, the green one. That is, I think, a potato van. And so it's probably going to have potatoes in them. Potatoes take forever to go bad, so they will probably still be fresh. Probably not even stale yet. Despite the lack of refrigeration. Otherwise, this is the exit to town. Once we eliminate anybody who would bother us on this side, we are eliminated of any... We're unburdened from what has been. We're very unburdened. Come on out. I am currently fatigued. Jump scare. Come on out of there. Come on, give me that free hit. Let's go. Wait, what? Oh. It's a motel, but I mean, bookshelf, bookshelf. Number of bookshelves, I'm tempted. No. Not immediately. Basically, right now, I want to check that potato van, assuming it does have some potatoes. And then I want to kill that zombie who's wandering on the other side of the fence, and then we've got a clean road out of here. Yeah, it literally is the potato van. Perfect Potato Co. Forgot the name. Wow. What the hell kind of potato van has no potatoes in it? A sack, but there's nothing in it. I guess they delivered all their potatoes. Cabbage. Absolute cabbage. Every single one of these trash cans I'll roll up to, I'm just like, this will be the one. This will be the one we're going to find that sledgehammer head. But now that I'm thinking that way, we're never going to find one. That's just, that feels like that's how it goes. The moment you start expecting something that's really rare, is the moment you just never get it. Alright, where did Simon on the other side go? Still out here. Oh, he made it all the way around. Look at that. Okay. What, you think I won't go over there and kill you? I'll go where I need to go to eliminate my threats. Thank you very much. This is Simona, not Simon. There we go. Okay, we've got a clean road out of town. I mean, while we've got daylight, I don't have any fatigue to work with, but there's nothing stopping me from exploring and eliminating singular threats here. Yeah, I'm gonna do this until like 2300 or 2230 or something like that. Just slowly progress our way down the KY60 here. It swings like that. Oh, I didn't miss them. I just didn't kill him. Okay, never mind. I was gonna bitch. But I think those were all hits. He was just tough. Also, I haven't been looking at this axe. Oh, yeah, this axe needs a sharpen. Yeah. So this one, we'll knock her down, but then we'll keep her from getting up. Be advised that when one of your tires are up in the air like that, you're not moving. So we're as stuck as she is. That's fine. Almost done. Well, okay then. This thing needs a new, axe, whatchamacallit. New large handle. In the meantime, I will take one of these pickaxes, actually. Seeing as I have two. Something I don't even have to sharpen. Now be advised, every little front collision we take is going to damage our headlights just a little bit. And I don't like that too much, but nothing I can do about it. We're already 400 experience. That's 1/3 of the way into axe level 5. Just been really good about wasting them with axes. Okay, it's 22:30. We're falling back. I'm gonna get into bed at 2300. So, as a parting query, I'll just toot. Anybody who's on the side of the road over there is going to eventually be in the road, so deal with him now. Farmer John here. I have some seed. Oh. On my 6 times 1 times 2. I love it. Oh, I'm getting a little crazy with this. I'm getting a little crazy with it. I need to chill. I need to chill. If I go too crazy with something like that, I'm gonna start losing sense of security. I hate that I gotta be like, no, I gotta stop having fun. I mean, you know, if you have too much fun, that's when you start vibing, and you start getting distracted. This is far from the only time we've had fun with vehicles on this channel and bumping into zombies with them. I'll tell you the tale of the Spiffo Battle Axe. We have had some great fun with vehicles. Back when ragdolls were first added, if anybody wasn't around then, it was a different time. When ragdolls were first added, the devs didn't really have damage calculations based on force, so they just made it so pretty much everything was a one-shot. And so all you needed to do was an ever so light tap with a vehicle and the zombie was dead. It was a one-shot. But you also didn't want to... It was a one-shot for them, but it also damaged you commensurately. And because of that, you wanted to hit them with a part of the vehicle that wasn't likely to take damage. Shit. Let's just hold them both down. We got this. So the meta that I ended up kind of figuring out for that was attach one of those signboard trailers. Take a signboard trailer, and just for the extra memes, take the tires off to give it more maneuverability, and use it as like a tail whip, like your Pokemon casting tail whip. It was fucking hilarious, and it worked. That's the funniest part, is it worked. You could kill. What I did was I would kill respawns with it, because I always felt so insulted by respawns that I just felt I was having fun just, you know, fighting bullshit with bullshit. So we're pretty much on time for bed here. We got it back in time to get our ice cream into the freezer. I'll worry about the rest of the loot after we drop these, just in case the absurd amounts of rain come back. Now with Blacksmithing Volume 1 that we found, that will stay with us. We mark it as unwanted so we don't pick up any dupes, but, you know, if we need reading material while we're out, now we have it. And the rest of this stuff I will sort after sleep. Now, what can I do about the fact that I can't have a bed downstairs right now? But I hate having to run all the way upstairs for this shit. If we happen to go near any of the military checkpoints, or a hospital, medical beds can be picked up without any chance of breaking them. And they're even more lightweight than regular beds, but they're also good night's sleep. Otherwise, it ain't till carpentry level 10 that you can successfully pick up beds. Now, that being said, there's a lot of beds here. We could just roll the dice. Currently, the chance to break is 52%. Are you feeling lucky, punk? Let's see what happens. Let's just roll the fucking dice. Worst case scenario, we break a room full of beds that we're not currently using. Best case scenario, we get 2 intact pieces, and we can move a bed downstairs. Alright, so we got a part 2 out of 2 here. So if we can just get a part 1 out of 2 from either of these. We got a part 0 out of 2 from that one. Oh, boys, we got it. By your powers combined, we can take half of that bed, and we can take half. We got a bed, boys. I'm bringing it downstairs. Fuck yes. That could have just ended badly for all 3 of them, but you know what? We got lucky that time. If we put the bed here in this little cubby, there's no windows that they'll be able to look through and see us sleeping. Relevant to my interests, as I don't like being watched while I sleep. All right. Now the last thing that I would want to bring downstairs that I won't be able to right now would be the oven. That's electrical level 2 or 3. It might be 3. I think a level 2 you can get fryers. So regrettably we don't have the we don't have the book yet. If we had the book, we would be very easily able to level. But not only is there a book, there is also now a tape. I think there might only be one, but there's a tape that you can watch to get electrical experience. So before we settle in for the grind, if we can avoid doing so, before we settle in for the grind, we're going to be looking for that tape. I forget what it's called, Fundamentals of Electricity, something like that. The name is exceedingly obvious when you see it. I'm gonna go ahead and take this, Butter can go with me. We're still trying to gain weight. The axe head that we broke yesterday. That may go. As well as this, a whole bag of loot. Bag of loot on the floor with the rest of this shit. Axe head next to the other one, awaiting a replacement handle. Someday we'll be able to make them. Our previous character was just coming down the home stretch of being able to make large handles. It's like level 6 carving for it to be reliable. I'm gonna go ahead and just clean up. That's a great way to spend the rest of the night here. While we got that infinite water, might as well use it for something easy. This is a little poorly advertised part of the game, but if your character is struggling with happiness, right-click on a sink, wash yourself. Taking a bath and just cleaning yourself up completely, that buys happies. Quite a significant amount. I don't know the exact number, but it makes your character happy. Probably double digits, like low double digits. Okay, let's sleep in our new bed tonight. We don't gotta go upstairs no more. I'm happy about it. I really am. We rolled the dice and we won this one. So about that Skywater situation. No, we're gonna be all right. I'm not gonna let that stop me. I'm just a little. Fall came early to this universe. I was saying before, usually you don't see this non-stop Skywater until fall in Project Zomboid. Look at me. I am the fall now. We should be in rapid weight gain now. Yep, okay, so we're back to rapid. What I'm going to do for food today is I'm going to be lazy. We're going to go to the gas station, take a couple more food items with us. My first meal will be ice cream. And after that, we've got chips. If I go 2 nuts with it, we'll get fat. So we don't want to go 2 nuts. But, yeah. Now, to be entirely honest, one of the most reliable places on the map you can go to get a generator magazine is Riverside. So after Irvington, if we have time today, that'll be the next place we go to. Just specifically Electromax. The rest of Riverside, compared to this place where we've already got set up in the fire department, the rest of Riverside is not, like, extremely attractive. If we were to go there... Farm, of course. The farm is an easy place to go to where you've got a really high chance of good animals. But we're going to be going to a place that has a decent chance of good animals right now. Irvington, the biggest animal resource on the map, just happens to coincide with the biggest source of trailers on the map. And we want to go get a trailer. That's chief goal number 1 right now, is get a trailer. but there's going to be a shit ton of animals there. Cows, sheep, pigs, probably a little bit of every breed. The only slight problem is they're going to be surrounded by zombies. So if you want to save those animals, usually the best time to do so is right when you see them for the first time. So when we get to Irvington, I don't know, TBA. The factory farm at Irvington, that's where we're going. The factory farm is going to have an unsustainable situation, right? There's going to be troughs inside with a little bit of food and water for the animals that are there. Those troughs will get used up relatively quickly, and then the animals will starve or thirst to death. Because they're all indoors, so no rainwater replenishment. Come on. Skill issue, honestly. Remember, these hay bales are steel. They're made out of steel. Do not bump into them. It's like hitting a steel bollard. Much as I'm enjoying my car fill. See, the swing speed on this thing is a little lower, but honestly, I think the reach is better. I'm pretty sure the reach is actually better than a fire axe. So that can compensate for the lowered swing speed. After a certain point, we're going to need to put a kibosh on killing anybody just because they're next to the road. I can't do that forever. I mean, I can, but I'm not gonna make it to Irvington on time if I do. Hey, Naughty Monkey. Yes, we have been on B42 for a while now. My previous character is in the description. Her final moments are linked in the timestamp. So the top link in the description if you'd like to see for yourself what happens when you go to a field, not unlike this one, filled with zombies. And it's raining heavily, and your movement speed is incredibly reduced because of that. And then suddenly you try to make precise movements to save yourself and just turn around too quick, don't see somebody coming. It's a shit show. What I should have done, just as a spoiler warning for that whole situation, what I should have done is just, after I blew the pipe bomb, I should have just drove home. That's what I should have done. We'd be on Dixie right now if I had done that. But no, I had to push it. I got into that. I did it again. Okay, completely separate problem is I'm vibing a little bit here. I need a massive vibe check on the car foo. Because I thought I had knocked her down, so I started getting out. Once you start getting out, you can't stop. Actually, let me verify that. Okay. Hang on. Okay. You can cancel yourself getting out. The only problem is my reflex has me hitting F1, which does not do anything. You have to hit escape. Okay. Now, that time I opened the door. That's dangerous. Don't do that. Yeah, it is... Okay, so the doors don't have animations. But if you go to it like this and hit open door, the door is open right now. A zombie, if I was sitting on the seat, a zombie could reach in and grab me. Okay, so don't cancel yourself getting out of the car. If you're going to get out of the car, just fucking get out of the car, otherwise you might leave the door open. We've learned something. Something I would have rather not learned, but yeah. But that's the long and short of it. We're having fun here, we're vibing, we're learning some new skills. and we're not going to repeat the mistakes we made last time. We're going to make all new mistakes here. We're keeping our eyes peeled for animals. I'm not going to go too far out of my way for them, but this is a quote-unquote ranch, but there's no aminals there. Yeah, see that? I thought might have knocked him down. So I almost hit E. Dangerous, don't do that. You're still learning how to do this. We got Schoolboy over here. Correction fluid. Yes, you can sniff the correction fluid, and yes, it does add happiness. Just a little shit like that. I love this fucking game sometimes. I'm usually not quite that easily pleased, but, yeah, no. Alright, so this is normal. Burned wreck blockages. This is not guaranteed at this particular intersection, but random chance until you get to the intersection, the big intersection, at which point it's basically guaranteed. I don't even know what this is. Convenience store? It looks a little small to be a convenience store, but... Oh, wow. That is a very convenient store. Okay, we're outside of my home, or my starter town now, so I'm not going loot Hoover unless it's very valuable. There is nothing stopping us from coming back here much later. Just gonna take stuff like chips. Chips, that's an easy plus calories to help me stay fat. Otherwise, just parsing for anything disproportionately valuable. Who the fuck is calling me at... Oh, wow, okay. Overnight shift takes over in 26 minutes. I don't have to take that unless it is a emergency. So we'll see if they leave a voicemail. I didn't realize it was 7:30. Yeah, we're up to 10 hours. Okay. Okay. Yeah. If anybody's not familiar, my day job has strange parameters. One of the things that keeps me valuable and employed is the fact that I'm one of the few people who answer the phone if people call after hours. But you bet your sweet ass that it would be an emergency if I just pick it up for no reason. First, they must actually dial the phone. Then, they must leave a voicemail explaining why it is an emergency. And then, it is at my leisure as to whether I would actually bill time for that emergency. We are not to do so lightly. It has to be an actual emergency, otherwise we won't be billing time. Holy shit, is this a field of sunflowers? Oh, that's tempting. That's tempting. Okay. Now, the problem is, I don't think we're gonna get any, seeds. I think with sunflowers, you have to harvest them, you get sunflower heads, then you have to dry them. There's no shortcut to getting seeds. I can't just sit here and shuck the sunflower head while it's wet. I have to dry it. And because of that, I can't do anything with these sunflowers. But, not just sunflowers here. This is a lot of shit. That is a lot of shit. A lot of shit that's currently getting trampled by zombies. So I don't even know if I want it right now. I do know that I have a irrational aversion to seeing zombies trample crops. Even if it's not my crops. So, yeah, I'm gonna kill these guys. Remember, we have freezers already allocated back at base now. We can receive these crops if it feels like I want to. Shit! I did not want to run over that. Fuck. I was accidentally hitting shift when I approached the fence, and so she vaulted. Classic mistake. Happens all the time. Alright, so when it comes to these sunflowers, why do I want sunflowers plus their seeds so much? Sunflower seeds are a preserved, you know, dry. Once they're dried, they never go bad. And you press them into seed oil. Fucker, stop smashing your shit. Horrifically bad farmers here. Just walking over their own shit. Sunflower seeds, you dry them out, you get the seeds. And then you press them into seed paste. You turn the seed paste into vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is the second most sustainable way of getting lots of calories really fast. Second only to butter. Butter is, of course, very easy. Milk the cow, get 5 liters, churn it at the butter. Churn it at the butter churn. Easy peasy. No other stuff required. The only reason we're stopping here is, of course, this place is just 3 times larger than anything we saw inside of town. We saw a few people's gardens, but, yeah, no, nothing compared to this place. Okay, we got zucchini here. It is, some of it's blooming, some of it's ready to harvest. Zucchini is not on top of my priorities. Zucchini is basically, you can freeze it, and that's about it. There's nothing else you can do to preserve it. So it's not a very valuable crop to me. So I'll take the 11 that we just harvested and just backpack those. That's it. I don't care about zucchini anymore. What is this? Lettuce? Yeah, okay, lettuce is also one of those things you can't even... its shelf life is shit. It's one of the worst shelf life items right up there with cabbage. And you actually can do even less with it than zucchini. Lettuce is... you can put them in salads. That is literally it. Nothing else in this game you can do with lettuces. You can't use it as a bread substitute. The devs of this game are nowhere near that well-versed on the varieties of vegan food. Cauliflower is a little bit more versatile. You can put it in stir-fries and shit. Like, if I had to pick anything of these rows, it would be the cauliflower, hands down. Right now, that's the most useful thing we've seen. There are the tomatoes over there. Now, tomatoes are slightly better than cauliflower, as you can get... you can jar them up. And I have heard from reliable sources in chat that jars have been corrected. The great error with jars has been corrected. It used to just be something like 4 times the default speed. Now it takes multiple years for jars to go bad, as it always should have been. So there is a point to jarring things now. So these 42 cauliflower are just one thing. The rest of my space we're going to put towards a full garbage bag of tomatoes, because I see tomatoes all over there. Now the pumpkins. Now pumpkins are interesting because you can do... this is just a quirk of the current recipe system. You can take a pumpkin and then smash one, and then slice. Carve and then slice. And that counts as 2 separate food items. So with just a single or 2 pumpkins rather. Oh, these are bell peppers. Actually, same paradigm as tomatoes, though. I thought they were tomatoes. They're actually bell peppers, but you can jar them or add them to recipes in the same way. But yeah, pumpkins, the only problem with them, of course, is can't dry them, and they're very bulky. 1.0 encumbrance each. I will take a few for novelty, and that's it. Once I fill up this garbage bag of bell pepper, that's probably it for now on the crazy large amounts of stuff. Now, you may notice that she is in pain. The pain middle just popped up. That is happening because we are but a humble agriculture level 1. And harvesting crops creates muscle strain. Welcome to Project Zomboid. It's just torso muscle strain, though, so we're still combat effective. We're just more likely to trip and fall over shit. Solution? Don't walk over shit that you can trip and fall over. Easy peasy. Okay, that is a full garbage bag of bell pepper. Now, we don't want to leave it in the garbage bag when we put it in the freezer. I have noticed some very weird behavior with that. When the power shut-off happens, there's a script that goes around and unfreezes everything in the freezers all around the planet. And I don't know why, but that script seems to fuck with things that are in garbage bags. We had a garbage bag full of cabbages at one point that really should not have gone rotten, but was all rotten. Meanwhile, the corn right next to it was perfectly fine. So I don't know what's going on there. All I know is it seems to happen if you bag things up, so. Pumpkins, you can harvest yourself into oblivion with these. We harvested 2 crops and we got 16 pumpkins. Yeah, if we got agriculture experience for this, I would reconsider, but otherwise, we're literally filling up the vehicle. After just 2 crops. I suppose, just for the sake of sake, I'm gonna drive around behind this place, make sure there's no other fields of kale or fields of leeks or something. Something to get me some carbs in addition to all this other crap. Seeing as this area has been subject to the glow up, I have no idea what could be back here. Could be anything. This is just basically a road that goes around outside of Rosewood. I don't know if it cuts all the way across to the other side of the highway. I have no idea. I'm just going to go down this road and see where it goes. If nothing else, this is more exploration. Exploration equals chances of survivor zombies. Survivor zombies equals books. Bunch of compost bins there. If I was planting a field of myself, then I would value it more. Random shed up here. I would be remiss not to peep for a generator. We're gonna leave it undefended like that. Hey, look, a generator. I love when shit like that happens. Now, this is a blue generator. Blues are lightweight compared to the others. They're 30 encumbrance. Nothing else of particular note on the shelves here. At least nothing that I feel the need, except for this hatchet. I'm grabbing that hatchet. We have lots of firefighter axes, but no hatchets. Interesting fire department, really. So, blues I like to take into the field with me because they're lightweight. But, otherwise... Forgot to empty my, satchel here. I shouldn't have done that. I was feeling as though I was getting encumbered a little quickly here. See, my current carry weight in the satchel should be no more than 6. Nice. So I have no need to kill anybody on this road, because this is not a road I'm going to be going back and forth on a lot. If it was, then I would be assessing its value for a full clear. This is the military housing, is it? I remember there being military housing out here somewhere. I don't know. There's a cop right there. Threatened me with a JS3T. I almost did it again. I almost got out. Okay, got the JS3T. Falling back just a little bit here. I don't know if that cop had anything else. They might have had a handgun. If they did, I don't think it's worth it right now. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it in the satchel. Oops. That's just going to weigh me down. It just emptied the fucking thing. Now this JS3T is damaged. I wonder if that's because we rammed the bitch. If it's... I have no idea. I need more data on that. See, the other officer that I killed earlier, that I stole a JS3T from, her JS3T was in perfect condition. That was because I killed her with a hand weapon, though. Or is it? These things are packing plants, I think. In the past, they never had any boxes of anything in them. I still don't see any boxes of anything in them. You'd think they would be packing things into boxes, maybe? But I don't see no boxes. Oh, here we go. That's... You see, here's the thing. There's a lot of zombies out there. I don't know what is in any of these boxes. In the past, I want to say that if there ever were boxes on places like this, they were actually empty. I don't know why that's what my brain meat is telling me right now. I'm just going to check really quick. Produce boxes, but they're the boxes themselves are empty. Okay, so still empty boxes, just a different kind. So boxes inside of boxes. We got some unpacked boxes is what we got there. Okay, interesting. And that's the end of the line for this road. We could probably... I would be interested to see if we could get all the way to the other side of Rosewood without going through the town. Even though I wouldn't need to right now, for the sake of sake. We got a deer up here. Okay, I've never tried this before. Oh, damn it. Don't get out. I've never tried doing a drive-by on deer before. We've tried it on zombies, and it had middling results, but I'm very curious how successful you can do this. Now we're getting into real Kentucky territory here. Now, don't hit them with your vehicle. Okay. I feel like all 5 of those shots should have hit it, but I don't see any blood. So I don't actually think that I don't think that hit him. Or was that a pain sound? To be entirely honest, that was probably a genuine form of animal cruelty right there. Shooting a deer 5 times with a really low caliber weapon and not guaranteeing a kill. That's probably pretty mean. Whatever. I don't see any blood on the floor. Animals, if you shoot or if you hit them, damage them, but don't kill them, you'll see blood. So I don't actually think I hit it at all. House to the left is looted and trashed. I think this connects to the rail. Okay. So yeah, we can get back to Rosewood from here. Now, while your vehicle is moving, your chance to hit is shot to shit. So even if you get a good crosshair, it doesn't matter. Dirt roads like this are viable for the short term, but they won't be forever. After a certain point, dirt roads like this become a nightmare. Little things grow on them. Nature takes over the open terrain. Nothing has changed for my stream goals today. We are definitely making it to Irvington. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if this connected. which it does, but we didn't find the road. We didn't find any sort of road that goes all the way across Rosewood, so there's no shortcuts through Rosewood. That's fine. This will link up with cleared or explored territory up at the crossroads up here, and then we'll do an about face and basically just do a full loop. Yeah, we're gonna do a full loop. So what we're going to do is this road, if we keep going in this direction, going this way now, keep going in this direction, we'll hit a crossroads. That'll take us to 31 West. We stay on 31 West until we get to... Now I'm thinking about daylight. I'm thinking about daylight. We'll see. We'll see what we're at when we get down there to 31 West here. It will not take us long to get to the intersection. I think we'll be passing March Ridge. Or is that on the other side? That might be on KY60. I can't remember. I'll be real with you guys. These south roads, I usually drive on them 2 or 3 times, and then that's it. Skeleton in the middle of the road there. Whenever you see a skeleton that zombies just, ate all their flesh, I'm forced to wonder if they did that because that person was immune. Because zombies don't attack each other. So if that person did not zombify, then we have to assume that maybe they were somebody who was actually immune to the virus. But that just meant that they, because they couldn't transform, zombies felt no urge to stop consuming. The mold intersection. I mean, no, this leads to 31 West. 31 West goes straight through Muldraw. Oh, wait a minute. Is this... I guess you could count this as the outer edge of Muldraw, then. Okay. That's fine. I mean, like I said, we're just going to take a... We're going to take a right, character right, to southward turn up here, and just loop all the way around. What are we, 19th? Day 10, that is. Day 10. So here it is. This is the... Oh, here we go. Survivor Zombie, right there. He's got a sheet sling bag. I don't know what their movements are. What is this? What are they reacting to? Why are they all going in that direction? I mean, I don't necessarily care that much, but I would like to understand. Is it all my vehicle? Really? I wasn't revving the engine that hard just now, but whatever. Let's split them apart, I guess. That's a lot of fast shamblers. Now, when it comes to survivor zombies, how to recognize them. Obviously, you see a huge group like that, just all kind of glumped up together. That's how to recognize them. But then, in order to identify the actual zombie, you're looking for one with a bag of some sort. It's this guy right here with the hole in his pants showing off his boxers there. And all he's got is a sheet sling bag, so it's going to be a real small bag, but it's a bag. Books and other stuff in there. Now that was a side hit. That was multiple side hits. So that was a serious problem. I should not have done that. Side hits equals damage to your vehicle. Specifically the trunk. Yeah, that didn't work out very well. Okay, falling back a little farther then. I'm going to let the sound of the engine attract a few of them. Now, it might not seem like it, but a very similar problem to what fucked me up with Dixie is right here. It's raining and we're in the grass. So I need to be advised that my movement speed is dog shit right now. Govern myself accordingly. I should not be relying on any sort of twitch turns and movements while we're out here. We play it extra cautious, or we fall back. No compromise there. Get over here. Alright, so here's our target. Now, where I was going with that is I think these things, I think if you hit them with your vehicles to like, you know, take them out easily. I could be wrong, but I think these guys actually, like, some of their loot gets deleted if you hit them with a vehicle. I have seen survivor zombies with empty backpacks, and I never could figure out why, but then I stopped running into them, and I haven't seen it since, so I don't know if there's a correlation there. But that is a very strong correlation if so. Now, this is a temporary thing, but we're going to take all this produce out of my backpack here and put it in a garbage bag. And then put that garbage bag away so that I can fit some more stuff in my backpack. I actually should have done this while we were driving. Oops. Just accidentally eat a zucchini. Alright. And the reason for that is I want to reorganize my bags really quick. So that I can put on this fanny pack. Remember that fanny packs have a better encumbrance reduction than satchels. So anything that is currently in my satchel that I can afford to do so will now go in this fanny pack. I would not have been able to do that while I was wearing the let's just do screwdriver, whetstone, flashlight, small knife. So that saves us even more room out of the satchel. All these books that he has for us are all novel. Otherwise, I don't have any need for a sheet sling bag. That's really small. If I'm taking bags at this point, it's garbage bags or bigger. Elvis O'Connor was the name of the survivor zombie. So just like that, we're actually already pretty low on storage space in the trunk of this vehicle. And that's why doing just a loop, a roundabout here, is probably the best way of going about it instead of going straight to Irvington. We do a loop, we end up back in Rosewood, we drop off the perishables, sleep here tonight. And then tomorrow. This is an exterminator truck, but I want the sacks out of it. So we dump the shit, dead end animals out of the sacks, then take the sacks. The only reason I'm checking step vans in this burnt wreck nonsense is that step vans can still be survivor vans. I mean, also, they could also have good engines. Can't rule that out. Engine quality 16. That's fucking hilarious. Painter truck. Epic sex guy. Alright, we're out of here. So assuming we don't see any more survivor zombies, it's mostly just going to be roadway until we get to the next intersection here. This next intersection will take a character right turn in the direction of my ugly face here. Then we get to go down KY 60, and that'll take us back into Rosewood from the back entrance, where the gas station is. Here it is. So this intersection is the second to last one. The last one, I think, is where we can take a road to Dark Wallow, or past Dark Wallow, and then into Irvington from the south entrance. The Irvington's south entrance there is the one of the closest entrances to the town that takes you to there's March Ridge right there. The glow up has not hit March Ridge, so I don't care about it. March Ridge is mostly valuable for its residential, so we go there late game, maximize chance of survivor house. Now that survivor zombie that we saw was not on the highway. I don't know if I've seen one on the highway in a very long time. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it does feel less likely than those back roads. See, normally, now that it's 8 p.m. local time here, that is later than I almost ever stream. Definitely don't get used to my presence at this hour of the day. I started today's stream late, though. Had a little trouble deciding my thumbnail color, actually. Since I started a new character, I had to come up with a different colored thumbnail. You know, I have like these outer borders to the thumbnail, so that that's just as much for me for everybody else, so that I can tell visually what character it is based on the color. And I do think I have one prepped for this character. It is a mauve, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay, I would get out and fight to secure a little bit of road drivable space. Not as concerned about that now, because I want to get these perishables in the freezer. See, if you don't keep your roads clear, shit like that happens. But there's a lot of potential spawns out here, so whatever. We'll proceed. Kill everybody territory starts after the gas station here. Yeah, after this gas station here, that's when anybody on the road dies. I mean, if there's anybody on this road at all, then that's even more random migration pulling them into these roads, which would be not unpredicted. There's still plenty of them in the residential construction development over there to the right. This is why we try to get them out of the fields. See, she got the axe out, and she still tried to stop. I'm just too fast sometimes, I guess. I could turn off auto ground target. I know some people make that work. I've found it rather reliable, all things considered. There's just a few exceptions to it. To be honest, I hate having to touch the Alt key when I'm doing this WAS setup here. Alright, so, we came home with a lot of produce here. We've got the bell peppers over there, but then here we've got the, random extra stuff. I'm gonna be fast forwarding like this. I really should be closing the door first. So what I'm trying to do is fill up this whole side first, so that if I don't manage to get a second generator to power this opposite side, I would want a second yellow, or I would not want to even bother. So that's kind of the threshold I'm doing here. These bell peppers are considered expungible compared to the rest. Got a couple of high-level books from that Survivor Zombie. Aiming 3, Blacksmithing 4, Carpentry 5. Carpentry 5 was a persistent problem for a little while there. But anything here that is something we won't be needing for a while can go into this bag here, and then marked as unwanted. Anything that looks like it might be somewhat relevant somewhat soon. Electrical 2, reloading 2. That can go in the vehicle. That's wherever we're going. So, alongside the other stuff that's readable sooner rather than later. But still mark it as unwanted. Once it's in one of the two places, that's when we mark it as unwanted, because that way we know not to pick up dupes. As much as I'd love to have gas masks, I can't. In this universe, apparently the military never saw fit to assume that somebody who has to wear glasses would wear gas masks. That's just... military didn't consider that. And so they have been designed to block your glasses. I literally have a friend who wears glasses, who comes from the U.S. Air Force, who still has one of his masks from his time in the service. Left my old tools here, won't need them now. R.I.P. homie. This is March Ridge, if I'm not mistaken. I could tell just by the stupid, I could tell just by the stupid density to all this crap here. And then, so this is just a little shed at the end of the road. I don't really care though. March Ridge, like I said, filled with nothing but residential. So yeah, at first I was running a bit of a detriment on garbage bags. That is no longer even close to the case. Anything that's on the floor right now, I can start bagging up. Got some reading material for the evening there. We have lots and lots of garbage bag now. The plumbing is still functional. Once the plumbing shuts off, we want to switch over to using bottled water to clean our leather strips or whatever. Bottled water is far more efficient. We only use non-bottled water when we are in the infinite water era. So I'm not going to like be discerning and try to, put certain things into certain bags. No. I'm just getting stuff off of the floor and marginally categorized here. Until the garbage bags are full, at which point they're much easier to transport. We are still in rapid weight gain. We're back to 80 kilo. That's where we started. So I'm going to be lazy. We have lots of chips. I'm going to be lazy with half of these chips. Other half I'll put away. We were putting way too much stuff on the floor there, so we have done a pretty good number on that. Any of this cooking stuff. Okay. Found twice as many coffee machines as we have coffee. Playing Zomboid for the first time today. What are a few items you should never ignore? Ooh, that's a tough one, because honestly, if it exists, you can probably do something with it. Here's something better I can do. If you want to see anything that an object can be used for, right-click on it, and in the right-click menu, there's this little thing that says Craft. When you click on that, it opens the crafting menu, and it shows you anything you can craft with that object. Then just pause and, scroll through the crafting menu and kind of see if you can make a value judgment on that. It's probably a lot more better than trying to, like, establish a list, because that's a lot of trying to list everything. Should I list chronologically or alphabetically? It's one of those situations. Skill magazines are a great thing. That's actually what I'm compiling right now. I'm just looking at skill magazines. Anything I haven't read, we will read those before we sleep tonight. We've got about an hour before bedtime. I think I can just select them all and hit read. Yes, beautiful. Now, every time you read a magazine, it'll put a check mark next to it. So all these magazines now have check marks, which means I will no longer pick up duplicates of them in the field, which is very relevant to my interests. We are supposed to go to bed at 2300, so we are right on time here. BEA, beautiful. Yep, no problem. That is, remember, that's as of B42. Thankfully, I don't really have to give people a heads up on the versions of the game, right? 42, the version we're playing right now, that's the same version you'll get if you just start playing the game. It used to be that you had to opt into this version because it was unstable. It still is kind of unstable, but it's no longer opt-in. It's the default now. It's pretty good. I like it. I mean, overall, there are still little quirks. Unfinished systems, very unfinished systems. Agriculture is a beast. Unfinished beast, but yeah. No, not with the magazines. Magazines, you can read them whenever. There's no requirements. Books, you do. Books you do have to do. So there's magazines, but then books. Magazines are much faster. Books take forever. Whatever you do, don't sit down and lock in and read a book cover to cover. Read it in chunks, a little bit here, a little bit there. Unless you have nothing else to do and you just want to blitz it. When it comes to melee combat, you may notice that if you've played any other game that heavily relies on range maxing, Dark Souls, any games with, like... I learned this shit in Jedi Academy back in the day. Jedi Academy, where you just wanted to maximize your weapon range, only let the outer edge of the weapon skirt the zombie, and then, fall back otherwise, get maximum distance. Momentes Vita. Momentes Vita. I left the fucking truck running all night. Don't do that. Don't do that. But yeah, you would be surprised at how many people will play this game a lot and not respect the concept of range maxing. Like, I've seen some YouTubers do some pretty advanced videos on this game, but then they'll show footage of themselves playing it, and they'll show themselves letting zombies get to point-blank range before they do their pushes. No, you can... If I push, only the fingertips have to touch the zombie, and it's falling back. Don't let them get close to you. That's how they kill you. Stay far, far away. I do have a little bit of room in the trunk here, but I don't have enough room to fill up everything. God, man, this thing's battery is almost like half dead. They have really nerfed the hell out of bad engines. Yeah, we'll be able to put like 2 or 3 of these bags. And then we are full in this. That's fine. I don't mind being disorganized for now. I'll put this one on the passenger seat. You know what? I mean, okay, what's the engine quality of this thing? Quality... 78. Honestly, once we repair the engine, that's a long, long time from now we'll be able to repair engines, but once we repair the engine, this is a great vehicle, like, you know, platform. It'll only fail to start about 12% of the time once we fix it all. But then, until the engine condition gets back over 50%, that shit happens where it just stops running for no reason. So it's actually not very useful to us until then. I can do one more. Yeah, one more full garbage bag, and then it's completely full. Oh shit, that was the wrong... wrong trunk. Oops. There we go. Unlabeled garbage bags. But... all stuff that I want to bring forward eventually. So Charms Flowers is now basically loaded up, as loaded as it can be. So just kind of out of the way somewhere. Didn't even need to shut it off. It shut itself off for me. Fucking engine quality, man. Condition, rather. It is rather painful right now. I seriously hope they do something about that. Now, everything on the floor over here, all these garbage bags, it's just firefighter clothes. We yanked them off all the zombies. So nothing in these bags has to get loaded up anywhere, because we're just going to disassemble all this clothing, and it's going to be a tiny fragment of its carry weight once it's disassembled. Boxes of garbage bags can stay here for now. We still fattening up with chips here. These two bags are actually more important than the rest. This is my library right here, these two bags. Meanwhile, this bag is the same category as what's in Charms Flowers. The duffel right here is the same as these guns on the floor. I should get those guns off of the floor and into a different duffel. This is just sort of a grab bag of different things. I'm going to take the gravel out of it and put it on the driver's seat over here. Otherwise, this is kind of just a dropping spot for surplus medical and agriculture, really small, super small form agriculture. Stethoscopes are currently useless. They just show up in first aid loot tables. So don't carry those around forever because you won't need them. They don't do anything. Axes. This is just a sack full of axes right here. That's all that is. Speaking of, I know I have more duffel here. Duffel, right here. These duffels, I no longer need to be carrying around spare duffels. We passed that phase a long time ago. Duffels are just weapon carriers now. So my gun collection currently is just going in these for easy transit. I don't have any more guns. Got one more in here. That's shotgun we picked up off the other Zed. That can go in nowhere. It won't fit. Shotguns are big. If I put a couple of these M9s over to the other one. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to call this the bring bag. It's just a bag to bring with me. We have a couple sharpens we can do here. Okay, so I'm calling it the bring bag, but what it really is books that I'm not currently carrying around to read, but are on standby for that, and then spare weapons and tools. That helps me get a little closer to an organized trunk here. Iffy on whether I need this soda. We have so much other small form food, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. The large hook is actually a tool. I'm going to put the large hook and the claw hammer, spare tools, in the glove. Okay, just like that, the vehicle is finally organized, minus the value tech generator. The value tech generator I'm actually going to leave at the gas station, because when the power goes out, the gas station's going to need a generator. So, twine into the glove here. One large hook under the passenger seat. Claw hammer. Mason's chisel. It's a bit of a stretch to need it in the field vehicle. That's fine. Put it in there. So close to being organized here that I can almost taste it. Coveralls, respirator filters, those are low priority in there. Best part about this is I can just go to sleep when we're done. Don't have to run upstairs. Okay, I am 100% organized. I didn't even dare dream I'd be able to reach this point, but we're actually organized here. That's beautiful. It's a work of art. So we're at 11 hours and 25 minutes. I have literally less than enough time left before YouTube cuts me off for the day. If anybody's not familiar with YouTube and its live streaming limits, you can stream longer than 12 hours. However, the recording of the live stream does not get retained after 12 hours. So basically, I perceive 12 hours as a cutoff. I have some folks who like to watch my stuff after the fact. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you. And I don't want them to have a subpar viewing experience. So it's also a lot of work. It's also a lot of work if I go over. I record locally too, so I can, I've got a copy locally. I can just cut it up and upload it if there's a missing chunk, but I hate doing that. It's a lot of work. So the blue generator that we have with us right now, that can stay with us, we're going to put that generator down by the gas pumps that we've got cleared out. Otherwise, we are proceeding to our destination after that. I said that we are going to have a trailer by the end of the stream today. We're probably going to end the stream in Irvington. Like, I'm going to get a trailer, I'm going to get it secure, I'm going to end the stream in Irvington with a trailer somewhere out of the way. Yeah, that's what we're doing. If anybody watching is new, feel free to like and subscribe, the usual YouTuber stuff. My streaming schedule is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So I will still be streaming tomorrow, as it is a Monday. But at that point, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Wednesdays are a question mark. Sometimes I do Wednesdays, but Tuesdays and Thursdays are my designated days off. Gotta have everything in moderation. I don't know if I can catch all these pumps with one generator. That might be a bit of a stretch. I'll place it here at the one in the dead center, and we'll see if that works. I will get this garbage can out of the way, because it's blocking me. If it doesn't catch all of them, it'll get close. I can't connect it and test right now, so I'll just have to Did I just... Okay, that works. I mean, it's in a spot, and we'll fill it up with gas. We'll just have to hope that the power outage isn't anytime immediately, because, yeah, we won't be able to, do the thing. Alright. So we're deploying with only a field kit that's got, like, 30 encumbrance of stuff. More than I would prefer, but that's fine. Gives us plenty of room for loot when we get to Irvington and fire up tomorrow for the rest of the town. Tomorrow we'll... I don't know. I don't know exactly how deep we'll go into Irvington. There's a lot of stuff we can get there. It's a huge town. I might feel a little bit obligated to help some animals. The destination where we're going to get our trailer is a place that has tons and tons and tons of aminals. And our chance to save them is now. It is not going to be later. They will be dead later. So, things to consider. Normally, when I end my streams, I like to have it be like a daytime ending, or like just having my character wake up so I got a fresh day to work with. That's not going to be possible unless I fast forwarded somehow throughout the day. I got some books, but no. We're just going to end it wherever we end it after we've gotten a trailer secured. Now these burned wrecks are a strategic resource, but right now they're just in my way. I want to at least have the middle of the road, okay? Now this is to be expected. Towing makes a lot of noise. Burned wrecks, you can usually actually tow them even if you've got a weaker vehicle. This is where having an ambulance helps tremendously. I don't care about blocking this side road because that's not the road I'm going back and forth on. I predict that I'll be going... Okay, so one of the reasons that I'm kind of like, you know, I want my roads clear. If I decide that I want to save aminals from Irvington, that is going to be a colossal effort to get them out of there. Irvington is literally at the corner of the map, which means you need to have a place to bring them out of there, drop them off somewhere as a waypoint, and then bring them to where you're actually trying to go. So having clean roads goes a long way towards that endeavor. It also just makes it easier to drive. I don't even need an excuse for clean roads, I just do it. Sometimes we just go on autopilot here. But we're alright, we still have about 15 minutes before I start feeling threatened by the time limit. Shouldn't have talked shit earlier when I said that I thought I wasn't going to go for the full 12 hours. It's just, there's so much to do early game. It's a different beast from late game. There's still a lot to do, but I mean, there's more clocks ticking over your head. There's the crops in the fields going bad. There's the power outage, the water outage. Time passing to make survivor houses more likely, that kind of shit. So there's this corpse in the road, that'll go away eventually. There's another corpse that's about to be in the road because that person is approaching. I think I saw a blue generator over there in the far left corner there. Irvington Junkyard, biggest junkyard in the game. Interesting. That is good to know for a mechanics standpoint. We've already read some of the mechanics book. We do have Car Zone as well. When it comes to junkyards, the engine quality of most vehicles in there is going to be dog water. Usually single digits for most of them. But the parts on the vehicles, sometimes pretty good, worth yanking off. Alright. Now we're taking a very roundabout road into Irvington. It's going to eat up most of the time we have left in our stream just getting there. It's just that long of a road. But we're going to get out here to the crossroads. We're going to take a character right after March Bridge here. We're going to basically go all the way around March Bridge. And then there is a very long road going back the opposite direction from this way. And that will take us past Dark Wallow. Dark Wallow is a... I've never fished there. It's like a huge reservoir. I'm sure there's fish in it, but it's like a massive water reservoir. And residential around it, industrial. I've never been to the industrial. Oh, shit. I'm not going to get too distracted by this, but I'm morally obligated to get this marked on the map. So this is one of the EMTs right here. He may have the keys to the ambulance. Now, I can hear some people saying that ambulance is a wreck. You're correct, it is. However, let's take a look at the engine quality. We're opening up the hood. Now remember, we're looking at the engine quality. That's a separate factor. You click on the engine. Engine quality 100. So what is engine quality? It's innate, it never changes, can't repair it, can't make it worse, can't make it better. Subtract 100 from the engine quality. And that is your chance for the vehicle to fail to start when you turn the key. So this thing, despite having, you know, all the parts are absolute dog water, you gotta fix it up, gotta be real high level mechanics to make it work again. When you do make it work again, it'll be the best vehicle you've ever had. So what this is a massively long-term deposit here. I won't be able to take it all the way home with me. I won't. It's way too much work. No point for quite a while. For now, it's just getting it out of the road. And perhaps I'll take the duffel bag, trauma bag out of the trunk here. Now, I don't need the key for this thing confusing me. Do I? No, I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I was going to leave it, but I'm going to take it. Yeah. Complicated story behind that. I could be completely wrong, but I feel like I have, in the past, found a key to more than one ambulance. As in, like, one key runs several ambulances. I have no idea if that would ever happen again, or if that was just a random fluke. Or if I just had mislabeled key. I don't know. But I'm going to hold on to that key, even though I'm not going to be using this ambulance anytime soon. Alright, road clear. That only wasted about 5 minutes. Big old label on the map here. Give this an A, 100. 100 quality ambulance. Now, when it comes to Irvington, there's usually a little house that I like to stay in that is actually not far from the animal farm. So what I might do is grab the trailer and steal it, assuming we find a trailer. It's possible we might not. If we get to that lot that I'm thinking of and there's no trailers, no hauling trailers. Two types of trailers right now. Animal trailers, hauling trailers. If there's no hauling trailers, that's what I'm here for. I'll be sorely disappointed, because this is the biggest trailer resource on the map. Now, Irvington has a second one. We might not have time to be able to fight our way to that. So if the primary one has no, well, that'll just be a sign of the times. Now, we can go for another 20 minutes before YouTube actually cuts us off. It's only like 11 hours, 56 minutes. That's when things get wonky and stop recording. But I usually like to be more careful about that, so... we will definitely start wrapping things up after the 10-minute marker here. when I started my character, Danny the Drifter, I had a I had a lot of warning for that one, so I was able to rest up beforehand. This was more ad hoc, so... Danny, I was able to get an encore going. We streamed for 14 hours for her. I just stopped and restarted the recording myself and uploaded it separately. A little bit of quality loss on the recording for that one, and I don't even know why. YouTube didn't transcode the video version versus the stream version. Since then, I've matched the settings completely, which has resulted in a little bit of bloat on my hard drives. A recording of a session this long is probably going to come out to about 160 gigs, which is higher than any of my previous characters' journeys. Shit I do for quality, man. I mean, if you look at my drives here, my drives are a little chunky here. Oops, that was the wrong shortcut. Where is it? Currently, Hotel is at 1.39 terabytes left. India is at 1.87 left. These are 20 terabyte hard drives. Oh, hell no. I'm not doing no, 24 hour. No, absolutely not. No, not even close. Ever. That is insane. People who do those are probably just trying to prove they can. They're trying to prove something to themselves. Maybe if I was a younger man, I'd be more interested in something crazy like that. But another thing about Zomboid is like driving. And I'm not just saying that because I'm driving right now. Zomboid, in terms of keeping your character safe, it's going to be directly proportional to your reaction time and your judgment. You got to be able to make split-second decisions and not fuck up. And for that, you need to be alert. So for other games, especially games without as much... What the fuck was that sound? Oh! I've never seen this before. A building that's actually on fire when I approach it. It does happen. Okay. First time I've ever seen this happen. But, as you guys can see, the fire isn't lasting very long here. We had a bunch of tiles that were on fire that are already done burning, so... Fire spread is kind of a meme. I literally didn't even have a chance to screenshot it. I was wondering what that sound was. I was afraid for a second it was the generators. No. Now we're good. But, that was a gas station that has a convenience store that would have been a decent place to grab some loot. Yeah, live fires. I mean, I had a feeling that it was something that they added. The devs created a trailer for 42 Stable. It's like Project Zomboid, This Is How You Died 2026 or something like that. And one of the little things they tease in there is that apparently you can just drive up on a place and it's going to be on fire. Well, we witnessed it. It happens. But like I said, fire has been nerfed into the ground currently. It just doesn't spread. So it's what we just drove up to. It's not like it could spread at all ever. Whatever was burning would burn out and then it would stop burning. The devs, I'm guessing, are working on a solution for multiplayer so that people don't grief each other by setting each other's bases on fire. But until they come up with a solution for that, us single-player people have to deal with the nerfs as well. See, I was considering doing a standalone, kind of set of videos for Zomboid now that it's gone stable. But I was gonna, if I'm ever gonna do that, I want to focus on the timeless stuff first. And one of the most timeless aspects of this game is you're going long, and you've got saves that don't branch, so there's no saves coming this game, not easily at least. I mean, your save files get really massive to the point where simply trying to back them up is one hell of a task. So because of that, mistakes are heavily punished. So taking the game seriously is up to you. But if you want to not suck and then not die, you're gonna need to bring your A game. You want to hop in there and play Call of Duty or something. If you fuck up, well, it's just a match, right? It's just a match. This game, calling it just a character is gonna be a little different. It's gonna hit different. Now you guys can see firsthand one of the parts of the new build of the game here that I don't like. It's the trees. The trees, when you're driving in certain directions, the trees block your ability to see the road completely. Yeah, I know you can hold down the right mouse button and see behind them. It's slow and irritating, and it takes forever. My character should see what she should be. I should be able to see what she can see. And, ugh. Anyway, 42 minutes. We've got about 10 minutes left. But we're making good time. We're going to start seeing residential appear on the right. And unless anything has changed, there's going to be more zombies than there should be for this residential. That's always seems to happen up here. Or we're about to see a lot of zombies for very sparsely populated houses. Happens on occasion. But yeah, that would be one of the first things I talk about in such a video, is just the fundamentals of, take the game seriously, bring your A game, and then things like, know your character's limits, learn them, respect them. You see negative moodles, that means something's going wrong, fall back, fix it, figure it out. If you just sit there and ignore the negative moodles, like so many people do, you're just going to Pikachu face when you get eaten, because you're not going to understand why you're suddenly just doing like a third of the damage you normally would. Spoiler warning, it's the moodles. Pay close attention to them. Understand what they mean. Get rid of them ASAP. And then, of course, know your enemy. One of the enemies to be aware of in this place, in this whole game, is, of course, bushes. Bushes, trees. Trees block your line of sight. Bushes. You don't see these very often in some of the new starter towns. But these bushes here, Irvington is just bush city. They're just fucking everywhere. These things make it very slow to drive, and if you get out and walk through them, they damage the chance to damage you. They'll slow you the hell down if they don't damage you. I can't stand the fact that I just get stuck with the walk to mode if I hit Y. Don't hit Y while you're driving. Do you think towing encourages multiplayer? I don't know. I mean, no, if you're going to be playing multiplayer, just have your homie drive, and have everybody have a trailer. That's how I would do towing right now. Alright, we got outdoor cows. They're Angus. Angus and Cemental. I'm going to mark that really quick. Outdoor cows are far less concernable for long term than indoor cows. They at least have troughs that'll refill. Your cows, Angus, the black cows, are only good for their meats. Cemental, the brown ones, a little bit in between milk and meat. Holstein, the black and white cows, the spotted ones. Those are your milk producers. Get yourself a Holstein. You'll never want for milk again as long as it's got a bun in the oven and it's producing milk. Alright, coming up on residential now. Residential, that's got way more zombies than it should. This house right here. One that I usually like to post up in. We've got less than 10 minutes now. Before I post up anywhere, we're going to see if we can nail one of the trailers. It should be coming right up here on the right. And here we go. I already see one. And that's it. One. Okay. So, we are going to... This sucks. This sucks. I wasn't expecting too many trailers. I was hoping for more animal trailers so that we could do something with the animals here. But what we want to do now is pull the zombies away from the trailer. Just long enough to buy us enough time to hook it up. That's all we need. Progress recap. Doing alright. We're doing alright. I wouldn't say we've hit any really strong breakpoints. We've been fortunate on some things. It took us absurdly long to find a single box of nails, so that shows you just the true disparity about certain things. Now, if I want to hook up a trailer quickly, I don't want to be interrupted by fast shamblers. So this guy, this asshole over here who's passing by the black truck now. Waiting for him. Alright, so I've given him enough time. So we're, basically JSVR, we're about to seize a trailer and then call it. because we're at 11 hours and 47 minutes now. We literally cannot go more than 10 minutes longer without threatening the stability of the recording. So I'm just stealing this trailer, and then we're going to get out of here. We may come back later and survey the animal situation here, but the fact that there's only one animal trailer at this location, every one of these parking spots is a semi-decently high chance at a trailer. Any kind of trailer. So the fact that we only got two that sucks. Getting animals out of here is going to be a lot harder now. So I'm probably not even going to try. But we're still here in Irvington, so what I'm going to do is go and try to secure that house that we drove past with the boxes in the front yard. This one here. Bit of an advanced bit of car-fu there. I'm working on my car-fu. I am no expert in it, not in the slightest. I saw a couple clips. There are some YouTubers out there who know their car-fu. They got some good shit. The thing is, you can't really like learn the skill in any other way than just practice. Lots and lots of practice. I hear somebody else slapping the window. May not be able to stop him. Already broke. Hello. Outside. This guy's an asshole. He broke a window and then never even went inside. Disgusting. Now, one of the reasons I like this place is these those little crates out there. Those little crates are usually full of planks. So if you show up here with nails like I just did, I got some nails in the trunk. We've already got barricaded windows so that I can have just a little field base to sleep in while we're here in Irvington at the edge of town at least. And now in terms of critical resources, we've acquired several generators so far, but we don't have the ability to hook them up yet, so we're still on the lookout for a generator magazine. We've secured several fields worth of crops. Shove them into freezers, so if the power shutoff happens now, that would actually be quite tragic because I would lose all the perishable stuff back at Rosewood. Very, very little of it would survive. The little script that goes through and just unfreezes everything instantly when the power outage happens. You only have to worry about it once, but when it happens, it can be some serious bullshit because it just means that if you're away from your own base and you've got a bunch of stuff in the freezers at your own base, if you take like, I don't know, 18 hours was the number that we had to go and try to recover stuff after the last power outage. And 18 hours was apparently enough for all my cabbage to go rotten. It was fucking wild. I'm pretty sure in real life, there's almost nothing that goes straight to rotten in 18 hours. Especially when it starts out being frozen. It already takes several hours to thaw and then it starts going bad, but like I said, there's a script that goes around and just unfreezes everything instantly. And I think there's some rotten stuff interacting there too. But we are at 11 hours and 51 minutes. So we are less than 5 minutes now. We're just going to triage anything. Look at all this. Oh, boys. Look at what we found in the trailer that we just picked up. I don't see this too often, but it's possible. How to use generators. Okay. So, also a couple bad boxes of nails. Nails have been the hardest thing for me to find so far. The hardest basic, rather. So yeah, this trailer has not only been exactly what we need to get for the long term, it's been exactly what we need to get for the short term. That is a great way to end today. So I'm just emptying all the rest of the crap out of it. We'll triage that stuff later. I'll put that generator magazine in my backpack. We'll take some of these planks that we have here and board up the windows of this place so that we have a safe spot to sleep. I mean, honestly, if I didn't find it anytime soon, I know where to go to find many of them. We can turn Murphy's Law in our favor if we just go to, like, Electromax in Riverside. That's where I'd be going next if we didn't find it in Irvington. Very, very, very little loot in this place. There's just not enough containers. But we'll consolidate whatever there is. This tiny little crafted thing full of tapes. One of them is a skill tape. Just pile up all that stuff over here. I think there's going to be a VHS shop in Irvington. I can't remember. If so, we'll want to hit it on the way out. Mechanics Volume 4, didn't have that yet. Car battery is a bit of a stretch, but for now I'll take it. I don't think I had a club hammer yet. We used up my ball peen, so there's a spare. Everything else is too bulky to be useful. TV is running, but we've had end broadcast, so there is no further TV to be watching. We had that a few days ago. The global television networks have all gone dark. Okay, there's no pillow, unfortunately. That is what it is. We carry a pillow with us. 11 hours, 54 minutes. Hello. Mechanic's book into the vehicle marked as unwanted. I'm going to go ahead and detach the trailer. Okay, so on my previous character, we had some